Mm-hmm. We back. We back. Welcome. Welcome. You're late? I'm not late. I can't be late. What are you, it's my own house. It's my house. We're online. That's right. That's right. That is right. Bisanya, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Backstreet Boils. That's right. That's right. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man. I have been waiting for this moment. I did not realize how much I missed you. It's streaming in general. Scholar Andrew, thank you for the 5, man. It was good seeing you at Tennocon, by the way. Yeah, yeah. What a jam it is. I've listened to it more times than I feel comfortable talking about. Oh, man. Guys, I need to write, but the stream has started and I can't do both. Help me. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Priorities. Priorities. I got stickers from Tennocon from a fan of the channel. She was handing them out. I got this one here with Ember and Neza. And I don't know what character that one is, but they're great. Konosuba spotted? Yeah, I got all of them on here. Actually, you can't really see it. It's on the other side of my microphone. Kazuma with his legendary thumbs up, gender equality. Oh. Man, who knew? Who knew the infested would become Backstreet Boys? Hey, man, I am more than happy that was the direction that they went in. I'm more than happy that's the direction they went in. So, it's. So we got to do this press preview event, right? Where we went in and I got a tour, a very short tour of the studio of Digital Extreme Studio, and during that time they did this press preview event where they brought us in and they kind of like sat us down and had us watch the trailers, the early trailers for both Soulframe as well as Warframe 1999. And so I saw the whole thing before anybody else did. And like the part with like the infested boy band pops up and people are like asking like very like serious questions. Oh, well, you know, what kind of content is this gonna bring into the game, and this and this and this, and like I'm hearing all these like, you know, is this going to be similar to the same thing that we've seen with Whispers in the Walls? You know, is this going to be just kind of like a slice of content or something like that? And that's pretty much just going to be about it. And I'm the only one that was sitting there that like raised their hand, was like, yes, I have a question. They're like, yes. And I'm like, who the fuck came up with the idea for an infested boy band? And they all just like, everybody, the whole room went silent. And like Reb like looks around and she's like, I don't know. I don't know who did that. I'm like, how is nobody asking this question? Like, where does this even come from? Why would you do this? I'm not against it. I think it's awesome, but it's just like, what are you doing? What is this? It's so crazy. Yeah, everybody knew it was Reb. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. It's called Warframe magic. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, LD, I have a simple question with a not simple answer. What even is Warframe anymore? That's honestly, now looking towards what they're going to end up doing with 1999 and then, you know, what's going to come after 1999. I don't know. I don't know. That was a question that I walked away from Tennocon with, where I'm like, I don't really know what like the next direction is with the game. Which I think that's a great thing, right? Like making sure that you're making a game that is always going to keep the players guessing, because I think more times than not, we end up getting bored with games because they become too predictable. The content itself becomes too predictable. And, you know, when we're not being surprised anymore, we just tend to just kind of fall off it. You know what I mean? Just fall off it. And they apparently are allergic to that. So it's, yeah, it's great. It's crazy. A dating sim in Warframe is crazy. You know, it's something people did not pick up on. I have no idea how they didn't. Is that they were like, oh, they were just paying attention to like the rest of the the rest of the proto frames and not Arthur, right? And if you actually watch back to what Reb was saying, she said that it's a dating simulator, right? And you could get a, you know, a New Year's kiss from any of these proto frames. But she also said including Arthur. Even Arthur is dateable. So that means that, so what does that mean? So that means that we are going to be there. Which is very interesting. Rockman, thank you for the tier 1. 3 months in a row. Thank you, man. And Zinian? Zinian? Thanks for the prime. 3 months as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nyx will be mine. You and probably like everybody else. How was Tennocon? It was good, man. It was really, really good. It was a lot of fun. It's okay, so I guess I have to go through like the story of this. This is the most, it was the most blurst trip of my entire life. So the day of me getting ready to leave to head to Tennocon, I had everything ready. I thought I was completely fine. I had just seen my paper passport. I had just looked at it like the week prior. I put it down. I probably put it down on my desk. I could see myself putting it down on my desk, remembering that's where I had put it before, because that way I could just quickly grab it and take it with me and put it in my pocket and then, you know, head to the airport. I think what had happened is that my cat had knocked my passport into the, like, I usually right next to my desk, there's like a little space that's right next to the door, and that's where I'll put like empty boxes that I'm going to go and toss out, right? And I think my cat knocked it into the empty boxes, and then I threw it away. Because when I got to the airport, I didn't have it. And I have a plastic ID card, right? Which is like the plastic ID card or passport card. I did not realize that that is only for land and sea travel, not air. So I can cross borders by land and sea with the card, but I can't cross with airports if I don't have my booklet passport. And I couldn't get on the plane. So I freaked out. I didn't freak out initially. I came back home. I left to the airport with enough time. I came back home. I tried to search for it. Literally turned my apartment upside down. Lost my mind. Fell into the depths of frustration and depression because this is something that actually inspired the video that I made that went out this morning, if you guys watched it, was that one of the things that I said to myself was, every single time this happens to me, where like a dream is about to be realized and for some odd reason it's snatched away from me, and it gets me every time, and I'm like, I'm so sick of it happening. And then I just took a breath. I stood outside for a minute, I calmed myself down, and then I just bought new tickets, bought them to Detroit, and then got a rental car, and then drove a rental car to London, Ontario, and then drove all the way back to Detroit. So, like, that was the way that I got there. One hell of an emotional roller coaster. Yes, it was crazy. Dark Vade, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Newts, thank you for the Prime as well. 3 months in a row. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So it's one of those things where I am one of those people that is almost at times too emotionally aware, if that makes any sense, where I'm frustrated because I'm frustrated. Where I'm like, you know that this isn't helping you. Being angry or upset isn't helping you. And, you know, letting it out or whatever doesn't necessarily help either. You need to be more like solution oriented, fix the problem, and then go from there. And that's what I did. I just booked new flights, said screw it, paid out of pocket to make sure that I could go, because I knew for a fact that if I had stayed, I would have beaten myself up for I don't even know how long. I know I would have. Like, how depressing would it have been for me to have flipped on for stream to watch Tennocon from the apartment and, you know, dual streamed it or something like that. It wouldn't have been what I wanted. So I just made it happen. So I made it happen. And the trip itself was awesome. While I was there, London, Ontario, great town, by the way. The area that we were at, like, literally everything over there is absolutely fantastic. Everything was in walking distance from the hotel that I was at. The hotel itself was really nice. The staff was really nice. The first day that we were there, so I was supposed to initially meet up the day before, or the night before, was when all the other creators and press were going to meet up. Everybody was going to have drinks, hang out for a little bit. And I missed that because of my flights and my driving and stuff like that to make sure that I got out there, right? The next day, they basically started the day the same way that they were ending the last day, which is, hey, come out and, you know, like 3 o'clock, we're going to meet at this bar. It was like an arcade bar that was right by the place, which is super cool place, by the way. Super cool. And I went there, and I didn't realize that my interviews were happening so close to it. And when we walked into the bar, you know, DE was like, you know, here's some drink tokens. Grab yourself a couple drinks, you know, mingle with other people and whatnot. I was trying to unwind, so I was like, yeah, okay, I'll have a couple drinks. They had this sour strawberry beer on tap that was so good. It was so good. I burned through the drink tokens they gave me, and I bought another one. I probably had like 3 or 4 or something like that. And I was like, I'm just having fun. I just want to enjoy myself. I'm having a really good time. So then all of a sudden, my contact comes up and he goes, hey, you have a he's like, hey, you have a walkthrough, a tour of DE ready to go. And I'm like, at this point, I'm a little buzzing, right? But I'm like, yeah, all right, let's do it. So I go there, and I thought that it was going to happen quickly because we were supposed to do the tour, and then we were going to eat, and then it was going to be time for us to do like interviews that we had to do and stuff like that. And that didn't happen. The tours took a while to start, and I wasn't in the first tour group. I was in the second tour group. So I waited even longer. By the time my tour started, they came up to me and they were like, hey, are you ready to do your interviews? So here I am on an empty stomach, 4 or 5 beers deep, and I'm like, sure. So I did my first one with Pablo, and it was fine. It was fine. A little buzzed. Probably not exactly how I wanted to be, seeing as this is my first time ever trying to professionally interview somebody for my YouTube channel or for content or anything like that. And we had a good chat. I grilled him a little bit too hard at times. I did not mean to do that. I'm gonna blame that on the booze more than anything else, because I was just like, there's a couple things that I said. I'm like, yeah, you know, like this part of the game, yeah, you need to fix that. Like, I was pretty I flexed pretty hard on a couple of points, but it was tasteful. It was tasteful. We got along just fine. We also had this like super awkward moment where I was like, Pablo, I just want to thank you for being my first. And he's like, you'll always remember your first. And then that's supposed to be like the funny joke moment where we then like we walk away from each other, but we ended up having to walk in the same direction. So we had to do that awkward walk for a good like 2 or 3 minutes right next to each other. It was so good. It was so good. Have you been rocking out to part of your lifetime? That's how we started the stream today. That's how we started the stream today. Why didn't you walk slower? I don't know, because I didn't know where I needed to go. Why would I walk slower? I was in there. I was in Digital Extreme Studio. I had no idea where I was supposed to be going. So, did you ask your Grenier versus Corpus PvP thing? I did. I did not ask it to Pablo. I asked it to Reb, actually. So, was it gonna, so then after that, they were like, okay, well, it's gonna be a while before your interview with Reb. Let's go. We're gonna go eat. They were having us make like our own little pizzas and stuff like that. Dude, their studio has its own like bar / like dinner restaurant area inside of it. It's so cool. It's so cool. So we go over there. I'm the last in line to put my pizza together and then put it on the shelf, which would then mean I'm also going to be the last to eat my pizza, right? But we still had a lot of time. So I thought to myself, I'm like, hey, you know, I'm waiting for my pizza. There's probably like a good like 2.5, 3 hours or so or something like that until my interview with Reb. And they're like, hey, you know, after you get your pizza, there's drinks that are over on the side. So then I go over on the side and I'm like, oh, you know, I've already popped the cork. Why not? So I have a couple IPAs over at the bar that they have inside the studio. And the next thing I know, they're like, hey, it's time for the press preview. And I'm like, oh, okay. I kind of want my pizza. I only drank more because I thought I was gonna have pizza. So we go and we do the press preview, and I'm sitting in this like this like room that they're showing us the press preview stuff, and I'm having like one of those like epiphany moments while I'm in there where I'm like, I can't believe I'm doing this right now. Like, what is this life? What happened in my life? What brought me to this point? And I'm like sitting there, we're watching this stuff and everything, and it's all really cool. And you know, then they start asking questions, and I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, I'm trashed at this point. I am like, by the way, I want you guys to keep in mind that I am one of those people that, luckily enough, is emotionally and very intellectually self-aware, right? So even when I drink and I'm like busted, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not gonna act like a fool or anything like that. I don't get like belligerent or anything. So yeah, I'm not one of those kind of. I'm just more like mentally trapped. If it means anything, I feel like I'm more of a pilot than I am actually like living in my own body in those moments. But that all went really good. And then, you know, after the press thing comes up, then they're like, hey, you know, it's time for your interview with Reb. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, oh no. Yeah. So, I was like, I could really use my pizza. I could really use that pizza right now. And they're like, and they still hadn't gotten me mine. They were handing out pizzas during the press preview, and people are eating theirs. And they were like, all right, here's all the last pizzas. Mine was forgotten. They forgot mine. They didn't bring it. Everybody else got theirs except for me. And I needed it so bad. I needed it so bad. So I go in and talk to Reb and set up my camera. We're joking back and forth. I'm fumbling with my equipment because it's taking me a while to get this all taken care of. And on the black, there's a dry erase board behind her, and she writes legendary drops on the dry erase board, and she starts telling me this story about how at Digital Extremes, apparently in some of their meetings, they have used my videos and they've talked about things that I've, obviously they bring up my videos and some of my criticisms and stuff, and they've shared a lot of it. And I thought they were just gassing me up. She wasn't, by the way. None of them were gassing me up. They literally all have watched my videos by now, or most of them have. And she writes like a graph on the side of the board, and she calls it the legendary drops eyebrow height, depending on like whether something good is good or bad, or whether it's something they need to work on in the game. Like, depending on how high my eyebrows get is whether or not it's something they need to look into. And I'm like, and I didn't get any of that on camera. And I'm like, oh, dude, that would have been so funny. That's too bad. That's too bad. The best part is that like Reb is in this chair, right? And her chair, the desk is taller than her, okay? Or taller than her in the chair. So in the chair, Reb is like this. And it's an all white room. And I'm sitting there and it genuinely looks like, it looks like one of those murder interrogation videos that you see on YouTube. You guys know what I'm talking about? I would imagine everybody's seen them by now. They're done by like Explore With Us and folks like that. They're all over YouTube. They're insanely popular. Most people have probably seen them by now. But it looked, yeah, JCS videos, exactly. That's exactly what it looked just like that. And she just started laughing, and I'm like, it does look, and I'm like, all right, it's time to begin your interrogation. And I go through the interview and stuff, and we had a good time. We joked about a bunch of stuff. I made the promise that I would bring up Grineer versus Corpus. I was like, dude, the architecture's already in the game. You can do it. And I basically got just a big nope. Just a big fat, like, PvP is just not what players are really interested in this game. Those resources, that kind of time would be better used somewhere else. And that's basically where they took it. And I get it. I totally understand. I especially with some of the other discussions that we had. Just talking about, the state of the game and trying to bring in new players. So there was this one moment where when I was interviewing Reb, and I was like, so with Warframe 1999, I kind of had this idea that maybe one of the reasons why you guys are starting to do this is because you saw it as a way for players to be able to put a face to Warframe, because for the most part, Warframe doesn't really have a face to it. And over the last few years, games have gotten really popular that have that ability for people to be able to project themselves onto those characters in some way. It's something recognizable, something easily, easy for players to be able to attach themselves to. You look at some of the most popular games right now, looking at like gacha games and stuff like that. So like, yeah, there's a lot of room for that. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, and to be honest with you, I guarantee there is a lot of folks that are out there that probably don't play Warframe because of how distinct it looks. And they want something that's a little bit more relatable. So, do you see Warframe 1999 being one of those kind of things that have anything to do with your motivation? And she's just like, I never thought about it like that. I was like, oh, apparently I'm just a psychopath. You might have had a shot with Steve, but the new direction is improving with the core revolution. Yeah. Like they really want to push more into the narrative and into the like the co-op. co-op, more looter shooter aspects rather than what we'd probably see in most like traditional games more than anything else. Yeah, having actual protagonists besides you is awesome. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like I think like I do think that there's something really powerful. Oh my god, there's really something powerful about having characters that are recognizable, but characters also that you can kind of relate to, and they know their niche. Yeah, like it's good to have a niche, but at the exact same time, when you have a live service game, you don't really want to be a niche, right? So there's different things that you want to do to try to be able to draw in larger and wider audiences. And one of those ways is something like Warframe 1999 and the proto frames and stuff like that. I do see players looking at Arthur and being like, that dude looks cool, I want to play as that guy. And then, you know, and that brings them in to give the game a shot. Is it an official interview? Will it be released at some point, LD? So, I can't show you because I'm using that same camera right now to do the stream. But little did I know, because this is the first time of me taking my camera outside of the house just to be able to do, you know, to do interviews and stuff like that. For the most part, I've almost always just used it for streaming, and that's pretty much about it. I did not realize that right next to the record button is the slow-mo button. Now, the Pablo interview is fine, actually. I just have to figure out exactly how I'm going to use it. So the Pablo interview is good. Literally everything that I recorded after that is all in slow mode and doesn't have any audio. All of it. Rebecca interview, gone. Toast. Rest in peace. I interviewed probably at least 100 or more people at Tennocon, players, developers, fans of the channel. All of those gone. They're all gone. Yeah. I can still maybe like speed some of it up for like, I don't know, B-roll if I want, but it's really not going to work. It's not going to work the way that I want it to. So I'm going to have to just kind of figure it out. Shit happens, you're gonna have to learn from it. Yeah, that's kind of the other thing too, is that like initially I was kind of beat up over it because it sucks that happened. But at the exact same time, you know, gotta learn, right? So if the audio wasn't missing, if the footage was just slow mode, then I could have sped it up, right? But I can't even do that. Voice it over. Yeah. Get a lip reader. Yeah. No, I reached out to my media contact at Digital Extremes, and I'm just gonna get another interview if I get the opportunity to. Yeah. Which I shouted them out. I mean, like, all of DE's staff was absolutely like insanely nice. Everybody was super helpful. Subtitles. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, it's all toast. That sucks, bro. Sorry to hear. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Regardless, like, I still got to have the conversations. There's still like discussions and things like that. There's even like video, not necessarily videos, but there's like stuff that I also like wrote down from different conversations and stuff that I had that will then inspire like other content and videos that I was planning on making. Where's it at? There was like one thing that I wrote down that was really good. Oh yeah, so I came up with this idea. Dude, okay. You guys want to hear this is my YouTuber, this is my streamer moment. I'm going to give you guys an idea that I came up with when I was at Tennocon. Is today Thursday? Today is Thursday. Call Reb for a prime time on your channel. Yeah. It is prime time today, isn't it? All right. So okay, here you go. So one of the things that I realized, because I've been playing a lot of Zenless Zone Zero lately, right? Which, by the way, bunch of fucking weird parasocial Andes got on my Zenless Zone Zero video, and we're talking about how, you know, oh, you just, you know, I can't trust this because it's sponsored or whatever it might be. That it is what it is, man. If you can't trust me because I made a sponsored video, that's fine. I don't expect you to trust me, but at the exact same time, I've stuck to playing games that I enjoy and making videos about games that I enjoy. So if I make a review video and it is sponsored, it's because it's a game that I enjoyed. Because I'm not gonna play a game. I'm not even gonna get paid to play a game that I don't want to play. It's not worth my time. That time is better spent playing other games for other kind of research. It's better spent me making videos on other things or something like that. Simple as that. I do appreciate there was somebody in the comment section, because like the comment section for that video is just, it's shot. It's not good. But I do appreciate that there was somebody that was in there. They're like, I don't know, man, this guy's only ever made videos about games that he enjoys. Yeah. So anyway, one of the things that I realized from playing Zenless Zone Zero is that I was reminded of something that's really good that mobile games do, that Warframe could actually do. And what it is milestone rewards of in-game currency. Platinum as in-game rewards for hitting certain milestones. And why that's a good idea is because, and by the way, you'd have to make it far enough into the game to be able to have something like this, because you don't want people making a ton of accounts and trying to level up to get platinum and try to store it somewhere else or something like that. That's on the developers to come up with a way to be able to make that work. But the reason why that works so well in gacha games is because everybody's trying to use it because there's stuff that they want to buy, right? They want you know, characters or whatever it might be. And something I thought about was the fact that, like, they could use a reward system to be able to urge players to be able to learn certain systems when they want them to be able to do it. Warframe has untradeable plat. Bam, there you go. So they just make it not tradable, right? They just make non-tradable. You just use non-tradable plat. So DE already has limited platinum that can't be traded, so it's in the cards. Exactly. Your account starts off with 60 plat that you can't trade, or 50 plat or something like that you can't trade. So you set goals for the player to be able to earn, and it doesn't have to be like massive amounts of plat, by the way. I'm talking about like 5 plat, 3 plat, 2 plat, whatever it might, 1 plat, right? Here's 1 plat can go a long way in a lot of cases. And if you make a reward structure that goes up to the point where the player can earn up to, like, I don't know, like 1k plat or something like that, which isn't crazy. 1k limited platinum, dude, holy shit, that would go so far. Because now, instead of forcing the player to have to go through menus and systems and things like that, instead what you can do is you can motivate the player to achieve goals within the game to learn more about the game, right? Give you a couple of examples. Build your first Warframe, and it could actually have a thing that says, it could tell you, like, best place to start would be like the first assassination mission on Earth, right? There could be another one that was like, build your, I don't know, Arcwing launcher, with a small description on how to build the Arcwing launcher. There could be a ton of different things that they could do to be able to motivate players to learn certain aspects of the game. Do your first day, do a daily mission on Earth, Cetus, right? Certain things that motivate the player in a direction so that the player learns more about the game and understands all of its systems. If you do something like that, it ends up really working out. Mod, please. What is it? Oh, what is this? Everyone spam the yellow circle emoji. I'm gonna mod this guy. fucking mod this guy. He tight. Fucking. He got 10 messages out before you guys could get out 5. What is that? What is that? He got what he wanted. I don't know. It was somebody like spamming it. It was somebody spamming in chat. I've been thinking about the Foundry system for the game, and I think they really, if they really want to keep it, they can maybe make some insta build vouchers, which would fit into these like milestone rewards. Yeah, and here's the thing: it doesn't actually have to be plat. Milestone rewards could be a number of different things, right? They could do all kinds of different stuff. You could. Well, I don't know. There could be like a really cool milestone for like the pinnacle one, which is like basically the one that would tell you like, hey, you made it, right? And it would be like you get to pick between like 3 prime frames. That would be kind of cool. Where you could get like Mag Prime, Volt Prime, or well, you can't get Excal Prime, but you know, it'd be somewhat like maybe Rhino Prime or something like that. There are milestone rewards for logins. Yeah, but logins don't login. So I know that there's milestone rewards for login, but login rewards do not motivate you to do anything other than log into the game. The idea of having milestone rewards for achievements in the game would then motivate the player to achieve those certain things, right? So that's the general idea. That was one of the ideas that I came up with. Ironically, I came up with that idea when I was talking to the narrative team. That wasn't even like that wasn't even just the regular developers. That was the narrative folks. Which they were awesome, by the way. And do you know what the other thing is? Is that dude, like I don't understand. Like, go to another stream. I don't understand what what is the point of bots to begin with? I'm like actually genuinely interested. What is the point of a bot that comes into a stream and says everybody spam the yellow emoji? What is the point of that? Will that like hack my computer? Will it hack my brain? LD, the milestone idea you have is fantastic. Anything that acts as a healthy incentive to stay is good in my books. Yeah. And here's the thing. The really cool thing is what you can end up doing is you can actually end up using that to be able to also reward players that are already in the game to begin with, right? Because like they probably already have gotten some of that stuff. So imagine being one of those players that haven't played in a while, and then you hear about this like milestone achievement change, and then you get to come back and pick up a shitload of rewards. You know you love that. I love it. It always feels good. I love when games put in systems later, like reward systems later, and then you come back to the game and you haven't played it in like a year, and you're just like hit with a ton of rewards. You're like, oh, and you're like, now look at me, I'm balling, baby, balling. Free Forma, yeah, there's like Forma and Plaid or whatever else they could throw in there. Reb said that starting from 1999, they will make it even easier to start the game. Don't know how exactly. I didn't really talk too much about that. Bean, thank you for the tier 1, 2 months. Thank you so much. Your video today gave me hope and relief. Thank you. I'm glad it did. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do this week for videos because of the fact that I didn't get home until... So I didn't get to talk about the other part of my... okay, so we still got so much more to talk about with this trip. Hear me out, loot boxes. I'm gonna mod you. No, okay. So anyway, Reb interview scuffed. That sucks. Is what it is. Still had a lot of fun. The interview itself was a lot of fun. She's an absolute joy. Do we have mods available on YouTube at all? Because I like, otherwise I just don't want to have to sit here and do this all day. I don't, that night, like there's a bot, there's a moderation bot that I had that I have active, but I had turned it off because it was, you know, I don't know. I have to look for it, I guess. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, I don't think there's any mods available right now on YouTube or Twitch. I think everybody's working today or something like that. But I have like a bot moderator, and it's supposed to block like spam messages, so I don't understand why it's sub only mode. No, I don't really see a reason to put it in sub only mode, to be honest with you. I've never been one for doing that kind of stuff to begin with. Moderator? Yeah, my moderator. That's what they're supposed to be there for. But I turned it off because it kept banning people for using like minor language. They weren't even using anything that was crazy. Did you see the notice? Did you notice in the market menu for Warframe? Oh, yes. I didn't know anything about it. Pablo was the one that told me about it. And then when I got home, I logged in and I saw it and I was like, I wonder where that came from. And then somebody told me that it came from me. And I was like, well, I'm getting teary-eyed. Wait, what market notice? So if you haven't logged into Warframe recently, when you log into Warframe and you go to the market, there's now a pop-up that comes up and it says, hey, this is the market where you can use platinum, the premium currency, to buy certain things, but most items also have the the ability to use credits. So basically there's a message that pops up to tell you that this is not just a microtransaction shop. It's more than that. And if you guys remember, I think that was like one of my first video criticisms or something like that, was one of those things that I brought up where I was like, you know, what did I say? Where I'd said that there's nothing, when I first looked at the marketplace in Warframe, I immediately turned away from it because for all intents and purposes, it looks like any other microtransaction shop. And it is in most ways. The problem is there's just bad messaging. Like Warframe has a lot of bad messaging. Another thing that I would do, and I think I talked about this with one of the producers, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I brought it up, maybe I didn't. If anybody from Digital Extremes is watching the stream, I got another really good one for you. Take out the ability to see that you can purchase Warframes in the armory. Just get rid of it. Just because like it's really confusing visually, because it's like I'm looking at something that I would think would be my inventory, because essentially it is my inventory where I go to equip another Warframe, but then to also see a list of all these frames that I can buy, like that's another one that I just oh god, holy shit, this guy's, I mean, I'll give it to him, man. He is he's persistent. All right, hold on. I gotta get a bot up here to help me out. Let me see here. Streamlabs. It's just a guy. Yeah, it is. It's somebody that, I don't know, they got way too much time on their hands and probably live a relatively sad existence. I kind of feel bad for him, to be honest with you. I do feel bad for them. Let's see here. Cloudbot. And then we'll bring up Cap. Let me see. Yep. Turn that on for now. I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can actually... Sorry, guys. I just want to get rid of this the spammer issue that I have right now. It's getting on my nerves. Good job. Restrict words from appearing in chat. See, I would rather do something else, but I think Cloudbot automatically should ban spamming. I guess we'll find out. I'm pretty sure it automatically has spam protection on, if I'm not mistaken. So we should be okay. Can't you just ban them? They keep making accounts. Slow mode? Oh. I don't know how to do that. Remember that I'm not like I'm not a professional, okay, guys? I'm not a professional. Comment section moderation. No, that's already turned on. Yeah, I don't see the ability to do that. I don't know. I'm not really too sure. Yeah, spam control on Twitch. There's spam control on Twitch, but I don't think there's anything else. I don't have Nightbot. That's the thing, though. If you do like a 30-second slow-mo, I don't know how to do that. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. Wavering Drake, there. Thank you for the Prime. 3 months in a row. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nightbot? Yeah, let's see. Then I gotta try to like log into my like YouTube account on it. I hate having to try to figure out these kind of things like while I'm streaming. Yep, this one. Continue. Allow. Join channel. Oh yeah, this is gonna be way too big of a pain in the ass for me to try to do right now. So I have to figure out. Oh, okay, never mind. It actually just gives me links. That's really nice. What does it want? Let me check real quick here. Sorry about this, guys. I just want to get this fixed. Oh, I hate you. I hate YouTube so much sometimes. Ah, yes, that's what we'll do. This is so frustrating. So you know what ends up happening is that they go to make like a moderator list thing, right? So for me to go like add a moderator on YouTube, I have to like at the moderation thing or like at, you know, Nightbot, right? I have to hit at Nightbot. But the problem is that like 500 other people have made a fake Nightbot channel on YouTube. It's so obnoxious. What? I'm gonna just hope that this is the right one. Michael, thank you for the prime, and Navital, thank you for the prime, 2 months in a row. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that. On the live stream page on YouTube Studio, you can click edit, click customize, and change the ongoing stream settings. Next to slow mode, enable it, and then press save. Okay. Oh. What is happening? Oh no. See? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? And then I immediately just added a moderator bot that is the wrong one. Yeah, exactly. What did I tell you? Yeah, we'll be good though. Yeah, this is the fucking problem. Like, YouTube's moderation tools fucking blow. They're so bad. So the problem is that, like, I'm supposed to be able to add a moderator, but then you have a bunch of people that made a bunch of moderator channels to be able to try to, you know, to be able to, like, this is one of the reasons, like, by the way, I don't have these problems on Twitch. So, if any of you guys want clean and clear viewership. Like, I love YouTube, by the way. I love YouTube. From a streaming perspective, it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. There will most likely at one point in time be a cross, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. Sometimes I think to myself whether or not I would rather just stream just solely on Twitch and just call it a day anywhere else. But, yeah. Yeah, their live streaming stuff is just terrible. And yeah, at last, YouTube support sucks. YouTube support is terrible. It's genuinely so bad. It's genuinely so bad. It's so bad. You have to contact YouTube on another channel. You have to contact YouTube on Twitter to be able to get a hold of them. YouTube video player with Twitch chat system would be the dream. Who are you telling, brother? Who are you telling? Same thing goes for their ads as well. Like, YouTube's ad system is so much better than Twitch's. But like, for just like purely for live streaming, Twitch is just superior. From a creator's perspective, maybe not. It's probably not from a viewer's perspective, but from mine, it's like it's perfect. It's perfect. Anyway, so what was I gonna say now? Anyway. Oh, somebody said the slow mode thing. Let me see that. You say I can hit edit, ongoing stream, slow mode. There it is. Okay. How long do you want participants to wait between sending messages? Yeah, okay, we'll put it like 60 seconds and see how that goes. That seems too slow. I don't like that either. How about like 30? That should be a little bit better. 15? Yeah, actually, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, you know, 30 seconds doesn't sound like a lot until you actually realize that 30 seconds is kind of a lot. I'm gonna put it to 10. There we go. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. It honestly, even 5 seconds. Even 5 seconds is enough to stop spamming. Right? Now 5 seconds? Shut up. I'm thinking about it. Don't do that. The hot fix dropped. Yeah. Yeah. Blocked or reported. Haven't seen a single spam. Yeah. So like, here's the thing: is that like whoever was doing that before, like they were, I mean, they made like multiple accounts, like one after another after another. I wonder what I did to piss them off. You know, there's at least 5 people that I know of that are subscribed to my channel that I can't believe I'm going to say this. There are 5 people that I know of for a fact that are subscribed to my channel that are there every single morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, right when my video drops, that downvote it. The minute it comes out. The minute it comes out. Pop, 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 downvote. Downvote, downvote. It's me. I'm the guy. Imagine just like sitting in live chat and just fucking seething. Just seething. This guy, I can't. Why is he here? Why is he here? Pay to hate? I guess, man. I guess. At 5, I do what I must. I need it. Oh, he's here right now. But he's banned. But the bot is actually saying his stuff. Nightbot is so it is Nightbot, but Nightbot is just basically saying whatever the fucking goofball. There he is right now. We numbers will invade. I do what I must. You're fucking weird, bro. You're fucking weird. Like, it's concerning. Like, genuinely, it's concerning. Just do something else. Anything. Honestly. Then again, at the exact same time, the dude's probably like 13 years old if I had to take a wild guess. I could see myself doing something similar if I was that, you know, if I was that age and I was, like, I have to keep banning this guy. It doesn't matter. You can keep making accounts, but you can't spam anymore. So you're kind of screwed, my guy. And also, Nightbot is now also pissing me off. Where's Nightbot? I need to turn that off. Nightbot. The problem is I'm not used to. Nightbot is now leaving the channel. Thank you. It's also like really funny that it was even like giving like messages for people that were already doing stuff. It's pretty funny. Okay. All right. Back to story time. How much of the stream has this guy taken up so far? Too fucking much. Okay. So yeah, interviews were scuffed. All that was it is what it is. I hung out with like the developers and a few other people for a little bit longer after we did like the press interviews and all that good stuff. And then the rest of that night was basically, it was pretty much done. I hung out with some of the other content creators. I hung out with Brozyme and a big group of them that were playing Magic the Gathering at one of the other hotel rooms. And that was cool. I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering. I felt so awkward sitting at a table and I'm like watching it and I'm like, this is one of those things that I like wish that I was, I wish I knew more about. I just didn't get, I fell out of card. What it is it like when all of my friends were getting into Magic was when like I got off of like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon. So like I just couldn't see myself doing another one. Did you meet Tactical Potato? We ran into each other, but we didn't like formally like greet one another. I know he was there, but I didn't recognize anybody there or anything like that. So he's Irish, isn't he? If I'm not mistaken, because I remember listening to him at one point when he was talking to a group of people. Magic is actually very simple, but the text on the cards is very advanced. Interesting. Try the game. It's free to play. Maybe I will one day. They all offered to teach me. Macro Meatball said he saw you. Yep. Yeah, we hung out a couple times actually. Macro, we hung out at the bar when I first got there. Had breakfast together a couple times. Really nice guy. Super nice guy. Yeah, he's super nice. Did you meet Ben Starr? I did, actually. Yeah, that was really weird. I was at breakfast and I like looked over and I was like, that guy looks familiar. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is that fucking Ben Starr? I went up and I'm like, hey, Ben? And he's like, yes, nice to meet you. And I'm like, hi. You know, legendary drops. Nice to meet you. I was gonna ask him actual questions, but instead what came out of my mouth was me just glazing him as hard as I possibly could for what I believe is one of the best voice performances ever in all of gaming, which is him as Clive in Final Fantasy 16. It was so good. It was so good. So good. Marco. That's what I mean. Yeah, Marco. Yeah. I said macro. Selective dyslexia. but yeah, so yeah, I met him. I also met Nick. I cannot pronounce his last name. He's the voice actor for Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil. I talk with him a lot. I actually asked them for advice because one of the things that I have an issue with is on camera I don't really have much of a problem talking, right? Whether that's on stream or whether that's in videos or anything like that. However, when I am recording a video and I'm reading off of a script because I'm voice acting, right? I try to put inflection in, I try to put a little bit of emotion and things like that. I stumble over my words a lot. I mash words together when I read aloud. You guys see it when I read articles and stuff like that. I mash words together and I'm like, man, I really want to get better at, you know, not doing that. So I'm going to ask people that do it professionally for a living. And then I come to find out that he's like, honestly, it's not very often that we do, you know, booth recording. Most times, a lot of the time, we're doing mocap. So they're doing their voice performance when they're also doing their like actual mocap and stuff like that, which I did not actually realize. That's anxiety, right? I do it as well. I don't think it's anxiety. It could be anxiety on stream, but it wouldn't be that doesn't make any sense when I'm recording a video, right? I have all the time in the world to just chill and talk at whatever speed that I want. Though I will say that sometimes when I'm doing those sections, those are the sections that I don't necessarily enjoy the most. And I'm always like more excited for the on-camera part, right? Rather than the off-camera parts. So I try to rush through them as quickly as I can because I have more fun doing the other parts. A little bit of autism. Yeah, we all got it. We all got it. Performance capture? Yeah, that's a better way to say it. It is performance capture. Less anything else than performance capture. But yeah, so I met a lot of them. And then we had the day of Tennocon. No. Then we had Tennocon VIP. That was really cool. I didn't realize what that was. So they actually walked us through the venue, showed us everything. I snapped at one of the press guys. I almost forgot about something. Oh man, you guys are gonna like this. So one of the press guys, we're sitting at breakfast. And I'm like, so, you know, what do you guys do? And they're like, oh, you know, I'm a writer for this website. I'm a writer for this website. Then one of the other guys comes back and I'm like, oh, you know, I'm a YouTuber. Like, oh, okay, you know, what channel? And I'm like, Legendary Drops. One dude's like a writer for like, I think The Gamer or something like that. And he's like, yeah, I know you. And I was like, that was a little spicy. I don't know. What was that? And I was like, oh, he's like, It's like, you've watched my videos before? He's like, only the ones you've done in my articles. Got him! Oh, get fucking wrecked. He's beefing. Hey, man, you wrote it. I don't know what to say, dog. You wrote it. You wrote it. Why did Streamlabs just... Oh my god, now both of them are going crazy. It's just like banned fucking Scholar Andrew from chat. He's the one downvoting your 5 videos every day. It's all, could you imagine all those downvotes are literally just like video game journalists that are like shadow boxing my YouTube channel, like waking up in the morning. Oh, we put out a video, downvote. Downvote. Found the one who downvotes. I know. What is it doing to Andrew here? Hold on. 10 messages deleted by the moderator. It timed him out. Oh my god. Sorry, Andrew. So it seems like Streamlabs has the one. Is that who it is? Let's see here. See if I can get in there real quick. There. All right. Now you can spam all you want. Message deleted. Everybody's messages are deleted. That's so funny. You should have said thanks for the content, man. I know. I know. It was just one of those like I'm like, I can't remember what I had said to the guy at the time. I was just like, hey man, you know, it's all fair in love and war or something like that. I was like, you know, nothing personal or anything like that. He's like, oh no, I get it. I'm like, it was just one of those like awkward things where I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you wrote it, and if anything, you should be thanking me, right? Because if it wasn't for me reading your article, then chances are nobody else would have saw it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure there's some people that watch my video and go, hey, the writer's right. And then you got a fan. Now, mind you, that the percentage of that is probably like, you know, 99 to 1, but hey, it's one more you didn't have. It's one more you didn't have. Any publicity is good publicity. I don't know about that. Tell that to Mr. Beast right now. Or Dr. Disrespect, for that matter. Shots. Hey, man. Hey. You set him up. I knock him down, okay? That's it. You set him up, I knock him down. So yeah, no, all that stuff was good. And then we ended up going and we did Tennocon Tenno VIP. So we walked through the whole like the whole expo area, checking out different stuff. You know, they showed us the different like exhibits and areas where they're gonna have different things set up. And they is that a topical joke in my stream, my legendary drop stream? Sorry, man. So when we go upstairs, one of the journalists, okay, so they had, did you guys see at Tennocon they had like the big stand-up thing where they had the model of Arthur and he's like spinning his sword? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, okay. So, but when I got there, that wasn't set up yet. and the back panels for the wall were still on the ground at that point because they were still building it, right? And one of the journalists that was walking with my group, like everybody walked around the display. Everybody walked around it. This dude puts his fucking feet on it. And I turned to him and I'm like, what are you doing? And he like looks at me. And I'm like, dude, why are you stepping on that? Oh, I didn't think about it. And I'm like, you don't even know, like, and by the way, he's probably like twice my weight, probably. Not twice my weight, but he's heavier than I am. So I'm like, you don't know if that can support your weight. And also on top of that, it doesn't even matter if it can support your weight. Well, do you have any manners? It was just so weird. It was just so weird. Like, it's like, and also on top of that, it's also that response that I got, and it made a lot of sense where it's like, you know, when you say something to somebody like that, and then like they look at you like it's the first time they've ever been called out in their life, and they're like looking for like they're afraid I'm gonna like throw a punch or something. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? It's just, yeah, it's so weird. I'm like sitting there, I'm like, it was just so disrespectful. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, and there's other people that did like similar stuff like that where I'm just like, I just don't understand. Like, these are just like, I guess there's like a difference between people that like live in their basement and like really live in their basement. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. You know, like, I'm terminally online, but I still got manners. I still know how to act in front of people. I'm not going to step all over your shit either. But we got to walk the entire grounds. That was really cool. Everybody from Digital Extremes was nice. Literally everybody that works for them is nice. Literally all of them. And we go after that, and then they have Tenno VIP, which is basically they had the vet kids tent where everybody just kind of hung out. We had drinks. They had like games and stuff that were in there. We got like these like spray designed shirts and whatnot. Mine got ruined, so I ended up having to throw it away. But outside of that, you know, I'm hanging out. I got to talk to a lot of people. I think one of the things that really blew my mind was the fact that there were so many people from Digital Extremes that came up to me and were like, "Your legendary drops," and I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "I love your videos. I just want to say, you know, thank you so much for, you know, the videos that you've made, your insight, how detailed you've been, and there's just something about the way that you describe and talk about things and you know, the way that you articulate your opinions that makes it, you know, so much more useful for us, and, you know, a much more balanced opinion than we're usually used to seeing online, and we just really appreciate it." And I got that from so many of the devs. It was unreal, because initially, you know, you get to something like this, and when somebody's like, "Oh yeah, everybody's been watching your videos," you think they're gassing you up, right? You're like, "Oh yeah. Everybody watches your videos," and they're like, "Yeah, no, we've used them in meetings," and I'm like, yeah, you use them in meetings," and they're like, "No, seriously, everybody at this fucking company's been watching you." And it wasn't until I talked to enough people that I was like, oh no, for real, like, they really have been watching every single video. It's been a part of like market research for the new player experience and stuff like that. And I'm like, that is so crazy. That is so cool to hear that people are actually like taking that kind of feedback. And, you know, for years now, before I ever even gotten into making YouTube videos, there's always been that desire and the need that you want to play a game that's made by developers that are genuinely listening to their audience because they want to make it a better game, because they want to provide a better experience to the players. And Digital Extremes they've done that, right? Like, they've done it with their game. You can see it in the framework of the game, how much it's changed, how much it's evolved over time. But even more so, it's so interesting to see that happen in real life, where they're like, "No, actually, you know, hey, we really enjoyed this critique. We really enjoyed the way that you brought this up, and we're really interested on..." And then all of a sudden I started getting grilled. Okay. Then we got grilled. I mean, they sat me down like 3 or 4 different times. I got like sat down by somebody, and they're like, "So I have some questions. So in this one video that you had made, you talked about this." There were producers that had sat me down They were like, so, you know, in one of your videos, you said that you would have quit in the first 20 hours if it wasn't for, you know, Fortuna or whatever. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, so what did you mean by that? What are the things that turned you off the most? And I'm like, oh, I have no problem talking about that. And I think one of the really cool things, shout out, shout out to like literally everybody, but there's a producer that's worked for Digital Extremes for like 9 or 10 years. Dave is his name. And him and a couple of other producers came over and they were all talking to me and asking me a bunch of questions and things like that. Things that, you know, hey, you know, what else would you like to see in the game? What are some other weak points and stuff? You know, hey, we really appreciate. Some of them were like, hey, we really appreciate your videos because your videos ended up being kind of like a Kickstarter for things that many of us have been trying to push forward to get changed in the game. And it was just kind of the match that lit the fuse, if that makes any sense. And I'm like, that's fucking cool, dude. That's so cool to hear. That's so cool to hear. Like it's wild. You shouldn't seek for validation, but when validation comes to your door, dude, it feels so fucking good. Oh, it feels so good. It's like, yeah, big fat W. Yes. Yeah. So, my God, my guy. Tuba plays. Hi, guy. Okay, so King of Raid. You want the floor so bad, dude. What is it? What is it, man? You want the stream, baby. What you want, honey? Go ahead and tell me. Tell daddy what you want. You sick little puppy. What's wrong, baby? You need attention so fucking bad. Oh, you need it so bad. Somebody look at me. I want power? I mean, good fucking luck with that. I'd probably fucking leave the house first. Look here, mister. You brought us all back here milk and cigarettes. You came, yeah. Hey, yeah. I went out for milk and smokes, and I actually came back. How about that? We called all the hospitals. Were you guys that worried about me? I want to rule the World Wide Web.
Look here, mister. You better have brought us all back a lot of milk and or cigarette. Welcome back.
I forgot about the fucking tit. I forgot about it. I forgot about it. I didn't change it. I didn't change the speech to text. I still couldn't figure out how to change it. Oh no. Why isn't the alert box actually working? Hold on a second. I just realized that. Oh my god, that's too funny. That caught me off guard. That got me. I'll be real, that got me. You gotta keep it now? Arigato? I know. Never change it? Maybe I won't at this point. I don't know. I couldn't figure out, like I tried to. I genuinely did. I looked and I was trying to figure out a way to be able to, fix it, and I could never find it. So I think we just permanently have TTS turned on in female Japanese. I think and I'm pretty sure if I'm not mistaken. It's so good. It's so good. It fucking kills me. I think it works for like Bits Cheers too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Because I wanted to set it up so that it would just read the stuff out, because sometimes I miss the messages because they were like run past. But it's, oh man, that's too funny. That's too funny. No Rest for the Wicked just put out a big patch today. This game has so much potential. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't really want to put a lot of time into that game just because I wanted to get more content before I did. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, okay. I've collected myself now. So, where was I at with the story times? So yeah, no, I got to I sat Umbra. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. So I got sat down by a few of the developers, a couple of the producers. We talked about a bunch of different stuff. I gave them like a lot of my criticisms and things like that. I talked about the things that I really like with the game. The vast majority of the discussions that I had were mostly on systems and things like that that I would change in the beginning of the game because of the fact that I'll be real with you guys. I was just honest about it. You know, I said that I realize that a lot of people say that Warframe is the internet's best kept secret, and I think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. It shouldn't be the internet's best kept secret. It should be a game that everybody should be into. More people should be playing this game. The game is already in the Steam's top 20 for most played live service games, you know, year over year, and has been for like a decade now, and it should be even higher than that. It should be. There's no excuse for it not to be higher than what it is. And the only reason that the game is being held back at this point is because of the fact that there's too much at the beginning of the game that is keeping players from getting further into it. And if it was easier for players to get into, then we'd have a much easier time at being able to or we'd have more players that are playing the game. And the best part about that is that if more players are playing it, then that means more people are spending money on it. If more people are spending money on it, then they get to hire more people. And if they get to hire more people, then we get to get more content. And it ends up being this whole thing where we end up just getting more of the things that we want. Groothy, also thank you for the Prime.
こんにちは。You sexy son of a beach. 赤いハート。
Thank you for the super chat. I tried to play Warframe years ago, but I couldn't get into it. Any tips on what would make people get into it? Fonz, I'm actually going to make a video on that relatively soon. The only thing that I can tell you is that it sucks because the only thing I can say at this very moment is like after about 50 hours, the story gets really good. And that's pretty much about it. Outside of the gameplay, like the gameplay is awesome. Same thing goes for like the difficulty. That was another thing that I brought up quite a lot, right? Where I was just like, the game just isn't. I'm like, there's just not enough resistance. There's not a, what did I tell them? One of the things that was my biggest criticism of Warframe is the fact that the game is too easy. And the biggest problem with that, and I messed up because even in my interview that I had with Pablo, I didn't word it the way that I should. And that's that when I say difficulty, people immediately have a light that goes off in their head and they say, oh, it needs to be like Dark Souls. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that as it stands right now, for the first 50 hours of Warframe, mods, it's even longer than the first 50. It's really not until you get to Steel Path. Mods don't matter. They don't matter. You can hit auto install and just play the game. And DE views that as a good thing, but I view that as a bad thing. I think it's good for the first 10 to 15 or maybe 20 hours, but past that, that's unacceptable. And the reason why I don't like that, I understand their perspective. They want to make the game accessible. There's nothing wrong with accessibility. However, at the exact same time, the other problem is that this game is a looter shooter. A looter shooter where the loot doesn't matter for almost over 100 hours. Tell me the, you know, pause for effect. It's true. It's true. Excuse me, just got here. Did you get to interview DE? Yeah, I talked to a bunch of people from the dev team. That's crazy. It's true. It's true. Here's the thing, but the game is just so damn fun. The movement's so fun. The weapons are fun. The frames themselves are fun. The story is super cool. The mission structures are interesting. The open worlds are a lot of fun. But the problem is that when you're playing a game, like, that's the whole draw of a looter shooter to begin with. Imagine if Borderlands 2 was like that, or Borderlands 3, where the loot didn't matter. How long would you play a game like that if the loot didn't matter? In games like that, almost everything is already beatable, but it feels good to be able to beat them even harder. Right? As an example, Borderlands 2, when you're fighting Terramorphous, right? Like, it's fun fighting Terramorphous. It's even more fun when you've gotten to the point where you've gotten so much loot that you can just one-tap Terramorphous. And you just get a loot pinata. But you don't ever get that kind of feeling in Warframe. At least I haven't. You do get it, but it's in Steel Path. And I think that's one of the reasons why people don't hold on to the game for as long as they should. I really do. My issue is that everything seems fractured. Not sure where anything is going. Like I'm being pulled in a bunch of directions. So I talked about that as well, where I talked about how players are concerned about what they would consider as content islands. And to be honest with you, I'm not really actually concerned about it. I'm not going to say who I got this information from, but I can definitely tell you that something like the Arcwing is basically done. That's done. They're not going back to it. It's a vehicle more than it is anything else. The missions are going to stay where they are, but they're not going to like go harder or further into the Arcwing, from what I understand. And I think that makes a lot of sense if you're looking at the content that we're seeing that's going to be going into 1999, right? Because they're going in a different direction when it comes to a lot of the content, future content for Warframe. But when it comes to these like content islands, I'll be real, I don't think it's really that big of a concern, because what matters is the core gameplay loop itself fun, refreshing, enjoyable, and does it have enough diversity to keep players coming back to it? And when I say that, I think that really, I hate to say it, I think really what is missing from Warframe is pinnacle boss content. It is actual raids and big boss fights that have, you know, I don't know, a weekly lockout and stuff like that. Something that you get to enjoy or get to look forward to doing with your friends and playing with your friends every week or so. And the reason why I say that is because what a lot of people are considering as like content islands in the game, a lot of games already have those kind of things. Look at Final Fantasy XIV as an example. Final Fantasy XIV has a ton of what you would probably consider as content islands. They have, dungeons that you don't need to do, but you want to do them anyway. They have, I can't remember exactly what the term you use for it is, but they have something like Heaven on High is one of the things I love in Final Fantasy XIV, which it's 100 or 200 floor. I think the first one, which is Tower of the Dead, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it's called. It's like a 200 floor dungeon. You can solo it, or you can do it with 4 players, and it has weapons that are specifically for it. It has level scaling that's specific for it. Deep dungeon, that's exactly what it is. Tell me, is there a single person here that wouldn't love to have a deep dungeon in Warframe? If it had its own specific loot and multiple floors that you had to try to progress, you could do it solo or you could do it with other players. You could get a unique title at the very end. And also, you could level up those weapons that you have that are specifically only for that kind of content. And then once you've maxed those weapons out, then you can take those weapons outside of that deep dungeon and use it somewhere else. Oh, it's like the coolest. It's one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy XIV. Those deep dungeons are so sick. Being able to go in there, you have unique weapons for each class, and then you also have, like, you know, your own unique leveling system while you're in there. And then once you've maxed out your weapon, you can then make a copy of it so you can use it as a cosmetic later. Super cool. Super cool idea. Ascension, but with harder, but with several stops and puzzles before you reach the top. No, I mean, this is like, a deep dungeon it's different. So basically it has checkpoints. So when I say 200 floor dungeon, I mean, you go up 10 floors or 20 floors and then you can leave because you can take a break, because doing 10 to 24 floors takes, you know, an hour or more. The later floors get so difficult that the vast majority of stuff will one-shot you. And you have to know their mechanics, because if you don't know their mechanics, you'll die. And if you die, you start all the way over. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. And the each 10th floor has an actual boss, like a genuine boss fight for each one. It's so awesome. If you play Division 2, think of the Summit. Yeah, similar to the Summit. Yep. Like Bloody Palace from DMC. Yep, something similar to that. So basically 2,500, level 2,500 content for Warframe. Yeah, I mean, like, it would have its own unique scaling system. The reason why deep dungeon systems are so cool is because they have their own separate progression from the entire game. So it's isolated. So they literally will take your, like, I'm just gonna give a thought experiment here. It would be a, you know, 100 floor challenge with breakpoints, so you could leave, right? You can come back to it, so you can give yourself checkpoints to be able to use later. In there, you would have either a unique frame specifically for it, or whatever frame you take in there starts at level 1. It would also have its own unique leveling system, so your frame could potentially go higher than level 30, because that's what's necessary for this specific dungeon. And the same thing goes for the weapons. So the weapons would also start at level 1. Weapons would be very specific for that dungeon. Everything is tailored for this challenge. And then you level those things within that challenge, and then by beating it, you'd be able to, like, get, you know, either unique rewards, or you would get, you know, titles, or you would get cosmetics, or whatever it might be. But you have to complete the entire thing to be able to do that. Or caveat, instead of completing the entire thing, there'd be a massive, really cool reward if you can beat it. If you can't beat it, you can at least level those things all the way up while you're in that thing, and then you would, you know, come back to it late, and then you could actually, you know, get cosmetics just from leveling the things to max at the very least. I'm gonna show you guys what I'm talking about, because there's a lot of people that don't understand it. Palace of the Dead is what it's called. Okay. Try to follow along the best that you can, okay? I'm gonna try to talk you through this. So, this guy right here, he talks to this guy, and this guy sends him into the dungeon, okay? Now, when he's in the dungeon, he's trying to speed run it. He got so much shit all over his screen. You can't really see it, but you can see up here, it says Machinist level 1. So even though his character outside of this dungeon is max level, the minute he goes into this dungeon, his character's back to level 1, right? All progression is locked within this labyrinth, okay? There's unique reward chests that you go around and get. These are giving him powers to be able to increase his character's level. Also, it's hard to see because of compression. But he also has a unique weapon. This weapon is specific for this dungeon only. You can't use it anywhere else. It's the only place you can use it, right? In this area, your weapon also has a level. Actually, it shows right here. It says Aether Pool Arm plus 99. This started at level 1. He's got it max level, right? So he's trying to go for the full clear. Okay. So he goes through, he's picking up his upgrades and stuff like that. He's leveling his character up because every time you go back in there, your levels reset to whatever checkpoint you left yourself at.
Would be cool to see something like a deep dungeon with maybe roguelike features from the very.
Arigato. Yeah. Would be cool to see something like Deep Dungeon with maybe roguelike features from Duviri. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. So he goes through. As he's going through, he clears it out. This over here, this orb that he's making his way over to, this is the exit for this floor. Once he hits this, it takes him up to the next level. So right now, if you see up here at the top, it's kind of tough to see again with the compression, but it says the Palace of the Dead, floors 1 through 10. So now he goes up to floor 2. There's traps. There's all kinds of different things that happen. Random bosses can pop out and things like that. Once you get to floor 10, which he's about to get to right now, there's an actual boss that you're fighting. Then you fight that boss. Once you fight that boss, you get another big upgrade to your abilities. And then after that's done, this part's really important, okay? After that's done, you completed the duty, leveled up. You kind of missed it. It was kind of hard to see, but there was two portals. One was an entry point. The other one was an exit. So basically, you can continue and go on to the next 10 floors and then fight another boss. Or you could just leave. And if you leave, your progress is lost. But at certain points, you can get checkpoints. So it's like every 20 floors or something like that, you can get different checkpoints. So something like that for Warframe would be, I'm going to be real, it'd be fucking sick. And the thing is that I wouldn't even have to really explain it to him because Reb already plays Final Fantasy XIV. She already plays Final Fantasy XIV. She knows exactly what this is. And she knows and I would think that they could probably look at something like this and go, actually, yeah, you know what? We could do something like this in Warframe, and it would work. I think it would. I think players would love it. Especially if it had unique cosmetics and stuff like that, and it was something sorry, I went off on a tangent. The point that I was trying to make is that when people are talking about different content islands in Warframe, I think the problem is that their permanence doesn't make as much sense because the reward structure isn't there and they're not isolated enough. I think that's what the problem is. So there's basically not enough instances. It's deep Archimedia. So is that what that, do they already have that in the game? I just haven't gotten to it, or what? No, it's not. Not quite. It's not the same thing. Not at all. Oh, okay. So, with that said, I think one of the reasons why players struggle with the idea of content islands in Warframe is specifically because of the fact that they're the permanence of those systems in there don't necessarily equate to it's not the same thing. They're not optional. I think that's probably the better way to say it. They're not optional. You need to have these certain systems, right? You need to have play Deep Archimedia.
They used to have something like this back in the old Dark Sector conflicts. All your stuff was unranked and you had to level up and regain your mods.
That's pretty cool then. That's pretty cool. Yeah, okay. They used to have something like this back in the old Dark Sector conflicts. All your stuff was unranked and you had to level up and regain your mods. Yeah. Definitely need to try it, LD. I think I have to unlock it first, right? Deep Archimedia is probably after I clear the entire map or something, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm there yet either. I need more mods and things like that. Which, by the way, if you guys are wondering, today is hey LD, we're gonna help. Oh, it's rank 5 Cavia. Okay. Today is gonna be, hey LD, we're helping you crack relics like a fucking fiend to try to get as much ducats as I possibly can. While I only have 2 days now of 2 days left of me being able to see Barrow Katir. Sadly enough, content islands are intentionally made to take a long time and be annoying to give players something to do between updates, which is a chore. I don't think that's the original. I don't think that's the intent. The intent is not to bore or piss off players. It is intended to be enough content for players to continue to play.
Yet another reason for them to make you play a character from the 3 major factions. They can make actual class 2 dot and reuse those class for PvP.
True. True, Tickle. Oh fuck, that's too good. Do we have a translator? Yeah, me. So, but the thing is that when I look at a game like Final Fantasy XIV, there's a ton of these different things, but none of those areas are necessary for game progression. I think that's what the difference is. I think that players don't like the idea of these content islands in Warframe because in most cases, these areas are part of actual progression in the game and you need to do it. And if you don't do it, then you're not progressing, right? Where in Final Fantasy XIV, as an example, you know, Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, there's a Eureka, which is another one that they had. What's some other big systems? Eureka. What was the one in Shadowbringers? I forget it. I really liked it. I had a lot of fun with that one. Bosja, thank you. Bosja, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Eureka, Bosja, all of these things, they still exist in the game, right? But none of these things are necessary for progression through the game. It's all cosmetic. It's all fun, interesting game modes for you to go and play that have their own unique progression within those game modes. And then you go out and you come back out to the regular game and do all the regular stuff that you want to do. I think it's because of the fact that there's too much emphasis put on these systems that they add into Warframe being integral to your progression through the game. I think that's one of the reasons why players don't like it. And that actually goes back to something that somebody brought up before where they said, oh, they put in these things that you have to do into the game that waste all of your time, waste as much time as possible to give them time for their next update. You wouldn't feel that way if it wasn't giving you rewards that you need for actual account progression. Like mods that you really want, arcanes, things like that. If it was all more towards like cosmetics and things like that, I think players would be a little bit more interested in it. Same thing goes for like the idea of like, because they don't have titles, right? They don't have titles in Warframe. Am I not mistaken? I get it. They cause burnout. Exactly. Well, I mean, like people are like, LD, you need to get your energized arcanes. You need to get them. You need to run Belly the Beast until your mind leaks out of your ears. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Why would I make myself hate the game? Mastery ranks are technically titles. I'm of the mind I like titles. I like them. They're cool rewards. And some of them are really tough to get. And you really like having them. Do you have any idea how jealous I still am to this day of the people that walk around in Final Fantasy XIV with the title of Necromancer. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. But come, let us set aside titles and pretense and reveal our true faces to one another. Of Dragon's Deep and Big Fish. Which one's that one? I play Belly of the Beast just for the skins and stuff. I mean, some people are going to do that, but I think there's a lot of folks that are going to be like, oh, well, I need to do it so I can try to, you know, get as many arcanes as I can, and I can, you know, once the market resets, and I can go back and make a bunch of plat with all of these arcanes that I kept from this. For catching Nepto Dragon Elite and fish all the fish in the game. Oh, I don't have. I've caught a lot of the fish. I have my shark mount in FF14. I totally went on a straight up fish grind for like probably like 2 months straight in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm sorry. Like, some people want to talk shit about it. The fishing expeditions out of the fishing expeditions that you do out of, where are they at? They're in the degen capital of Final Fantasy XIV. Limsa Lominsa. That's what it is. There's fishing expeditions that you do out of Limsa Lominsa, and it's so good. They're so good. They're so much fun. When you're on a ship with...
Oni-chan, would you like dinner? Or are you a bus? Or me?
I'm starting to feel like this is a bad idea. Thank you for the 5, Ivanovsky. Good God. So that fucking derailed the shit out of me. But yeah, I think it'd be really cool to have like stuff like that, like title rewards and things like that, and legendary drops Desu. Yeah. I think it'd be really cool to have that kind of stuff in Warframe. I do. So, what else after that? I hung out with some of the narrative leads. They were really cool. Super nice people. They have a ton of ideas and things like that. It's really interesting to talk to everybody else and talk to the developers, because you also like get that. You also start to realize that, you know, game development is just like any other job, right? And they all have their criticisms of like other things that the game does in other departments and stuff. So it's like funny listening to like the narrative leads talk about how they didn't understand anything with the game, and they'd get different assignments at certain points, and like, you know, like one of them was like, oh yeah, you know, when I got hired on, you know, the assignment came through that, you know, everybody needed to play through Warframe and get through, you know, Whispers in the Walls or something like that, right? And one of the narrative leads was like, you know, they got hung up on unlocking the Necromech or something like that, and they had to, they themselves, the people that work on the game, had to go look up a guide to figure out how to unlock the Necromech and how to unlock Arcwing launcher. That was one of the other ones that they brought up. They brought up the Arcwing launcher, and I'm like, that is actually super funny. It's so funny to hear a developer talk about how they're looking at guides to play their own game, and I'm like, do you not see a problem here? Do you not see a problem here? Oh man. Nepto Dragon questline is to catch 6 legendary giant fish across Eorzea. I didn't even know that was even a thing. You have to farm specific bait, and you need to wait for a specific time windows and weather schedules. I do remember the time windows and weather schedules. There's a desert fish that you can only catch at 4 a.m. IRL time when the weather goes foggy, to heat the waves and you have 20 minutes to get it, then you have to wait for several days. That's psycho behavior. But people like those kind of things, especially when it's something that's not necessary for in-game progression. If it's just some dragon for me to chase, you know what I mean? People love that kind of stuff. People love that stuff. I love that Final Fantasy XIV devs scale the hardest raids up from their skill level because they know raiders are better than them. Also true and very based. I'm so sad because I had this really good conversation with Reb talking about, communities. And I'm like, I know that you're a Final Fantasy XIV player as well. And, I was just wanting, I was asking if any of the inspiration for how they handle their inspiration for how they handle their community or their game or the development of their game comes from Creative Business Unit 3 and Final Fantasy 14, because I'm like, there's a lot of similarities between the two. A ton. The communities act almost identical. But sadly, that was also scuffed. All that stuff is gone. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. What were your thoughts on the Soul Frame thing? Well, we'll say this. For Soul Frame, the video will be out this week, or maybe next week. Maybe not this week. I don't know. What is today? Thursday? Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. You have access to it now? I do have access to it now. So, that's the look of a man who's under NDA. No. That has nothing to do with NDA. Nothing to do with NDA. Look, I'll talk about Soul Frame. I'll finish my story really quick. So, we did the Tenno VIP thing, talked to more developers, talked to more producers and stuff like that. We did the whole day of Tennocon itself. That was really cool. It was super heartwarming, by the way. If anybody's here in chat that watches Brozyme as well, I got to see how many people were excited to see me on his stream when he was streaming Tennocon. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. There was also somebody that made the comment where they were like, it's really cool to see that the person on camera is the same person off camera. And I was like, I never really thought of that. And I'm like, yeah, I definitely could probably see some people thinking, they're like, yeah, I wonder if, whether or not the person that you're watching is actually the real person, whether or not the camera comes off and I take a mask off and I actually go out and I don't know, start screaming at people on street corners while, I don't know, covering myself in doo-doo. I don't know. It was actually really funny on the day of Tennocon. This girl runs up to me and she shows me her phone. I think she was French Canadian because she had a really thick accent, but she was like, excuse me. And she shows me her phone. She's like, is this you? And she shows my YouTube channel. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. And she just looks at me and she goes, and just runs. And I'm like, I was so confused. I've never felt more awkward in my entire life. That was the first, I would imagine, fan interaction that I had when I was there. The first one, because I was like, oh man, nobody, I'm like, I guess nobody recognizes me, I'm like, I was hoping that maybe there'd be a couple fans that I would see that were there, people that like the channel or watch my videos or something like that. And I was like, I was kind of disappointed a little bit. I was like, ah man, I was hoping that there would be, somebody would be like, hey, are you Legendary Drops? Plus on top of that, I'm wearing a big old thing around my neck that says creator, right? And yeah, this girl just comes up to me and she's just like, is this you? And I'm like, yeah. She just runs. I was like, typical French Canadian behavior. True. Oh man. Maybe it was because I was wearing a Blackhawks hat. Maybe she was a Canadiens fan. And she's just like, she looked up, she's like, wait a minute, is this you? Oh, damn it, now I need to unsubscribe. Make a YouTube short about that interaction. Yeah. It was just, it was funny. It was cute. And then, but then like after that, like pretty much immediately, then the wave started to hit where people kept walking up and they were like, hey, you know, LD, hey, what's up? Maybe Shell comment, it was me. So, yeah, so that was really cool. It was really nice being able to like meet everybody and hang out and stuff like that. I was doing interviews because one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to go around and dude, it was going to be so fucking good too. I'm still going to get something for it. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to like work on it somehow. I have no idea. So what I was doing was walking around Tennocon and I was asking developers, I was asking community managers, I was asking, you know, fans of the game, just going up and saying, hey, why do you love Warframe? That's it. That was the only question I was asking. And what ended up happening is, since my camera was still in slow mode the whole time, I didn't get any of that footage. So all that footage was scuffed as well, which sucks because I was really looking forward to that. I was really looking forward to that, man. I was gonna be so, because I wanted to do this. It was an idea for the end of a video where I wanted to make like this call to action to try to get more players to play Warframe. And the idea was that you know, hey, like I was gonna do this whole thing where it was gonna be like, hey, you know, I think you should try to give Warframe a shot if you enjoyed this video, but you know, don't just take it from me. And then I was gonna hand it over to like the fans and the developers and people like that to be able to tell other people, you know, why they love Warframe. And man, it would have been so good. Oh man, it would have been so good. The perfect content out of my grasp. Out of my grasp. It's too bad. Robbed? Yeah, I know. Self-robbed. Ask USA? Oh, I was like... I thought you were like, ask you, well, I'm just gonna walk around America. Sir, why do you love Warframe? It's like, you know, some like 84-year-old guy on a porch smoking a cigar, trying to mind his own business, and he's just like, I ain't going back to the war. I ain't going back. You can't take me back. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah, watch me just go just fucking post up at a Wendy's real quick and be like, hey, do you play Warframe? What do you think about Warframe? Oh, why not do this with your Discord community? I could do that, actually. I could do that. But knowing the vast majority of the folks in the Discord, they probably all have like I don't know, how would I do that? I mean, I could do it through like web calls. Through camera, or like with like, yeah, I could do like webcams, right? The creator ones are not hard to get. That one I already talked to the creator group, and they said they would have, they would absolutely help. I don't know, I'm gonna have to take some time to think about it. Sure, I'll give you top 10 reasons. Oh my god. Well, there's one of the voice actors from Warframe that I had talked to, and I did like one of the little interviews with, and I was like, tell me, why do you love Warframe? And I'm like, I have to do a better job at tailoring that question because she went into like great detail about like the operator and the relationship between like the operator and the Warframes, and you know, like how it helped her through her transition and stuff like that. And it was a really wholesome conversation, but I'm like, you just fucking spoiled the game in a video that is meant to bring players into the game. I can't use that. I mean, the footage was scuffed anyway, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, also try to like speedrun, try to get players not to spoil their game when trying to tell people to give the game a shot, right? Too good. Too good. Just blah, 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 blah. LD just stopping by to say I binged out your Warframe journey overnight. And they're very on point. I wish you luck on your continued journey and happy to see and hope to see you in game. Thank you. Thank you. You binge watched my entire journey. You even watched the streams? That's the kind of psycho behavior I'm down with. They're Jujutsu Kaisen fans. I'm up to date with all JJK, despite not reading it. That's why I can't even. Bro, what are you talking about? Like it's the same thing with Mushoku Tensei. You get on, like, every time I get onto The Boys is another one. Like, YouTube is a fucking plague when it comes to spoiling things. Holy, man. Holy. I knew everything that happened in The Boys season 4 before I ever even started watching it. What are you doing, bud? Coming for a visit? I binged all your streams at work. I worked third shift. Loved every bit of it. Awesome. This one has missed me a lot. A lot. Tickle, thank you for the 10 memberships, man. Holy shit. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think you were fed too well. I feel like you're heavier now. I'm literally seeing nothing from The Boys. Please no spoil. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it happened. I'm not really too sure. I have no idea. So let's see. Outside of the Tennocon stuff, I mean, you guys watch Tennocon, so there's nothing really for me to bring up there, to be honest with you. And so you guys watched Tennocon. There was that. After that, then I left, right? And that's when the nightmare began. So I drove all the way from London, Ontario back to Detroit. When I got to Detroit, I turned in my rental car, headed to the airport. I saw that some folks are having problems with their flights. Some flights were getting delayed. No big deal. Is what it is. I thought everything was fine. I got to my where my departures were, and then my flight got delayed like an hour, and I was like, oh, okay, that's not too bad. And then it got delayed by a half hour. It's not too bad. And then another hour, and then 2 hours, and then another hour, and then another hour, and then another, and it kept happening, and I'm like, oh no. No. And then it hit midnight, and they were like, flight canceled. And I'm like, I've been here for 9 hours. They delayed it 9 times just to cancel it. And I'm like, at one point, like, why wouldn't you just say, fuck it, cancel the flights? So I ended up having to go to a hotel. I stayed in a hotel. That was a nightmare in itself because they canceled like everybody's flights all at once. So literally the entire airport evacuated in one moment. So it was hell trying to get a taxi or an Uber or anything of the sort, or even try to get on any of the the shuttles just to get out of the airport to get into like a rental car or something like that. I ended up having to pay a straight up scavenger, this taxi guy that was walking around looking to like overcharge people. To be honest, totally worth it. I overpaid, but I only overpaid by like $20. Still though, like it was gonna cost me $60 on Uber to travel 15 minutes. So I paid $15 extra to another guy to be able to get the hell out of there right then in that moment. And then I stayed in like a cheap hotel for 3 days. And then I had to book with another airline. I still got to get my money back on my flight. I still have to get my expenses back, my hotel room, all that stuff. It was bad. Then on top of that, I had to fly Spirit to get back home. The entire time I was on the plane, there was a kid behind me that was kicking my seat. And I kept looking at his mom, and she was just like, stop. Stop. No apology, by the way. Didn't apologize. And I'm like, bro, like, move your kid over one seat. Like, the seat next to me was empty. She could put the kid in the middle, and the kid could kick all he wanted to. It's no big deal. Instead, she moves the kid that's not doing anything. And I'm like, geez, like, it's passive parenting, man. Nothing in this world disgusts me more than passive parenting. I'm not saying you gotta raise a hand or anything like that. It just shows that like these kids have zero discipline. Zero. None. Because the kid will just, I'm talking 3 fucking hours straight of your kid not listening to you. Not a single time. Not a single time. I know exactly how that kid's gonna grow up. Exactly how they're gonna grow up. It's so neutered as parental behavior. Probably. Didn't ask for a flight assistant. Do you think that would work on Spirit? They don't even give you water. You have to pay for water on Spirit. Fucking. There was some lady that fucking passed out after the flight landed. Like, I had an episode or something like that, right? Instead of calling for medics, I walked over and saw the flight assistant was smacking this chick in the face with like a pamphlet. Come on, time to get up. Time to get up. Fuck. I walked out to the most ghetto terminal I've ever seen in my life. Pretty sure there's people like slinging drugs in there and shit. It was crazy. I was like, damn, man, Spirit Airlines gets down. What is it, bud? What is it? Is it Timmy? Is he stuck in the well again? LD, can we watch Warframe and talk about it? Yeah, we can do that. So, okay, we'll watch the trailers and then we'll talk about that stuff. So now you guys know how long how difficult it was for me to finally get back. Bub, you're sitting on the mouse hand. You know exactly what you're doing. I need you to stop doing that. No, I don't want to hear you getting mad at me. You're the one annoying me. Yeah. What are you doing? Sit in my lap. I get you want attention. You want scratches and scritches. I get it. That's fine. If you sit in my lap, that's okay. But the problem is that when you go to not sit in my lap and instead you go to like sit on my keyboard and things like that, that's when we have a problem, and I'm not gonna put up with it. Okay. I remember the one time that you ended stream. I will never forget. Let's see here. What is that? Warframe 1999 trailer. Maddie. What is it, buddy? What do you want? Why do you just keep going back to the same place? Wants undivided attention? Yes. Yes, he does. He's got like literally all day. It's all he got. Oh, now you're giving me that like angry look. Like, I would normally, like, give you a treat, but if I gave you a treat, that would be rewarding you.
more pet human.
My God. My God. Okay. All right. No, I want the full thing. Oh, here it is.
It's December 31st, 1999. Let's say goodbye to the old year with a track you all know and love from global sensation Online.
You know, I like how Arthur's sitting here pretending like he's not trying to fucking, you know, get down to this right now. So I was interested in that because he says it says batch Excalibur, so like that must be like his breed, right? Because he turned him into Excal. I wonder how he pulled that off exactly using that exact Warframe design.
Not again.
Because like one of the weird like lore assumptions that I have is that like I wonder if Arthur is actually like who, like I wonder if it's in his like lineage, like this, like he's the ancestor of, you know, the one that they would originally turn into Arthur, right? He's made from Excal. They are proto frames. What does proto frame mean in this context? Albrecht notes tell you exactly what happened. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe I just missed that. He was made from Excalibur. Okay. Okay, like the Spartans, you think? Oh, with a strain like from those very specific ones maybe or something like that? Yeah, okay.
Bastard!
Welcome to 1999. This is an Earth.
I wonder how he's controlling him like that, how he's sending the messaging. And then I also don't know if it's Wally or
Not
yeah,
quite like
we'll
ours.
See.
Everybody knows there's nothing like a delicious slice of Big Bites pizza.
By the way, Big Bites Pizza is real, and it's actually there in London, Ontario, and I had it. That's where we actually ate when we were at the party.
And it's perfect, just before Online hits the stage. My favorite bite? Pepperoni with extra cheese.
I'm on break, Arthur. Don't mess with my game time.
Need my Tommy keys, Amir. I'm not letting another lead on Entrati go to waste.
Thought that was cheating.
Over here.
By the way, they handed out, somebody made 5 sterling silver Tommy keys. Man, I wanted one so bad.
You. Yeah, you. My rooms are so hot, they have their own fans. You can't handle the heat.
I met this kid too, by the way. I met him. The Make-A-Wish kid that they made a voice actor for the game. Very cool.
So helpless if these arcade games wind up infested.
Let's give it up for James Conlon.
Primo, wipe out.
Oh, come on.
You can't handle it.
Up to date.
My keys better not be in that mess.
Oh, I also met Always voice actor as well. Super sweet. Super sweet. Also somebody that you could literally like pick out of a crowd. Bright, like I think she had like bright pink hair and she wore like neon tinted glasses the entire time that she was there. Yeah, super nice. Super nice.
Learn to hotwire. Jeez.
Did you take my damn keys?
Don't distract me, Boy Scout.
No disrespect, Quincy. Got places to be is all.
I didn't actually get to see any of the Site 9 stuff. I guess I'll have to take a look at that. Isn't he like a barbed wire frame or something like that? I like this guy because he's Jamaican like myself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think the overall character design looks really good. Weapon specialist? Marksman. Do we know about his abilities yet?
Someone is taking my stuff. How's she doing?
If she wasn't your blood, she'd be on her own out there.
Gotta leave.
I like how people picked up on who this was by looking at the stance. Right? People like immediately saw him as oh.
In Entrati. Sewers. Arse deep in Tennocon, most likely. I'm going after him. For all our sakes. Letty, look, if you've taken my keys again.
You have just met the syndicate that makes up the 1999 update. That is the Hex. And unlike other syndicates, when you arrive, we want you to be able to, you know, get a little closer with them.
Nah. I'm not gonna let this slide that easily.
So for this syndicate, because we are in 1999, and when you arrive, we figure you should be able to use instant messengers.
Proto lobster tail.
And build a romance system with any one of the...
The crowd goes wild. Fuck, they know their audience.
So if you play...
And I love how like this looks like AIM. AOL Instant Messenger. I think that's like looks the closest to AIM. I don't remember there being like pop-up ads on AIM though. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting like little placement there. Fix your alternator. Hey. I got she has a picture of one of the lead singer from online. I don't understand what these other images are or anything like that. People told like the developers told me that there were Easter eggs here, but I'm not seeing it. Your sis giving pagan vibes? What?
Your cards right, one of those 6, including Arthur, could be your New Year's kiss.
Cute profile picture. Oh, the rat one.
Hold up! Hero boy. You going after Dr. E all by yourself?
Yeah.
You're not going without backup, Arthur. Forget it.
Yeah, I bet you didn't even pack a med kit.
I'm coming too. Guys, it won't be like last time, I promise.
Okay, plan A it is. I'll take point, make the rendezvous solo. Aoi, Amir, Quincy on
This makes
backup.
me feel like
Letty,
just
you
the
and
like
Ellen
the
hold
way, the
fort
way
here.
that they
Keep
line
the
up.
Jennies running.
The way that they line up. Tell me that this doesn't feel like this is supposed to be a character selector. Because like the way they line up and this odd pause makes me feel like it's supposed to be a character selector.
Guys, it won't be like last time, I promise.
Right here.
Okay, plan A it is. I'll take point, make the rendezvous solo. Aoi, Amir, Quincy on backup.
It looks
Letty,
like
you
one.
and Ellen hold the fort here.
It looks like
Keep
one.
the Jennies running.
Final Fantasy XIV raid with
Let's
NPCs.
ride the devil down.
Warrior of Light summoning their fellow warriors of light. When I saw the live demo in their offices, they were so funny. Oh my god. I can't remember who was actually playing at the time, but they were running into like everything. Like they kept getting like hung up on stuff. So like when Megan like got behind the keyboard when at Tennocon, I was like, oh man, I hope she actually hits the ramps this time. Volt just runs so good. I know. I really like that as well. Like everybody gets on motorcycles. Volt's like, I got this. Megan's a gamer. Oh yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. I brought this up when I was at Tennocon. Nobody had anything to say about it, okay? Can you check the video resolution? Oh, thank you. I didn't realize. My bad. So I brought this up at Tennocon, and nobody had anything to say for it. I'm like, how did you guys not see this? This is I think this is Saren. I talked to a bunch of other creators and stuff and a few other fans, and I'm like, that's Saren. That's not Saren. How the fuck is that not Saren? I don't think that there's so like remember that this is a world not unlike ours, right? So like I think that some of the enemy characters could be inspired by, but like the is it like a Bandalora or whatever it's called that she has like right here, her general stance, how her hat kind of looks like like one of Saren's hair, one of Saren's helmets. Nothing about her outfit even slightly resembles Saren. The one larger shoulder piece, the ones how she's mostly weighted on one side with most of her equipment, the same way, like just the head style shit. It's the only reason why I came to that conclusion. You're welcome to disagree with me, okay? And I'm going to think you're wrong. And I'm going to think you're wrong. And at the end of the day, I'm the guy with the camera and a microphone, so I get to be right. Though I think somebody also said that it could be like inspired by some of the enemies and stuff like that. It could be something like that as well. It could be. personally, I'm holding out because I would really like to see them take this other path where basically what they do is they go and they create another world for us to explore in 1999 where we get to continue to do this stuff with like proto frames and stuff like that, because they literally get to recreate a proto frame for every single character that they've already made. Every frame that they have in the game, and everybody's going to want different ones, right? People are going to want to have Ember, people are going to want to see all kinds of different ones. So I really hope that 1999 isn't just this like vertical slice of content that's kind of similar in a lot of ways to you know, Whispers in the Wall. I hope that it's something that just continues to grow, and they keep going in that kind of direction. It'll be hard to do both, right? It'll be hard to do both, you know, going off to the side to do, you know, everything that's happening in current day as well as the things that are happening in 1999. But I would really like that. Also, Jordan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Saren Prime has a triangular thing in the middle of her chest, and look at the Russian, same triangular thing. Kind of, yeah. There's just visual similarities. There's also a really good chance that it's made by like the same, like Sarah, whoever made Saren could be the same person that made this character, and there could be some inspiration that kind of came over from it. LD, please look at Kella de Tham. Kella de Tham. Kella de Tham. Yeah, I mean, I can see some similarities here. Thank you for all the pop-ups. Yeah. Kind of. Kella's the boss that drops Saren, so both can be right. That's actually true. It could be like a cross between the two of them.
Didn't the bastard doctor warn you?
But also, she's like poison themed too, right?
I've an order. Kill on sight.
They also have this like whole like exposed like mid cleavage thing going on right now, right? Like they're going away from under boob and going between boob, and personally, I'm here for it. I like that the what is this like mid animate? What is his arms doing in this animation? I love Warframe. They have some of the most uncanny like melee animations though. They have like their melee animations are I personally don't really like using a lot of melee if I can help it, just because I think the animations just feel weird to me. Just jank. Yeah. But I do like how much more interactive like some of the maps are, especially with like a lot of the explosive stuff and things like that. Enemies seem a little chunkier-ish. I like the idea of also having enemies that have weak spots on their back and things like that. Like more targeted areas to be able to do certain things. I like that a lot, actually. The heavy sword animations are pretty good. Yeah, I think that's one of the things, like, DE, when it comes to, like, melee animations in Warframe, like, some things are, like, hit and miss, right? Some stuff is totally fine. Other stuff is just, like, super scuffed. I think, like, and what's crazy is like, these are the same people, these are the same folks that made the animation for throwing a glaive, right? And, like, glaive throwing animations are so fucking smooth. So smooth.
Someone said I can fix her, and Rev just Lloyd and said HUH. Interesting you say that.
Interesting, indeed. Yeah. 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 Anime, like everything about this looks really good. There's also like a huge visual upscale in this new area, in this new town that they made, that looks so much better than literally anywhere else that we've explored so far, which I really, really enjoy.
So welcome to the world of 1999. You are in Holdvania, and this is a world where
Legendary drops have somebody take a picture of you in mid-action as well. You'll probably be in an awkward position too. So one of the things that I actually kind of ran into is like anytime I made like some criticisms when I was talking to fans, like certain fans, there is an immediate like need from the player base that wants to defend Digital Extremes at every turn, even when they recognize, like, even though they recognize that like there is some scuffed melee in Warframe, like there's some scuffed animations in general, like even like assassinations and stuff like that in Warframe are like not all of them work the way that they should, and in most cases you overlook it because it's fine, like it's Warframe, like it's fast, it's super fast. But the problem is that I think because of how well Digital Extremes treats its audience and how much they love them and how great how great the community is, I think far too many times people are too forgiving and they don't want to criticize at all. And that's the reason why balanced criticism becomes so necessary for a game like this, because when you start to get in the position in which you have fans that don't want to criticize your work because they respect what you do and they want you to make more of it and they loved what you've done for them and they just want you, that's it, they just want more. The problem is that doesn't really suit all audiences. It only suits the people that are already playing the game, and you can only continue to run off of and make money off of that crowd for so long before you need to have more players that are playing your game.
like unlike other levels in Warframe.
I think nitpicking, it's not criticizing either. I'm not nitpicking. How is it nitpicking to say that some of the animations in Warframe are scuffed? It's not nitpicking. Like, some of them are genuinely fucking garbage. I've said it more times than I haven't. I make criticisms about the game all the time. It's not nitpicking. It's a genuine criticism. Warframe's melee does not feel good. It doesn't. That's one of the reasons why I specifically brought up the glaive. Like, throwing a glaive feels good. The rhythm that you get into, throwing the glaive, catching the glaive, timing the explosions and things like that, there's something about that feels good. The movement in the game feels fantastic. It feels so good to move around. The gunplay in the game feels great. The melee combat, because what you're saying, but what you are saying, that is literally nitpick. I'm fucking banning you. I'm sorry. I'm not dealing with that kind of stupid shit. It's not nitpicking. I'm not dealing with white knights. I'm sorry.
It's important that every Warframe player, during the point of this quest, can summon their very own Atomi cycle on demand.
Same thing goes, like, these animations are so fucking slick, dude. The motorbike ones are so good. So good. And the other thing is, too, so I was talking to the devs about this and to a few other people as well, and why would they be giving us a... Because people didn't think that 1999 was an open world. Why would we have a motorbike? Why would we have a mount if it wasn't going to be an open world? I think that 1999 is going to be... I think it's going to be bigger than I think people realize it's going to be. A lot of melee animations are pretty old. Definitely need a touch up. Yeah, plenty of them are. Soulframe under fire right now because the attack animations are not great. Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into that.
Pity. We could have been allies. My Scourger, put that thing down!
Enemy in the area!
I really like that. So that's something that I saw when I watched this originally. Like, I like that they have like these different types of environmental hazards that you can use in combat rather than just using like explosive barrels and things like that. I really like this. Like, oh, I'm gonna poison the rest of these. Even though I guess canonically that doesn't really make a lot of sense since a lot of these guys are wearing like gas masks and stuff. It also looked like the one chick was like powered by this kind of like whatever this poisonous material is. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
What's better for fun? Shit's corrosive. Some scars I can't heal. You read me?
By the way, I want to make something clear because I don't want people to like get tripped up on it for any reason. I ban folks when they try to do gotchas. I don't fucking deal with gotchas. I don't need yes men, but I also don't need people that are here that are like, well, you said this. You said some, so that's nitpicking. Get the fuck out of here. Simple as that. Simple as that. When you're making an example of something, it's not nitpicking. And I'm not putting up with that kind of shit. It's not a finished. People need to keep in mind the fact that Soulframe isn't developed. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. We'll watch that after this.
Iced them. Too slow, Arthur. I had it under control.
I really dig the environment, and it looks so. This is the reason why I said I think that this is going to be bigger than what it looks like. Is that like even though he's on a mission right now, like this place looks fucking huge. It looks so big.
Have it your way. By this time next year, nothing will remain of you slugs. Meet the co-star of your grand finale, an H04 FFXIV tank. Enjoy.
Requesting assistance! The vents above the treads.
Relatively simple boss fight. Nothing crazy, nothing too crazy about this or anything like that. There was something that I kind of keyed in on when I was watching this. I'll show it to you guys.
Down you go.
So all these animations that you're seeing right now, like all these like boss mechanics and whatnot, this is one of the things like I love Warframe, but I don't know what they need to do to be able to like change the way that they do boss fights. And maybe it's health pooling, but you also don't want to make things, you don't want everything to be like a big punching bag. You know what I mean? You don't want something that's always just like there to soak up bullets more than anything else. But at the same time, if you watch this boss fight, all you have to do is just shoot the weak points and then shoot the boss, and the boss is dead. But if that's the case, then what is the point of all of these different mechanics that are going on? You don't need to shoot these. You don't need to shoot these these poison pods or anything like that. You don't need to do any of this stuff. Same thing goes. You'll see here in a little bit. I like the tank animation where when you pop one of them, it like shakes. Like right now, for the like this is one of the things. This is something that this is something that frustrates me. What they're gonna do right now is they're not going to shoot the boss, not because they need to do certain mechanics, but because they want the boss to stay up for the trailer. Because you watch the minute that they start shooting the boss's health goes down real quick. And it's like, and the reason why they're doing it is because they want to show you the next boss mechanic, but you're never going to see that as a player because you're going to kill the boss well before this next mechanic goes off, where all the drop-ins come up, or the it looks like soldiers or something like that are dropping from the air. You'll never see that as a player because you're going to nuke that boss before any of this even happens. They kill ads and a rocket launcher is sent in. Yeah, but you don't need... I'm going to show you. So I watched before and they did not shoot the boss at all. Okay? They waited for the rocket launcher and then used the rocket launcher to kill the boss. I thought that you had to use the rocket launcher to kill the boss. You don't. You can just shoot it. So it's like, oh, here comes the enemies. But you still have... But why wouldn't you shoot the boss at all right now? That wouldn't make any sense. Like, at all during that entire time, you wouldn't have just, you know, just give it a little tap, a little love tap. Watch. Look how fast it goes down. You don't need the rocket launcher to do anything.
Thanks, Quincy.
I mean, if you play on normal, yeah, not that much in Steel Path. What percentage of Warframe players do you think actually play on Steel Path? Because I talked to the developers, you're in the minority. Though I will say the RPG is fucking sick. The RPG is sick.
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
But you could have done all of that without the rocket launcher. It's just more balancing and tuning than it is anything else. I love the music. The music is fucking sick. But see, this is one of the things, this is one of my criticisms that I've had for Warframe that's always bothered me a lot, is the fact that the boss fights are over in a blink of an eye. Especially when you're playing with higher end players, especially when you're matchmaking. And then some people are going to come in and say, oh, well then, you know, play them solo. Why are you trying to put that kind of expectation on players to not play a game cooperatively that's meant to be played cooperatively? What sense does that even make? It goes back to the discussion that I had earlier, where it's mods don't feel like they matter until you get to Steel Path. The vast majority of players don't get to Steel Path. Well, why is that? That's likely because of the fact that mods, it's a looter shooter, and the loot doesn't matter until you're in the end game. That's not fun. That's not interesting. That's not the reason why we play games like this. But don't get me wrong, the narrative is cool, the different progression systems and the different weapons and the frame, all those things are awesome, but there's a critical piece that's missing that should be there that's not. Damage attenuation is a new mechanic introduced in Archon hunts to bridge this. I don't know. I still haven't seen it. Personally, I still haven't seen it. And then the problem is that, like, and it's not that like Digital Extremes doesn't recognize that it's an issue. They definitely recognize that it's an issue, because if they wouldn't, then there wouldn't be bosses that have invincibility phases. And the reason that those invincibility phases are there are specifically so that the boss doesn't die too quickly and the voice lines get out that need to get out. Whether it's like story related voice lines or second phase mechanics need to happen, all of those kind of things, right? All of that kind of stuff. That's the reason why they have those invincibility phases. Invincibility phases are a terrible cover-up for just fixing health pools. health pools, defense. You know, there's another boss mechanic that you've seen in plenty of other games as well, where the boss goes off screen and you just can't attack the boss and you have an ad phase, right? Cutscenes and stuff were super cool in this, by the way. They were all really, really good. See, here's the thing. I'm not saying to bring, like, as I see Miguel says, I think that non-Steel Path players, who are the majority, would complain if they make it harder. That's why they made Steel Path for people who like it, like a bit of a challenge. It's not a problem of making it tough. It's about making it matter. And if you're bending to an audience that that's already existing, while you do want to appease that audience because those are the people that are helping you stay in business, if what they're doing is keeping you from bringing new players into the game, then you need to figure something else out. And even something else that I had brought up as well was that, you know, like recently I've been playing Zenless Zone Zero, right? And one thing that a lot of mobile games do that I really like is they actually have like a challenge mode button that you can press that automatically scales up some of the difficulty for you, so it's not, you know, super crazy easy from the very beginning. Even something like that. I'm not saying it needs to be Steel Path. I'm not saying the whole game needs to be Steel Path. Honestly, I even think the implementation of Steel Path, you know, essentially isn't very good either, but that's a whole different topic.
Bowing to priests, licking his hands.
What I mean by that is, like, it's just the idea of like how Steel Path exists and what Steel Path exists to do is putting way too many people in one bucket. That's the problem. Is that it's like, you know, like it's supposed to be an end game loop of you trying to, you know, push your builds even further. But the problem is that, like, you're not even getting to, like, you don't even get to the point of builds before reaching Steel Path. That's the problem. So that's Wally, right? That's Wally. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's Albrecht. I don't think Albrecht can just teleport into smoke. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it can. Can they do that? He's a scientist? What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, man, he's a scientist. Albrecht has his own Wally. We know that, and we also know that he followed him. That's why all this is happening, I think.
Arthur! What the hell was that? Where are you? Come in!
He's here, deep in the tech rut. I'm going after him.
Is there a Shadow Kalimos? Kalimos?
Good night.
Wait, this isn't copywritten, is it? This isn't like 9 Inch Nails or something, is it? I don't know it. Okay.
Arthur, you're right.
I really like the design of like the tech rod enemies. I think it looks really cool. Like CRT TVs that are like combined with like infection.
A security terminal. Bet my butt it's got a coda-worm injector. You want to risk it to control some tech rot?
Well, let's find out then. Needs must and all that.
I kind of wanted to see what would happen if you could control the tech rot. So that's the part that kind of says, I'm like, oh man, that's kind of cool. But I'm like, and then like they lose, and I'm like, wow. In general, I just love the look of these maps. I love it. I love it so much.
What in hell?
That's a Helminth, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's a Helminth. It looks just like the one in my ship. And it spits out a Warframe. No, that's Audrey. Audrey 1?
Entrati, what devils follow you?
Super cool. Easy background grab right there. I get there. I guarantee there's a bunch of folks that are like really looking forward to using that as a background. Yeah. And DMC ass wallpaper. Actually, I did get a DMC vibe from that, like the pre-fight or post-fight, because this is usually like when it pops up and it's just like, you know, here you go. Here's all your you know, super sexy styling. Same voice actor as Ballas? No. Arthur's being played by Ben.
Well, as you can see, 1999 has its fair share of...
I was sitting like right here. I was like front row.
Of mysteries, a world not quite... Oh!
like that. But it's like an alternate timeline, but it's not. I'm so confused. This fucking game. That's kind of the benefit for Warframe, is that it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be fun.
Tenno, welcome back. What took you so long? Infested music detected. Our instruments are jammed. Theirs will not shut up.
Same timeline, long time ago. So interesting though, because like, I mean, wouldn't changing the past change the future? I mean, I guess it did, right? Because like you have all this stuff now, you have the tech rot in the future. But I thought the past wasn't supposed to matter because of eternalism. Remember? Remember what the computer told us? It said the past doesn't matter. Don't worry about the past.
Kill the towers.
Please, keep showing us your support.
Sonic overload increasing. Destroy the remaining speaker.
Cephalon Sai is just straight up the fucking old man on the front lawn yelling at people to turn their radios off. Turn that music down!
If management gives us one more passive-aggressive smile, I'm gonna snap. Oh.
Beat drop. Arcwing cannon online. Rush the stage.
So it wasn't during Whispers in the Walls. It was during, was it Angels of Zariman or New War? It was New War. Yeah, in New War, during the section where you're all the kids that you're sitting in the room, like the computer very specifically, you know, like tells you that, you know, that the past does not matter. The past is completely irrelevant. And I was like, I kind of sat there when I was listening to that thinking, I'm like, man, like you really don't want people to think about the past at all. I wonder why. She didn't say that? Are you sure? That's presentism? Was it presentism? I was pretty sure that there was a section that was in there where they were talking about how... I have to go back and look at it. I was pretty sure there was a part where they basically said that the past is... The past wasn't important. So, okay, so it's the present. They're saying the present doesn't matter. I like that I like the look of the new infected that they have. It's like with the tech rot, but it doesn't bring the like 90s flavor.
Slingshot locked and loaded.
Great to finally catch one of your streams. Thanks for stopping by.
Origin system. Maybe that little infested worm from 1999 has festered. But as you met all of the proto frames, it would be a missed opportunity for us to not give you a new tier of cosmetic. With the release of the proto frames, you will have the option to have Warframes Ever 2 fashion frames in one mission with a custom emote with a fully voiced Gemini skin.
Let me take care of this.
See, that's what I'm saying. I definitely think that they are going to continue to push 1999. One, because it's cool, at the exact same time, why would you leave money on the table? Why would you leave money on the table? Like, like, you can literally make proto frames for everybody. Reb said you can use your skins with the proto style. It depends on the frame, I think, though. It's not all of them, right? So one of the things that I would be really interested to see, and I like, so she says it's in mission. I kind of wish it wasn't in mission. I wish it was kind of out of mission as well, but that's just me. I don't know. Proto Wisp is gonna go crazy. But I think that, like, because of the nature of the proto frames and how they're people, you have to introduce them in some way, right? You can't just like, oh, here they are, and like I mean, I guess you could. I just don't see them treating them just like skins and that's it.
So what that means is every frame you met today has one, including Nyx, Trinity, Volt, Meg, Cyto 9, and Excalibur, and we will also be touching up Nyx and Trinity Light Rework.
Nyx and Trinity Light Rework. How would you do a light rework to Trinity? I feel like Trinity needs a little bit more than a light rework. Because it's such a niche frame. There's an interview where Reb said you can choose to either log in to the normal Warframe or 1999 as a default login location. That's interesting. So I guess there is kind of this. It was just actually kind of crazy for me to say. I think the 1999 might be like the new direction that the game goes in, depending on how things go. But it seems like that's the case. Like they're just going to continue to build on 1999, and I think that's sick. Personally, I think it's awesome. It gives them so many more options. So many more options.
I've got one question for you. Are you having a good time? Don't take this out on me.
For soul's sake. For soul's sake, the sun, SOL. So I know Soul is our son's name, but why would a boy band in 1999 say that? No God in Warframe? Maybe? Arthur also swore by... Yeah. Arthur also swore by Soul? Interesting. It's gonna be so cool. Me. 1003. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, it's 2000 degrees. You're right. That is what it is. Not 2003. I don't know why. I keep thinking about there's a song called 2003. Yes. Okay. I get it. Stop correcting me. I will murder you with friendliness. Dude, I had a wild imagination of like the main quest where you go to beat the boss, like 40 to 50 players doing timed events, dancing and stuff. Yeah, that's a bit of a fever dream. Join us, embrace us. Join us, embrace us. Don't erase us, right? Somebody said that was a somebody said that it was a line that Steve had written down like years ago or something like that. I don't remember what it was. The AX-52 is a really cool gun. I didn't get mine. I don't think so. Because you only got it as a Twitch drop, right? Or it should have come in, you should have gotten a code. You could have gotten a code. I can email somebody for it. It's not a, or I can message somebody for it. Code in your email? I didn't. Guys, this is going to come as a surprise. I did not pay for a Tennocon ticket. Yeah, I have to ask them. Yeah. But you had a ticket. I didn't have a ticket. They had to email, they had to actually go in game to give me my Tennocon pass stuff. They asked me afterwards. They were like, "Hey, you know, what about your press goodie bag?" Yeah, it wasn't in the press bag either. Nothing like that, no. I doubt they'll leave out creators. No, they won't. They won't. I just have to ask. That's it. It just slipped my mind, so I didn't think about it. Scandal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cool stuff in there though. Oh yeah, actually I got a well, here, I have to move the cat. I got a new desk mat, which I needed one anyway because my other one was getting kind of beat up. Fancy, right? Fancy, right? Yeah. You got like you got Wally right here in the corner. You got there's like, it says "It's a Party's" written on there. Poison. It shows the AX-52s on here. There's like a skull Kalimos right there. And what else? It has like the infected on here. And a bunch of other like random stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. I wonder if they're ever gonna sell that because I need that. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, this thing is really cool. I think this is like for I think it was part of like the Tenno VIP package. They also gave out I don't have them out because I put them away. They didn't look very good on my keyboard. But they also gave us these like 1990s, like you know like the old like 1990s keyboards that were like the like off-white, like the eggshell color. Looked like they may have been like in a smoker's house, right? Yeah, they gave us custom keycaps for WASD. Yeah, it's kind of beige. Yeah, they just didn't look good on mine because like I have like mine's like I have a white keyboard. Bisque. Okay, guys, you're fucking getting carried away here. What else did I get? Well, I got some. Space Mom plushie. And then I got they also gave us like Champions gear, so I got like a t-shirt with the Lotus Crest on it, and then there's also they gave me a hoodie too, but I don't. It's in I think I threw it in the laundry to wash it. So I have one of those as well. They got relics. Really cool coaster. These are great because you can hide drugs in them. I'm kidding. Don't do that. I mean, unless you're going to do that, then I guess, you know, that's on you. I don't need to hide my drugs. Hold on, let me put this stuff away. I also need to throw these out. I also got like a bunch of like stickers and a bunch of like random stuff from just people at Tennocon. They just like handed me stuff. All right, we're good now. Oh man. So yeah, no, Tennocon was sick. It was sick. I think all the Warframe stuff looks really good. I'm really excited to see what 1999 means for the game. I'm hoping that the somebody mentioned something about being able to like start in from 1999. I wonder if that's it can't be a story skip because that wouldn't make any sense. I would imagine what it probably is going to be is it's an option that's going to be for people that have gotten to that part of the game, right? So now it's time to talk about the elephant in the room. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yes, Mr. Kitty Cat. Can I help you? What do you have to tell the crowd? Why can't I find it? Oh, here it is. Oh, they just re-uploaded it to the Soulframe one, I guess. They just uploaded this like 6 minutes ago, so we're giving Soulframe a view. Why keep an elephant in a room? I don't know, just in case you want it there. Never know. Never know. Sometimes you want elephants. You could use it for something.
Remember little Minnow. That night of old. Not by nog, but heart. A rally drum. Not by sense, but soul. Your baby's home.
Go now, my brave, for tomorrow I'll come. This night of war will dawn before sun.
Well, I remember her face.
By the way, I actually think this is like a really cool character creator kind of thing, like choosing, you know, basically using character creation of your parents to make yourself. I think that's a really, really interesting idea. Very cool.
A copper glow, like
I don't know if that's exactly how it works. It might not actually work like this. I haven't played the game, so I don't really know exactly how that is. But if that is how it works, it is very interesting.
amber rocks, a wealth of warmth, and of her locks. A downy cloud blown across the skies. Like night-lark feathers o'er her eyes. Of honey mead, of spotted dough.
Also very cool to also make it like a
Last love she saw
a
was
poem.
you. I know. Love last it was that sent you so.
So I'm gonna approach this in the best way that I can. All right, we're gonna get to it. I'll let it. We'll get it. Let's get it to the gameplay first.
So that was a sneak peek at Warsong Prologue. As I mentioned, it's the intro quest, and what you saw there is how you create the first customization template of your character. There'll be more for that to come, so you can customize.
I just now noticed like the sleeping beaver, like the beaver right here is just knock the fuck out.
Customize further. We're jumping a bit now to a bit of a showcase on how you can get the next ancestor.
I really like the art direction and the atmosphere of this game. This like real how quick that animation switch is from you being able to go to like essentially what your orbiter is, back out into the world is very cool. I really like this like dreamscape that they have where your ancestors are gonna stay, how your ancestors are going to be. You know, you're basically building a city inside of this place to be able to, you know, interact with your ancestors for either power or upgrades or skills. All this stuff is just so cool. It's so DE because it's so distinct, it's so unique, it's unlike anything that I've seen or played previously. Very cool. Very cool.
The Nightfold. So what's really cool,
and on top of that, it's very pretty. It's very pretty.
If you're in Prelude,
Mini Deviri, it's way prettier than Deviri though. And the art direction is more succinct. We'll say that.
Is you can go here anytime. It's kind of like having your orbiter at the snap of a finger. So you can go in here, you can talk to your ancestors, work on your meta, queue crafting, look at the lore you just unlocked, change your weapons. As long as there's no aggro enemies in the vicinity, at any time you can go into the Nightfold. And as you collect your ancestors, it's kind of like building a village within this kind of purgatory plane.
Yeah, you can rock over to you can maybe show them the blacksmith and then just run on into the tent.
You can hear all the different musical cues here that we've been working on as well. Each ancestor has their own, which is pretty cool, I think. A lot of traditional instrumentation used and suits their personalities. Same with the voices, custom voices and all of that.
So
Kisseni Girl, thank you for the tier 1. 2 months in a row. Thank you so much.
this is our crafting interface. Basically, sort of throughout the world, you'll find little fragments of weapons that have been broken into pieces, and you'll bring them back to Tolvakai over here to reassemble them. And as you reassemble more, she'll become less self-conscious about herself.
Got imposter syndrome.
Yeah, real imposter syndrome hitting hard. I relate.
And now I think Joe's gonna go and gear up, but you can't ignore the poor dog on your way.
Most important feature.
And then, yeah, Joe will give us a sneak peek at our...
I want people to recognize something as well. We are now 6 minutes into the trailer, and the vast majority of what they have shown is not actually gameplay oriented, right? And I want you to keep in mind for some of the things that I'm going to say later, that's done on purpose.
Arsenal that we'll have probably a better name for, and he'll just swap out some gear and maybe a little cosmetic change.
I think these UI elements are really cool looking too. Whether or not they're going to be like functional, I have no idea. That's going to be a completely different story. We'll see, but...
So yeah, let's just show a bit of work in progress for the next ancestor coming to Preludes.
Okay. One criticism off the bat. I don't understand why games keep putting in, like, camera shake. Does anybody not turn it off? I feel like it's the first thing that I do the minute, like, two things that I turn off when I first start playing a game is camera shake and motion blur. Those two things are like I fire up a game for the first time, motion blur, camera shake, turn it off, walk away. That's it. Every single time. Every single time. I always turn it off. Makes me nauseous, yeah. I think the environments look fantastic, by the way. Okay. Here we go. I said this if you guys go back, okay? If you guys go back and you guys watch my reaction that I did on stream where I looked at the very first footage of Soulframe, I immediately called it out and said that the combat just does not look good. It's as simple as that. It doesn't look fun to play, and it doesn't look good from just from an onlooker. It does not look good. There's a lot that I don't like about it. So I started writing a script because I'm going to end up making a video where I'm going to discuss this. I don't really care if it's something that gets a lot of views or not, because I feel like Soulframe, for a lot of reasons, like really isn't like high on public radar. It seems like it's caught between how do I want to say this? It feels like it's caught between Dark Souls or Elden Ring and Monster Hunter, where it wants to be, you know, free flowing, very fluid, but also at the exact same time it wants you to have to like commit to your attacks. And what ends up happening is that all of the attack animations, both on the character side and the enemy, look like they're cut off too short. And it's that compiled with bad collision, compiled with the fact that this game is nowhere even close to release. It's not even close. And the vast majority of the criticism and why the criticism around this game is so hot, why so many people are like so just vehemently against this game, and how vitriolic, that's the best way to word it, vitriolic. I watched Asmongold. I was at Tennocon, and I like took a little break and went to my hotel room to drop some stuff off. Opened my phone, saw he was streaming, watched it for a second, saw that he was watching the Soulframe demo, and yes, he was incendiary. I think that's the better way to put it. He was incendiary. And even I sitting there watching it was like, bro, okay, like fucking like you don't know anything about this game, or and you don't have to. And then I sat there for a second because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, whoa, you don't know these developers, you don't know their process, you don't even play Warframe, you don't know what they're doing, you don't realize that this game is, you know, not that far into development, you don't know, like, and you're just going after these motherfuckers. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, are you really trying to make excuses for what a consumer's real first opinion is going to be watching this? And then I realized he's not wrong. Most people are going to have an incendiary response watching this because it looks like shit. Because it doesn't look good. And the reason why they're having an incendiary response is because it looks good everywhere else. The animations look good, the character voice acting is awesome, the art direction is good, the polish on the world and on the characters and on everything else outside of combat and combat animations looks fantastic. So as an outsider looking in, you're going to think that this game is coming out either this year or next year, because that's what it looks like. It looks like it's close, but they don't have the context, nor do they need to. I shouldn't say it like that. They do need the context, but it's not the responsibility of the viewer to go find that context for themselves. It's Digital Extremes dropping the ball and not providing the necessary context to tell people that this game it's pre-alpha. It's not even close to an alpha yet. What you're seeing are vertical slices of a game that is completely unfinished. And because of that lack of context and people thinking visually, looking at it, it looks better than Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. It looks more finished than that game did when that game came out. Of course they're going to look at this and be like, wow, this looks like trash. And on top of that, the other thing is to keep in mind that players today are so conditioned to view any live service game as a villain before it ever releases. That's for a whole slew of reasons. Some being the fact that live service games, by in part, are a massive movement from video game developers that have stopped making games that we actually want to play and games that we actually enjoy. And then on top of that, it's also the fact that people don't really like, even though there's nothing wrong with live service games, but we've also just been fed so many bad ones that we're so quick to jump to the conclusion that every time we see another one, we're like, you know, your brain immediately turns off. The issue is that with this trailer, and even with their presentation that they gave at Tennocon, that very critical, necessary context was not given to a general audience, and instead, because it's Tennocon, they're only talking to their fans. Their fans know what they're trying to do. Their fans know that this game is far off in development. They understand their process and things like that, but the general audiences don't. And they shouldn't be expected to know those things or have to go do that kind of research. They're going to see it, they're going to think they don't like it, and that's it. Simple as that. They need to have a watermark that has the development. Well, that's the other thing, too, is that I've talked to Digital Extremes, and they don't really like using the language of, like, alpha, pre-alpha, beta, things like that. And I think the reason why is because they're afraid that it's going to give too literal of a timeline to a game. When people think it's an alpha, they think that it's, you know, it's getting close. It's probably going to be there in a couple of years. If it's a beta, they think it's coming out within months. Right? Because Warframe is still in beta 12 years later. I'm going to be real with you. That is very true in a lot of cases. That is very true in a lot of cases. And I think, personally, if Digital Extremes tries to do what they did with Warframe, this is my biggest fear. And I don't think that's what they're going to do, but I am afraid that they're thinking about doing it, which is I'm afraid that they think that if they try to do the same thing that they did with Warframe, with Soulframe, that it'll work out. And I don't think it will. I don't for the fans of Warframe, maybe, but not everybody that plays Warframe and supports Warframe today is going to support Soulframe. You're not going to get all of them. You're not going to get a full 100% conversion of Warframe to Soulframe. It's just not going to happen. And that's probably not enough to be able to support a live service game. Gamers are less patient now. It has nothing to do with patience. It has everything to do with context. Everything to do with context. There is nothing in this trailer that tells me as a YouTube viewer that this game doesn't come out in 6 months to a year. If I were to watch this trailer, see the cutscene, see the character, see like the visual, like look at this shit. Like the cutscenes are well executed, the music is top notch, like these areas are so well polished and look so good. All their textures are in place.
What's really cool, if you're in Preludes,
you know, it looks responsive. Look at your character. Look how detailed your character is. The image is so clear. Everything from my perspective is telling me that this is a game that is far closer to release than what it actually is. And that's because they failed to give that important context and let players know that Preludes means that this game is nowhere near being finished. And because of that, everybody's response to how this game looks in its combat is valid. People wouldn't care anyway. I beg to differ on that, actually. I beg to differ on that. Because looking at games that give that kind of context, I'll use an example. Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation has shown off much of their game throughout their entire development. And when they've thrown any of those videos out, none of that has been met with any backlash, no matter how rough that game looked. And why is that? Because they gave the context to tell players that this game is far in development. Or far from being developed. I have heard zero negative feedback on how janky, didn't they do a pre-alpha that looked like absolute dog shit for Ashes of Creation? I remember it. It was like a year ago or so, or maybe even longer than that. Asmongold, I think he played it. It looked janky. It was like it was pre-concept. Zero backlash over it. Why? Because players understood that it was so far in development. I read something different, but I can take your word. It's just a difference in opinions. The problem is that this game doesn't look like it's a game that's that, like, which is crazy. And here's the thing. If players were told, hey guys, most of this is more concept than concrete, that what you're seeing on screen right now is actually pre-alpha, people's minds would be fucking blown. Wait, hold on. You're telling me the game looks this polished and this good outside of the combat, and it's like 3 years off in develop, like it's still like 3 years away from being released? Very important context that should be shared, and it's not shared. And I think that's not good. And the other thing is too is that I think that, I don't know. I have to think about it more. I don't want to give a half thought. Like, some of the animations are clean. Like, that slash right there was clean. The hit detection was solid. Like, that was good. It's just there's something uncanny about how, like, fast some of the actions end up looking. Like, right there. That's a parry animation. Where was the parry? Watch that again. That's just... The enemy's weapon didn't go anywhere. Did you see how that worked? That's the problem. That's what people are having an issue with. There was no parry animation. Your character did this, and then this, but the enemy didn't do anything. The enemy went stab, and then the parry animation went off. But you're used to seeing, when we play games like this and have parry animations, used to seeing the stab, and then it gets parried, and it's fluid. It hits the shield, it bounces off, the character stumbles back, but you're not seeing any of that stuff. This is what I was talking about earlier, where I said specifically that it looks like character animations, both on enemy and controlled character side, just end too short. They're way too short. Now, I will say this. It is troubling that so much of the game looks so polished in so many different areas, but the combat doesn't. That is concerning. But again, I don't know how games are developed. I don't know what is on their hierarchy of priorities when it comes to developing certain things. I don't know what order they're trying to develop things in or anything like that. But it does seem like everything else is their focus and the combat is last. But at the end of the day, if the game doesn't feel good to play, players aren't going to play it. I've talked about this in so many videos by now. I've talked about, like, and I'll probably have to continue to talk about it for the rest of my life. But it doesn't matter how great your story is. It doesn't matter how great your music is, how beautiful your art design is. If the game doesn't feel fun to play, if the game is not fun, people will not play it. Plain and simple. Tetris wasn't popular for the graphics. Yeah. Yeah. Weight, hit, lag, flow, all needs to be refined. I'll be real with you, and maybe this is probably an extreme take. It needs to be overhauled. It needs to be their main focus going forward for a while. Their next prelude that they end up doing should be completely melee focused. I would lean into it as hard as you can, and then because here's the thing. The problem is that by the way, like, I've seen some people kind of equate Asmongold's reaction to this as a oh well, like he's kind of like the one that started it. No. That YouTube video that they posted with the trailer was already at 50% dislikes before he ever even made before he even reacted to the video. And everybody can see it. That's the other thing too. We all can see it. There's very few people that are like, yeah, the combat looks good. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. And here's it again, go back. You can watch my React video that I did. I think it was before the second Dream, maybe, I did it on stream. I watched the first Preludes trailer, and it looked like garbage. And I said it. I said it right there. I was like, combat looks rough. Everything else looks really good. I really like the direction of everything else, but the combat looks really bad. It's disheartening to know that it's been a year since then, and it still looks like that. That's another thing to keep in mind. The combat still looks the same as it did back then. And there's a lot of similarities in this combat from Warframe combat. And it might be one of those situations where, so this is one of, they might, if they don't want to hire somebody specifically, this might be a situation where they need to contract somebody in specifically to come in for the combat or something like that. Because like they've been working on a ranged game for years, where Melee's been more of a secondary option more than anything else, right? Like Warframe is more about the powers and guns. Can we agree on that? It's more about the powers and guns. Like, yeah, you use melee, but not like you use it as, I mean, melee is usually used as a finisher. Am I right? It's usually like I use a glaive, I hit them with the shitload of statuses, and I hit them with the finisher, and I throw my glaive and I blow the glaive up. Melee was always OP due to innate AoE. Yeah, I could see that. It's a jack of all trades. So like, here's the thing, and this is where it's going to get difficult, right? Because I understand everybody loves Warframe. Again, remember, I always give my honest opinion. I hate Warframe's melee. I hate it. I genuinely do. I think it's garbage. It doesn't, like, as somebody that likes to play third-person action games, I don't like Warframe's melee. I never have. Never have. Gunplay, awesome. The powers and abilities, super sick. Melee, no. No. Not even close. So the thing is that when you're making a game that is now going to be primarily melee focused, now all of a sudden, you know, the slightly janky melee, I'll be nice and say that, the janky melee in Warframe gets a pass because there's so many other elements that are masking it, right? So it's not that big of a deal that the melee isn't like super intuitive and in depth and, you know, has a ton of different move sets and things like that. It's not a big deal because you have gunplay, you have gunplay, you have powers, you have a ton of different variety of all of those things. You have the movement in the game. You have a ton of different stuff to be able to mess around with, and you get to mix all of those things together. So then it kind of just gets, you know, washed aside for the most part. Now, when melee is going to be the focus and it's the primary way that you're dealing damage in a game, it has to be good. It has to be perfect. And if it's not, then it's not going to do well, guys. I'll just be real with you. Like, if this game, here's the thing, and I'm also willing to say this. I know for a fact that this is a pre-alpha, that these animations are going to get cleaned up a little bit. But if this melee still looks like it does, or works like it does, even without the like slidey jankiness and stuff, it's still not going to be good enough to take people's attention. It's still not going to be good enough for it to be profitable. It feels like they took Warframe Melee and tried to slow it down in Soulframe, and it looks awful. In my opinion. Yeah. That's it. Simple. The argument that Soulframe's Melee is bad because Warframe's Melee is mid ain't gonna fly, mate. I don't understand what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that I think that there might be a potential that God, I feel bad for saying this. It might be that DE doesn't know how to do melee combat. Looking at Duviri, same thing. Controlling the Drifter feels like garbage. I'm just gonna say it. I'll be honest with you. I don't think he understood your argument. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm just saying that I think that they just fundamentally have an issue with melee in general. And they may need to bring somebody else in entirely to be able to handle the melee. Like, it might have to be a new hire. Somebody, or when I say new hire, it needs to be somebody that they're going to bring in that has a lot of experience with melee combat. And you've seen tons of games do this, right? You've seen tons of games do this in the past. I think one of the best examples of this, you don't need to go get somebody like Prolific, though that would be sick. But look at Final Fantasy 16, right? They went out and got the guy that did Devil May Cry. Like, sometimes you have to go out and find somebody else that specializes in that. Wayfinder melee is better. Yeah, well, I mean, Wayfinder is more focused on. I think Wayfinder is more focused on its melee than its firearms, right? How do you even do melee in Warframe with so much speed in the game, though? And well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, a lot of that does come down to how fast the game is, especially once you have like mods on that increase your like attack speed. What's that one mod that I have on like my katana that like I hit something and all of a sudden, I played as Volt doing melee and it's just like, it's so weird looking. It's fun, but it's weird. So yeah. Like, I agree with everybody's thing. I agree. Like, it's a two-part issue, man. Like part one is the melee does look bad and it looks rough. Part two is that people aren't going to be forgiving, nor should they be expected to be forgiving, because they don't understand digital extremes and they don't understand what state or at what stage in development this game is in. But again, I'm going to say this because I 100% agree with Asmongold on this. Like, the rat animation, how good, like, the rat itself is designed very well. The character themselves are designed very well. The animation of the rat going to bite his finger, very good. Animation of you attacking an enemy, not. That's a concern. That is a concern. But that also could just, I don't know how that would even work, man. Like, I'm trying to understand how this would happen. So I'm like, well, maybe the other teams are just super far ahead of the melee folks, the combat folks. But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Unless the people that have been working on the combat are working on something else entirely. And what's in the game right now is just placeholder. But even that doesn't make sense. Like, that's the core part of your game, right? Like, I appreciate that they're really like trying to lock in on the overall experience, the systems and things like that. But like, no, it's a quite common thing. See many Souls-like games, many fails at the same thing. You know what? You're actually right about that. If you look at a lot of the Souls games, and I realize that this isn't a Souls game, though it does actually have some Souls elements. I mean, you have like an Estus flask. But I get what they're saying. It's not a Souls-like. But still, at the same time, the thing is that like when you see a game that's like this, that has this kind of camera angle, that has this kind of character and world design, like at the end of the day, people have been spoiled by Dark Souls and they've been spoiled by Elden Ring, and we've been spoiled by so many fantastic action games over the last few years that you can't expect players to take a step back. I'm sorry. They're not going to do it. They're not going to want to play your game. And that's also on them for like maybe you should have let this cook a little longer before you showed anything else. One of my other worries is, and I want you guys to tell me what the probability of something like this is, okay? How many people do you guys think are in Sulfur are in actually? So how many folks do you guys think that are in Soulframe's Preludes are Warframe players? What percentage? 99, 90, 100%. Yeah. Well, we know that the next biggest batch of people that are coming into Preludes got their codes from Tennocon, right? How likely do you guys think it would be that because of the fact that they're only dealing with their fans and not outside players, that would likely be more critical of the game and more critical of various aspects of it? How likely do you think that the players that they have, because it's kind of sycophantic, how many do you think that's kind of diluting their criticism that they should be receiving? Because you have people that love you already, people that love your game, love Warframe, and all they want you to do is succeed, and all they want you to do is to be successful, and they appreciate everything that you do, and they show up and they watch your Tennocon, your Thursdays and all that stuff, your prime times and everything like that. They go and they check all that kind of stuff out. And what are the chances that the vast majority of that feedback is going to be very watered down in comparison to what you would get from a more general audience? I love Warframe, but I would try to love Soulframe and give it honest feedback. And you're going to have some people that are going to do that. So it's Namer. The feedback forums has had much criticism, don't worry. A lot of testers dislike various systems. So I think that it's like, it's a couple different things. So the question also then becomes like, how many of the people are genuinely giving feedback that are a part of Preludes as well, right? Like some people are just going to play it. Some people are just going to play it. They're not going to give any feedback. They just want to be on the ground floor. They just want to reserve their name, right? They want to reserve their name for the next game. Is there anything wrong with just playing? In this case, yeah, actually. In this case, I would actually say, yeah, there is something wrong with just playing. If you're involved in a pre-patch, or not pre-patch, if you're involved in beta testing or alpha testing, or in the case of Soulframe, like you are a part of a very small audience of people that are there specifically to test the game and give feedback, and you're not giving feedback, yes, that is a problem. That is the whole reason that you got the code in the first place. Not to see if you like it, not to just play it because you think it's fun to play. No, you're there for a purpose. You're there because you want to help that studio shape their next game. You're there to help them make the next game that you want to play. And then by extension, if you play those play tests and the game gets released and you don't like the game, by in part, that's also your fault. Albeit on a small scale, but part of your fault. And I guarantee there's a lot of people that do that. I guarantee it. Just read on the Discord that they were primarily focusing on combat and gameplay reworks moving forward. Good for them. What you love to hear. I just think that, the funny thing is that I don't think like one, the melee doesn't need to get fixed. It doesn't need to be their primary focus. They needed, what the funny thing is? There's a really good chance that somebody within that team on DE really pushed to make sure that this is the footage that went out at Tennocon because they wanted people to finally, raise their pitchforks. Because there are some situations that you get in at companies, and you guys know this. People, everybody here, I mean, plenty of people here, I'm sure, work jobs, right? Has there ever been something that you just you want the customers to complain more about because you want it to get fixed, but you yourself don't have the power and ability to be able to push it forward for that thing to get fixed? You know what I'm talking about? I can't tell you how many times I've whispered to a customer, I'm like, please complain about this for me. I know you're mad about it and you're talking about it right now, but I really need you to fucking kick it up a notch, okay? I really need you to make a big deal about it. Otherwise, it's never going to get fixed. Steve was so stressed, he knew. Well, I mean, dude, I get it, man. It's something you're passionate about. You don't want to be disliked, but at the exact same time, I mean,
bitrate so IDKFITs being asked yet who's your favorite on LYNE member and why is it ZEK?
ZEK. I'm a bit late. I don't know if it's been asked, but who's your favorite online member and why is it Zeke? I met Zeke, by the way, at Tennocon. I'll be honest, I hate the name Soulframe. I think it draws too much expectations. I 1,000% agree with you. I 1,000% agree with you. I think that by invoking the name Soul in your game and it being a third-person action, melee-focused game with a lot of things that remind people of Souls games, you are definitely drawing the wrong kind, the wrong kind of attention. You are 100,000% bringing the eyes of people that believe that this is going to be a Souls game. And why do I say that? Because it did. Because it did. It did. Why do you think Asmongold got so pissed off when he was watching it? Why do you think he was so incendiary with the things that he said? So insanely negative with the way that he described things. So passionately in revolt of the gameplay that he saw because he thinks it's a Souls game. He said as much when he was watching it. Oh, if you're gonna do this Dark Souls storytelling, you don't talk about, don't try to do this if you're not gonna do it effectively. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's an Estus flask. Oh, what's that? It's very, very in line with that kind of idea. Souls has rotted people's brains? No. Dark Souls and Elden Ring have if anything, they've raised players' standards. That's what it is. And to be honest with you, the vast majority of action combat games that I've played over the last few years, dude, we've got some games that, I'm sorry, having mid combat in your game is not gonna fly. Not for a live service, and definitely not for a AAA release. And that's what this is, by the way. This is very much a AAA release. DE, from my perspective, with their level of success, this is a AAA live service game, a follow-up to a beloved game that they've, not a follow-up, but it's their next game in a line since Warframe, which is a beloved game. Yeah, players are going to have really high expectations for this. And players' tastes have evolved over the years, and we've played a lot of really, really, really good action combat games. Some of those being Souls games or Sekiro or just FromSoft games in general. Other games as well. Final Fantasy XVI's combat was fantastic. What else have I played recently? Zenless Zone Zero is actually a lot of fun. I played... What was that other one that I played? Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was a lot of fun. The Assassin's Creed games, I mean, even though from my perspective they're slop, their combat has always felt really good. What else is there? Like, there's been a lot of really good action combat games, and I think that players' expectations and their tastes have come up, and you have to match it. You have to match it. DE will do better making a hack and slash along the vein of Nier Automata. Fuck, dude. Imagine if this game had like Nier. It doesn't need to have that. It just needs to. Its world, its minute-to-minute gameplay screams a Dark Souls game. It screams Elden Ring. It needs to match that kind of combat. Otherwise, there's going to be a cognitive dissonance with the players who would go to play this game or view its trailers. Ah, one more thing. Where is it at? Ah, there it was right there. Oh. This right here. They'll do it again. There it is. That right there. So I've seen this, right? I've seen a lot of people talk about this. This right here, this is visual artifacting. Okay? This is not intended. This is not how they want the game to look. This is not how the game will look when it's finished. This is visual artifacting. I've seen it in a ton of different games. Light artifacting, I've seen it in a ton of different games by now. It's a bug. It's not, yeah, it's like lens flares and stuff like that just got, yeah, visual artifacts. That's all these are. It's very weird that so many people jumped onto this and were like, oh my God, why would you want it to look like that? Again, my question is, I know what this is. DE, why the fuck was this in the trailer? Like, there was, like, you're only, like, you're from a from a PR perspective, from a marketing perspective, just don't do that. Don't do that. Like, you're trying to, like, curate it. I know that they want to make sure that they're trying to show, like, very grounded gameplay. And really what this all comes down to is the fact that Digital Extremes wants players involved with developing this game day one. Because they recognize that that is the reason why Warframe is the game that it is today. It's not just because of them, it's because of the players as well. It's because they worked with the players to turn Warframe into an incredible live service game that people love and people are attached to, invested in, and will always keep playing. And they want that same future for this game. And the reason why they're showing such early footage, such scuffed footage in a lot of ways, is specifically because of the fact that they want players in on the ground floor to make sure that they are making the game that players want to play. But they need to make sure that they include that messaging. Otherwise, they're going to run to conclusions, and at the end of the day, oftentimes, first impressions are the last. Simple as that. You just answered your own question. Yeah, I know. That's what I do. You don't do that? I do that. This is a live demo? Yeah, it was a live demo, not a trailer. Correct. There's a reason, like, here's the thing. There's a reason why developers don't want to show you gameplay. There's a reason why developers, you know, only show cinematic trailers up until like a year before release. And this is why. This is why. Because right now, the general audience's opinion of what Soulframe is a garbage game and likely dead on release. The one thing that works to their advantage is the fact that the game is very far off from release, and by the time the game releases, all of this will have been forgotten. People won't even remember it. So many other games will release by the time this would ever come out. And on top of that, like Warframe already is one of those, like Warframe and Digital Extremes is already like one of those kind of like off the radar kind of companies and off the radar kind of games that they're not like constantly in the public eye. And for that, I think that people will just kind of out of sight, out of mind it. People think the beta later this year. If it comes out in 2026, I'd be shocked. Yeah, the beta is not this year. Beta is not this year. No, not even fucking close. Not even close. Who dat? Nazo, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. +9. These are lens flare attacks. Warnings? No, they're not warnings. It's just visual artifacting. That's all it is. It's just it's scuffed lighting. It's not purposeful. This is not what they want the game to look like or anything like that. Fall 2024. Game releases fall 2024. No, not even close. Not even close. If I had to take a wild guess at the stage that Soulframe's at, the game's probably like 2 to 3 years from release. Open alpha? I don't think, are they opening it to the public? I thought that all they did was give away keys. They gave away keys at Tennocon. Basically anybody at Tennocon can play. But they're opening it up fully to the public in the fall. Eh. Okay. All right. I missed that part. If that's the case, that doesn't mean that the game is finished by any means. But if it's did they actually classify it as open alpha? I really hope that's the language they use. Because I think if they use that kind of language, players will understand where this is coming from. I think that's a big mistake. I don't know. It can be. If they go open alpha, then that means that streamers are gonna play it. And I'm gonna hate to say it, but the vast majority of streamers that are out there are not gonna be like, like I've gone in on it, but I would probably say the vast majority of content creators and streamers are not gonna go easy on it. They don't give a shit about Warframe. They don't give a shit about DE, right? I understand what's going on. I understand what the issue is. And here's the thing. They're not, I want to make sure this is clear. They are not expected to know about DE. They don't need to be. Their opinions are absolutely 100,000% valid. Completely valid. But the context does help. It helps. Because the thing is that I think that without the context, what ends up happening is that your opinions on it are so heated and so one-sided that it doesn't make for... It makes for less useful criticism, right? So one of the reasons why I take as long as I do to react to these kind of things and talk about them and why I make videos about them and things like that is because I want to try to make sure that I take the time to like really roll over whatever my criticisms are enough times in my own head that I can go, oh, I should word it like this. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to communicate properly. I'm trying to communicate clearly. Because the less clear it is and the more passionate it is, the less likely it is to get fixed. It's one thing if I sit here and go, yeah, looks like garbage. Trash game. Man, this game's gonna suck. Versus, so I think what the issue is that the combat, or what bothers me when I look at the combat, is that the animations stop too early or the collision's off in this direction. And I would really like if instead the combat looked like this game or this game or this game, right? because that's valuable feedback. That's feedback that's actionable that they can use and go, oh, you know what? He makes a good point. Let's take a look at this, right? And then that's something they can actually work with. But that doesn't sell on Twitch and YouTube. Baby, I wouldn't have a YouTube channel if that was the case. Maybe it's not selling to millions. Okay? But I don't need millions, okay? I just need a couple. Constructive Prime. Yeah. Yeah. LD has been bought. Yes. Yeah. For sure.
When it was gathered, no one watched.
Yeah, that's like lens flare. So that is like a warning, I guess.
No one watched. The Everstorm.
The tells aren't very clear either, I will say that. God, man, that lens flare is crazy. You know, I'm realizing I got to do more React content. I got to get better at it so then I can just stop making my tailored videos and just post React content instead. It just feels so, it's like, it's even just like the general combat animations are just so stiff. Like I almost want to like DE to fly me out and like I don't know, hook me up to some mocap and I'll show you. I don't know, that probably won't work. I'm just being goofy at this point. But yeah. Yeah, it's just like the combat animations are just very like, oh. But I shouldn't be doing that with both hands. Don't clip that. It feels stiff and too. We need to stop this conversation. This isn't working. I shouldn't use the word stiff either because that's just kind of fucking up this whole conversation. But that is what it is. That is what it is. Yeah, bad phrasing. Bad phrasing. But then like other character animations look really good. So like some stuff is like right on the spot and then other stuff is not even close. It's just LD, same issue I have with Warframe in this case. Genius idea, poorly executed. Yeah, like you're gonna have some of that stuff, but again, keeping in mind the game is very, very far off from being released. But it's such an insane contrast when you're looking at like how good the game looks. Like the game world looks awesome. And I'm usually somebody that doesn't really like a lot of like volumetric fog in games, but like the fog in this game is like workable. It like you could play in this and it wouldn't bother me or anything like that. It looks really good. The environment itself looks really good. The atmosphere in this game is top notch. Voice acting, the sound, the music, all of this stuff is super cool. And it's basically The Legend of Zelda. And I actually think that might be from Legend of Zelda. Nintendo's gonna be at your door, D. It's so gray. I think it's just where they are right now. But like that's also kind of the theme of the game at the exact same time as well, right? Where like I think the theme of the game is like life of the life of the world is kind of being, you know, sucked out of it, and you're there to try to, you know, fix that.
This very dumb. I will catch a chill. You sneak! I would have smelt your aura from here, were my sight not drowned in brine. I am the witch Verminia. Enchantée. May you grant us some color and learn some taste besides. Oh, envoy, for you go. Un amuse-bouche.
Yeah, I also totally agree. Rat Lady is definitely my she's been my favorite so far. As a mid-drift enjoyer. Yeah. Yeah.
You'll weather not.
Like this looks like this is so cool. Now the game isn't gray anymore. See, like that's straight from Warframe. It's like the you see it when you do execution animations in Warframe, where, you know, if an enemy is like up on top of something or something like that, your character will like float up to them and then do the animation and stuff. I've seen it so many times. There's also something really weird about that double jump animation too, right? Like you don't actually see the character do a double jump. They just float up. See that? There's no other like kick. Yeah. Yeah. There's just something. It's character animations in general. Combat animations. Movement animations.
So, I think Joe's
I think the
gonna
camera
go
shake makes it look
introduce
worse.
You
Yeah.
guys to Verminia and her station, where she will provide another progression path.
Oh yeah. So Verminia is our sort of...
Asmund was so mad when people were cheering. Yeah, I bet he would be. I bet he would be. Again, going back to that conversation I was having earlier about how players' expectations, people that are fans of Digital Extremes, Warframe, and by extension Soulframe, yeah, like they're gonna cheer, they're gonna be happy to see what they've been working on, and they're really not gonna think about it any further than that. They're not going to think that this is going to be a final version of the game. They know how far in development the game actually is, and then that's why it's so weird for somebody like Asmon, because Asmon will come and watch this and go, man, all these different things in the game are so polished, but the combat and the character animations look so terrible. Why are these people cheering? Are they idiots? Are they stupid? What's wrong with them? No, that's not it. It's just they have context that you don't. That's really all it comes down to. They don't want to boo their favorite devs. Well, they're not going to boo either, right? Why would you boo? That doesn't even make any sense. And I also want to make it clear too, I talked to the developers about this when I was there, before I even saw this, actually. I talked to them before Tennocon, but it was like at the studio and stuff. I was like, hey, because I wanted to be able to sit down and I wanted to talk to Steve, because I was like, I was already worried when I saw the trailer, and I was like, man, this combat still looks just as bad as it did a year ago. And I'm like, I just want to talk to him a little bit and pick his brain and see where the game's at, what their vision for it is and things like that. But I never got the opportunity to. I told him I'll get him next time, and for some odd reason he thought that I was gonna hit him with I don't remember if it was the conversation. I'm gonna get you next time. And he's like in the leg, like with an axe or something, or what? I was like, what? No, Steve, an interview, man. I want to talk. Last night during his stream, he said they were saying Soulframe will never get better, and no game/studio has improved their combat post-trailer. I do remember that. And I very strongly disagree with Asmongold on that. I very strongly disagree with that. Again, the reason why is because he believes the game is closer than what it actually is. Yeah. I do not like the dead on arrival discussion for a game that's still 3 years out. It would be different if the themes of the game, if the core of the game itself was something that would not appeal to an audience, right? So like as an example, a looter shooter, Suicide Squad kills the Justice League kind of situation. There's a ton of different games that we could point to and go like, nobody's gonna want to play that. That Sony live service what is it called? Concord, that's what it is. Stuff like that. Very easy to look at something like that and go, yeah, there's no audience for this. Right? No audience for this. Easy to see those games and know that they're not going to do well. You can look at if you took out, let's say that the combat looked okay in this video, everybody would be excited for it. Everybody would be excited for it. Which means, because you didn't hear any other complaints outside of that, right? People thought the characters looked cool, the world looked cool, everything else was fine. There was like the weird lighting, like artifacting and stuff like that. But outside of that, everything else about this game is attractive for a much wider audience, probably an even bigger audience than Warframe right now. Just because of how popular third-person action games like Elden Ring and stuff like that has gotten over the last few years. They fixed that, and this game's riding high. Asmongold isn't even right. A number of games did make improvements post-trailers. Oh, I'm sure there have been. He's just looking for something more notable more than anything else. Some of Asmongold's takes are very questionable. He sometimes plays into his audience. I do the same thing. It's part of being entertaining while you're streaming. The problem is I think sometimes that doesn't really translate into videos that well, and you just come off looking like an asshole. Which, I mean, he is an asshole, but Asmund, not the best example of public opinion. That's actually wrong. I think Asmongold represents I think Asmongold represents the voice, the inner voice of the common common audience. I think that, like, I'll be real, like, it's just like I said, if I watched this trailer without any context on Digital Extreme or any context on Warframe or how Warframe was developed as a game, I would have been like, this game looks like trash. I'm not interested in it. Because I did when I first watched the trailer, like over a year ago. I saw a little bit of it and turned it off because I was like, this looks like a really bad Elden Ring ripoff. That was it. That was my internal dialogue. I think that Asmongold in a lot of cases represents the internal dialogue of the silent majority. One thing he said too is that he knows that he's being rash, but only because he has that much expectations for the game. Yeah, and I heard something about that as well, because he's like, well, they have no excuse because they've made Warframe, which is a really successful game, and he's right, by the way. He's right. Asmongold isn't playing a lot of games right now, so a lot of his takes are devoid of any solid experience. The dude plays games every stream. What are you talking about? He played like League of Legends the last 2 streams. Mind you, it's like a, you know, Vampire Survivors clone in League of Legends or something like that, but the guy plays streams like he plays a game every stream. He's just played Once Human. He played First Descendant all the way through. He's been playing First Descendant off stream. I think that when it comes to a guy like Asmongold, I think that he's so divisive because of how unfiltered his opinions are, that there's like a personal biases that people have because they just don't like him as a person. So then they attribute a bunch of different things to him that aren't necessarily accurate, that help to like bolster their negative opinion on him. I think that's what happens with him more times than not. I think a lot of people don't like him and they'll be like, yeah, but he doesn't like, I mean, look at World of Warcraft players. They fucking hate him, right? WoW players fucking hate him. Oh, look, he's talking about World of Warcraft. You're not allowed to talk about World of Warcraft. You don't even play WoW anymore. Dude played the game for like fucking 17 years or however long he's been playing the game. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you didn't play the most recent patch, so you're not allowed to talk about the game anymore. Get the fuck out of here. It's so goofy. See you later, Silver. WoW players hate everything, including WoW. Have you guys seen like the what is it? All right, we're done with this. I already know. We've already seen like the rest of this stuff already, where she does like the little costume thing and stuff like that. We'll finish it. All right, we'll finish it. Hold on, let me finish this. I was gonna say, have you guys seen like the MMO subreddit? Like, it's the most toxic place a lot, and like everybody hates MMOs there, and like, you know that subreddit only exists because it's mostly WoW players.
Master colors and elixirs.
Leader puppets. That would be just enough for all. Hardly better. How am I meant to brew my hues in this washed-out puddle? I know not. Less. The envoy brings us a nibble?
So this isn't final implementation, but we just wanted to give you guys an impression of the kind of customization you'll be able to do to her.
We could just eat you up. The puppets approve. Your aura is showing.
Now this next one, I don't think anyone would purposely do it, but we were just curious what would happen if a certain DE employee played Soulframe. We wanted to see how Verminia might feel about that.
Ugh. I must hold my nose. Yes, this is so you. Oh, envoy, before you go, my puppets have wished to tell. How you say? Something unsavory.
Yeah, it's like the character dialogue and animations and stuff like that are fantastic. They're so good. Like everything about the game looks just so damn good. And I do really feel like that a lot of the negative feedback around this game does come down to the fact that the game looks so polished in so many different ways, and people are just believing that the game's further along than what it actually is. I think that really does come down to it.
They squeak of red moaning in the coral glen of saccharine odor that waft from his den. His bell tolls. Its echoes taste faintly of black, of torn marks, of claw marks, of drip, 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 sap.
I like the boss design. I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah, I think that like overall there's a lot of really impressive things that I like with Soulframe and the general direction of the game, but at the end of the day, if the core gameplay and the combat is not top tier, then it's just not gonna hit. It's not gonna hit. And personally, I want this game to be successful because I enjoy Warframe. I really enjoy, I like the devs at Digital Extremes, and I also know what that company's capable of, and they know what they're capable of. And if you give this game next level, insanely good combat with all the other elements that you have, you're going to be looking at some record-breaking player numbers. I'll tell you that right now. Read the first comment. Welcome to Soulframe. Our first dev stream is done, and now we're making it. Now we're making the game in our version of pre-alpha preludes. Good. Here's the thing, though. Again, this should be in the trailer, not in the comment section, right? How many people actually read the comments? That's going to be my other question. What you might expect over the next few months is refined combat, focus on fun, and dramatic experiments with gameplay. Okay. If this is your first time checking out a Digital Extremes game, this is how we develop. Buckle in. Many of you might know Warframe. We didn't add bullet jump to Warframe until 3 years into development. Expect the same risks, changes, and pace with Soulframe. We love and read all feedback. See you in Alka. I think that being experimental and taking risks is a great thing. But leaning into the idea of saying, this is how we develop games because it's so rough at the beginning. And, look, we didn't add bullet jump until, 3 years in. I don't know. I think part of me kind of worries that leaning too hard into that idea is going to cost you in the long run. Because I think that, you've developed that culture with your community with Warframe, right? I don't know in today's market if you can develop that same kind of community again. I believe they can, because I think that there's people that are out there that want to be a part of something like that. But outside of that, I don't know, man. You don't develop that way again because you are no longer a startup. Yeah, and the thing is, by the wording of that makes it sound like this is how we develop games. It's going to be more fun in 3 years. Yeah, DE isn't a startup. No, you can't have a startup mentality. DE was a startup? Yeah. They had lots of games before? Yeah, but not to the same, like Warframe's what saved them. They almost went out of business if it wasn't for it. They worked on Unreal in the 90s. Yeah, but the company that worked on Unreal is not the same company that we have today. They weren't a startup when they made Warframe, for sure. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that's like when they were like first trying to go like independently published and all that stuff. Because they were making other people's games back then, not their own games, if I'm not mistaken. Because there's like some gig work that you get as a development studio. Larian Studios did the same thing for a lot of years as well. Oh, that's what it is. Nobody wanted to publish their game. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. They wanted to make. They were trying to make a game. They were trying to make Dark Sector, though Dark Sector is not the game that they were trying to make. They were trying to make Warframe, but nobody wanted to back them. Yeah. That is what it is. As long as they've got the money to write it out, it'll be all right. I don't think that's a really good way to look at it. I don't think it's necessarily like if they got the money to write it out. Like, is that what we really want? Is that what players want? Is that what Digital Extremes actually wants? Is to write it out until they can get it good in like 3 years post development? I don't think so. I know that's not what they. I also know that's not what they're trying to do either. But yeah. God, I didn't even get to any of the other stuff that I wanted to look up today. We're already like 4 hours into stream, almost 5 hours into stream, and all I've been doing is yapping. What are you doing? You are so needy today. Yeah. Your dinner's not for another hour almost. I don't care if it takes several years. Yeah, but I mean, like, keep it in development. Like, I don't want, like, I'm going to give you an example of this. Somebody just brought something up that kind of reminded me of it, right? So somebody just talked about No Man's Sky. Do you think players would be okay if Light No Fire does the same thing that No Man's Sky did at the beginning, but then turns into a great game later? Do you think players will be forgiving if Witcher 4 releases in the same state that Cyberpunk 2077 did when it first came out, but got better later? People like comeback stories, right? But nobody wants them to do it over again. Right? Remember, we did it. We're doing it again, guys. Like, no, people aren't gonna want that. Witcher 3 had 1 million bugs. Yeah, I mean, also on top of that, I think it was to a lesser scale than Cyberpunk. I mean, Cyberpunk was quite literally unplayable on consoles. Like, it just would not play. It's not like, oh, it was buggy. No, like, it was like literally garbage. It was trash. I blame deadlines. A lot of these companies set their own deadlines, though. Gotta keep that in mind. I mean, unless they're being published, that's a different story, right? So then in those cases, yeah, you're gonna have some people that are gonna be, that are, you know, their deadlines are set by somebody else, but I don't know. A lot of these game devs are starting to unionize, though, and I wonder what exactly that means. I mean, it's better working conditions for sure, and you're gonna end up having less crunch, I would imagine, but at the same time, like, crunch isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, sometimes, like, like whatever you're working on, sometimes it has to get done, right? So, like, there's gonna be things that are unfinished before you get to the end of development, and it has to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then you're in some trouble. I don't know where the fuck that went. Culture abusing crunch for a year or two is bad. Yeah, I think that's kind of weird too, when they like want to try to like use like crunch timelines like super early, and you know, like the game's like 2 years out and they're already making people work, you know, 12-hour days, 7 days a week. I used to do that shit. Holy, I used to work 12-hour days for a month straight, or 2 months straight at times. You want to talk about you want to talk about some bad times. What do you want, dude? You were so needy today. Hi. You've gotten pets? We've already held you? We've held you on camera twice today. No Man's Sky is kind of like Minecraft. It gets boring after the story. If you don't come up with your own entertainment. Yeah, so I think there's I think that people kind of confuse something when I was talking about one of the next games that I want to play, and I think that they're like thinking that I'm going to do the exact same thing I've done with Warframe with whatever the next game. I was like getting pissy. What? No, like you can't growl at me when I pick you up and then pet you, and then when I put you down, meow at me because you still want attention. That's not how this works. No, you get no attention. No, zero. What I was gonna say is that I think that like I'm just gonna do first impressions gameplay, right? Like I'm gonna play the game and I'm gonna play it for a certain amount of hours and see where it kind of goes from there. I realize that like No Man's Sky isn't like it's not like Warframe, right? There's not like chat, like it's more like Minecraft or something like that, right? Where you're just kind of like building up until, you know, getting bigger ships and doing stuff and doing activities and stuff. So I'm more or less just gonna like, you know, check out the game for however many hours, you know, maybe it's 100, maybe it's 200, maybe it's less than that. And I'm gonna just see what the game is and have fun. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Now, something like Guild Wars, right? That's a little different. Guild Wars, like there's actual progression to work towards. There's raids, if I'm not mistaken, dungeons to do, story to complete. And there's a lot of different things that I can do with that. That's more like a journey, right? AK hours in Guild Wars 2 here. Yep, it's got some good content to progress through. Yeah. Not all games have to be designed to play in and play in and out, or play day in and day out. You play the story and then you leave. Maybe you come back for expeditions. Maybe you don't. I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about No Man's Sky, to be honest with you. Space game. That's all I know. Space game. Space game, and it looks like a survival crafting / open world / or like open universe. I don't know. A lot of things. Expeditions are basically time-limited events where you get limited rewards. Oh, okay. Have you thought about trying EVE Online? Are you out of your fucking mind? For example, in the most recent one, gives you a special unique ship. Ooh, that actually sounds really good. I'd probably play. I would play, but new PoE League starts tomorrow. Part of me was also thinking about doing like, so I attempted to do like my first time playthrough of Path of Exile, and then I ended up like not doing it. I didn't get very far. I didn't get very far. And it's like a game that it's a game that pisses me off because it's like I want to understand it. I want to know it. I want to play it. I love Diablo. I love loot driven games. I love Last Epoch and a bunch of other ones. And yeah. Have you seen the Settlers of Calgur trailer? No, what's that? Let's take a look. What? What do you want? You can't want food. That's impossible. You really trying to like beg for dinner early? Is that what's going on right now? He really is trying to beg for dinner early. PoE is either follow a guide or understand every system in the game. And as somebody that like I have a desire to, like, I don't feel like I actually played the game unless I understand it. I'm just one of those people.
Yet.
All right, see what this is.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet... Welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
You're actually like building a town?
We'll need resources. And savvy planning.
Okay. Okay.
Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen.
Very cool.
Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold.
What was that? What was that? What is this? Shipment? Crew? KTS Eastern Star. So these are like 3 ships that you have, and then you use the ships to send them out somewhere else to sell stuff? Is that what it is? They sell and bring back gold to you? And then I would imagine what you're selling is material that you're making in your village.
Our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible.
What a
we
cool
hope
idea.
to build a home.
Bro, this game shits all over Diablo. Good lord. Good lord. Like, one of the reasons I've been so critical about Diablo 4 is just because it's so fucking disappointing that a company that has as much money as they do, as many resources as they do, squander them with the most, like, basic, no-brain, like, updates and patches and stuff. Like, they're like, oh yeah, like the last update was literally like, don't get me wrong, I think it's great that they fixed the looting system. I think that the game plays a lot better in general now, but it's not even 2000s Blizzard or anything like that. It's just the fact that the company itself has so much potential and so much money and so many people behind them to be able to, you know, do with whatever they need to do to be able to make a great game, but they just don't for whatever reason. The support's just not there for games like this, especially when it comes to things like their just a seasonal mechanic or whatever it is. It's always very like rudimentary. It's sad. It's sad. They could do super cool things every season, but they don't. Wait, what was that? Respec with gold? Okay, I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I'm gonna play. I'll play this. Simple. Do I have it downloaded right now? I've been playing Slay the Spire lately. Okay, it's downloading. That changes a lot. That changes everything. The whole reason I've stayed away from this game is because the 2 times that I gave it a shot, I messed up my build, and then you need a special currency to be able to respec your tree, and it's just like, bro, this is such a massive pain in the ass that I don't even want to have to deal with it. What is this? Currency exchange market. What? I want Exalted Orb. I have Divine Orb. Is this an in-game marketplace for trading currencies? Did they just make PoE 2 in PoE? That is. I don't know why that matters. Is melee not good or something? That's tomorrow? Wow. I'm in. Yeah, no, that was easy. I'm in. I don't know, like, that was like the easiest I've ever been sold on playing Path of Exile ever. It's been so disappointing because for so many years I've seen them put out like a trailer on a new season. I'm like, dude, this looks so sick. And then I go to play the game and I'm like, I don't understand it. And I don't like following guides. I just don't like following guides. Watch the explanation video. Who said that? That's a 45-minute video. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. Today, I don't know. I don't know about that. We've been streaming for 5 hours. We haven't even played any video games yet. We haven't played any video games. Watch it. 5 hours of chatting, make it 6. You know, if I react to a video, especially when it's 45 minutes long, it'll be more like an hour and a half before we ever get out. Are you gonna play the new league? Yeah, I think I'm. What am I saying? I think I definitely will. I don't know if I'll do it on stream though. I don't know if I'll do it on stream because I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Brooklyn, hey, at Legendary Drops, do me a favor. I hear you're a fantastic cameraman. I'm gonna fucking ban you, Rory. I'm gonna fucking ban you, dog. How dare you? Why would you come in with a fucking leg sweep like that? I'm having a good day. You're over here raining on my parade. Fucking bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, no, dead serious. This update to Path of Exile looks like a fucking blast, and I'm all here for it. We've all been there, bro. I promise you. Oh, I guarantee it. I guarantee plenty of people have seen it before. The long video might include Q&A you can skip. Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna feed the cat because he's being bothersome. I also need water anyway. You want to eat? You want to eat? Yeah? Okay. Okay. I feel giga bad for you. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. I had some really cool footage and stuff like that. I was really looking forward to it, man. I was really looking forward to being able to use it. It's not that big of a deal though. It looks like your whole house / property in Once Human disappeared while you were away. I don't think I moved it. Yeah, I don't think I moved it. I wonder if they have a thing where, like, if you're, like, not playing for long enough, they just boot you. Get rid of your property. But on a serious note, I do need a favor for you. Favor from you. I'm going to shoot you a DM right now. Where? Oh. Oh, do you know if the Warframe? Yeah, they're going to be at Gamescom. Yeah. That's not a secret. They said it at Tennocon. That's the one in Germany, right? If I'm not mistaken. God damn. Yeah. DE at Gamescom is only a Tenno VIP party though. I visited last year. Yeah, no. Like, but they're still gonna do a what was I gonna say? They're still going to do a presentation. They're probably still going to be showing some 1999 stuff. Keep in mind, there's also going to be, so one of the things that I'm really confused about is that there's going to be Lotus Eaters. We saw that. And then also at the exact same time, there's also unannounced update. Probably an October update. Probably, yeah. October, probably October, November. They said that 1999 is supposed to be this winter, right? So it should be winter of 2024. So it should be probably December. It was so funny. It was so funny that like I'm sitting in this. I'm sitting in in my interview with them, and I'm like, so well, you know, chances are it's probably going to be in, you know, the update's probably going to be in December, and they're like, you know, fucking Rurikon over here said it'd be fucking like pictures of his goofy ass self wearing a Warframe headband. Fucking idiot. Yeah, thank you for the 2 months, man. Or thank you for the Prime. 2 months. Thank you. Appreciate that. Will you go to Tenno Relay today? I don't know. Let's play some Warframe. What do you guys think? You guys want to play some Warframe today? Warframe. We'll switch the stream to Warframe. That shit is rare, I hear. You can show it on stream if you want. I don't know if stream can handle how good you look at a headband, Rory. Here you guys go. I'll show you guys the fantasticness of Rurikon in a Warframe headband. The same guy that says Warframe sucks. This is the face. This is the face. This is the face. My bald ass head. Now I know. Now we know why you wear the hat. My headband is strong. I'm kidding, Rurikon. I'm kidding. Let's see. Oh, I have to wait for that. Hold on. Let me wait for Path of Exile to finish its download. It's at like 90%. That headband was given to me by Sheldon Carter, dude. Sure. Sure. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh. Speaking of Wendy's, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat tonight. I haven't figured that out at all yet. I'm gonna take a look. I was gonna get up today and get groceries, and then I got distracted and I was doing some other stuff instead, and I played some video games. I was also like looking for other stuff because I was like, I've been so out of the loop when it comes to like news and stuff like that lately, just because of like how much I've been traveling. So it's been really, really tough to kind of stay up to date on stuff just in general. Like I was gone, like I have not made a video or streamed in 11 days. That's a long time. That's a long fucking time. It felt like a lot longer than that, to be honest with you. It felt like a lot longer. It felt kind of weird. Like I think like one of the things that I'll say, like anytime I take time away from streaming, I'm like the biggest fear is that something's gonna happen and I'm gonna miss out on being able to talk about it. I genuinely think you would have every perspective on Warframe, from its good to its bad, the highs and the lows, from checking Brutalis's videos out, even if most of them many agree with how they are presented. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out. I try not to listen to other content creators when it comes to certain things, because I'm afraid that, like, you know, if they present it in a good way for me, like it could potentially change the way, like change my own perspective too much. So then I kind of sound like I repeat myself, if that makes any sense. I don't really want that. There was some dude, I was reading some comments the other day. And honestly, I read, so you guys know, this is how it works. The first first 15 minutes that a video's out, or maybe first hour, we'll say that. First hour of video's out, I'm usually checking the comments on the video that I just posted and just responding to the people that pretty much watch every single video. And I'm just like, you know, giving hearts, thank you, you know, all that kind of stuff, responding to the positive comments. If it's post a video's release, the only time I'm ever checking comments is just to like laugh at weirdos, because that's usually like most of the comments that I'll see after a video gets a, you know, any kind of significant amount of viewership. And there was this dude on my Elden Ring video that like went into like 4 or 5 paragraphs. I did a word count on it. I think it was like 600 words or something like that. 600 word comment. And he went into this whole diatribe about how there was something that I said in the video that somebody else said in a YouTube video, and I am incredibly dishonest and totally fake, and how dare I steal somebody else's work, and I mean, and he just fucking goes in, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, does this dude really believe that like two people couldn't have the same opinions? Like, especially if it's a positive opinion about one of the most highly regarded video games in the last decade. I'm like, what the fuck? This required a 700 word or 600 word essay in my fucking comment section. This is the reason why I do you know what the funny thing is that like initially when I used to see people talking shit in my comment sections, it was hard not to take it personally right when you're first starting, right? Like early criticism sucks, especially because internet criticism isn't usually criticism. It's just somebody being like, you're ugly. And it's just like, okay, go fuck yourself. You know, like you don't want to hear that shit. And but now like, and like the longer you watch, or the like, even when it comes to like videos get like really, really popular, like that's when like the weirdos come out, and then you just kind of start laughing at them rather than taking anything too personally. Like there was the video that I put out today, right? Like the thank you video. and there was some dude that left this fucking comment. He was like within the first couple minutes of today's video, dude had already dropped a comment. Dude, will you stop filleting yourself? You're fucking nothing. And then he starts talking about how like there's another content creator that hasn't been banned off of YouTube, and because of that, that means that the bar of success is really low, and what I've done doesn't mean anything. I'm like, part of me wanted to like comment back just to be like, my guy, if that's what you got out of watching this video, I really recommend you take a step off the internet and just, I don't know, like seek counsel. Seek counsel, man. Cause like you're in a dark place right now. You're in a real dark place. If you watch that video and that's the kind of conclusion that you come to, my guy, you need some help. You need some real help. But in a lot of those cases, when they're that early, I realize that other viewers are going to end up seeing those comments, so I just let them sit. I just let the viewers. I let the viewers eat them alive instead. Very cynical. I am. I don't think I am. Oh, the guy. Oh, that makes way more sense. I was like, me? Excuse me? Yeah. I was about to say, and I'm like, and yet the thing is it like also at the same time, like, I can't see myself being very cynical in that video. Like, I think I even make it a point to tell other people, like, go do something cool, man. That's it. I'm not. It'd be different if at the very end of it, it'd be very different at the very end of it. And I was like, I just want to thank you guys, but this video is sponsored by like BetterHelp or something like that. There was totally a section where I was like sitting there and I was like, you know what? Like, I'm like, that's the reason why I think I said at one point, I'm like, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Cause I'm like, man, this is actually like, you know, I'm like, this might be like too on the nose for some people. And they're going to be like, you know, okay, is this like a fucking ad? Especially since the last video I did was an ad. Do you believe that everything should have a measured response / critique? Even if it includes forbidden knowledge / bad stuff in the past. What is forbidden knowledge? That sounds fucking metal. Yeah, I think everything deserves a measured response and critique. It should. I mean, unless it's like something like safety related, right? That's a different story. Feel those people are just jealous they never made it. Yeah, I'm sure there's like some of that. Like I'm sure there's a fair share of just like general just sauciness. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a general level of sauciness. Just upset with everybody and everything, and it's that time again. Because of that, they choose to respond to things like that. Ooh, Orkin.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Have they now? Gaming? Are we gaming? We're not gaming. Now we're gaming. Camera? What about it? Mall 69? I have. Oh yeah, isn't the mall in the game already? Communication inbox. Never change. Never change. Thanks for the drugs. Hey, yo. Chi armor bundle. That actually looks kind of cool. Thank you. Thank you, whoever sent that. I don't know who you are. Okay, so I made a purchase. I made a purchase. That ass. Ember looking spicy. Yeah, yeah. She looks good in blue, by the way. She looks real good in blue.
Why is he here? Oda supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
Yeah, this is gonna be a This is a distraction. A wise purchase. It was. Well, I mean, I got like my free plat with my Tennocon thing, right? And so because of that, I immediately was like, hey, I'm just gonna go ahead and I mean, you kind of have to, right? Hi LD, love your content and thoughtful insights. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Also, thank you for it's 3 months now. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks, Dave. Dave? This is the first time Voss Raya has not joined the party first. This might be a stream history first. He's getting old? I don't think he's here, actually. I don't even think he's here. Have you talked to DE about the future of Warframe? Yep. Yep. We talked about all kinds of things. I have to figure out how to use so how do I get to the mall? Is it a relay or what? Or do I get there through oh, I need to do I need to do my Sanctum stuff. First tab. Earth events. Hopefully that didn't just send everybody else there. Event. Ooh. Arrows, Tennocon, relay. 1 day, 15 hours. Fuck, we got work to do. I don't think I got time to fuck around, guys. Alright, let's go look at the mall, though. We'll go take a look at the mall. Okay. We'll look at the mall. And then I need to farm. I need to crack relics. That's all I'm gonna do. We're just cracking relics. We're cracking relics for the rest of the stream, okay? We're bullshitting and we're cracking relics for the rest of the stream. That's all we can do. I don't have enough ducats. I got a Tenno relay. And I got my relay ticket and I need to spend it. And I need to get my shit. The mall is surprisingly big. Oh, they're here.
He thinks he's gonna wake up one night to find me chewing the flesh from his ribs.
My God.
Maybe he's right.
This must be where we pull our bikes out.
Still too open. We need more choke points.
Give me your gun. What? I can't kick the balloons? Garbage game. Dead on arrival. Nobody's gonna want this. I ate so much pizza over the last few weeks. I do not want pizza. Pizza's fucking good though. Let's be real. You can actually? Yeah, but like I can't kick the oh. Why didn't the other balloons want to kick? This is what I signed up for. This is what I signed up for.
Aww. If they taken Trotty out, who's gonna look after the mutant jaguar of his? Poor thing won't last 5 minutes in the wild.
Mutant jaguar? She thinks Kalimos, the mutant jaguar. Oh, she's making cards out of her. Okay.
That's it. Nice and steady.
Bro, can we talk about it? Hold on, chat. Chat. This is your marksman. This is your marksman, chat. Stormtrooper? I know, he has the aim of a stormtrooper. Holy shit, this dude couldn't hit a fucking target to save his life. He's shooting right. Look at the shots that go like right here in the corner. I mean, like your average Warframe player accuracy. Yeah, that actually sounds about right. You can snipe? Yeah, I bet. Trinity on second floor. Party of a lifetime. Train. Gabe is everywhere. Yeah, can I get a... You guys make an ice mocha? No? Oh, what the fuck? People are like, what do you do here? See, like people in chat, like, what do you do here? Nothing. That's the point.
Watch out, unless you're pissing blood right this second, whatever it is can wait.
What's up with that hair? What does that hair do? Interesting. Interesting. Ow. Very red. Okay. Blade Runner hairstyle? Yeah. Half-Life 3 confirmed. What if Half-Life 3 is Warframe? And you didn't realize that you've been playing Half-Life 3 the entire time. Gotta use your brain sometimes, guys. Gotta use your brain sometimes. Relic cracking. Kuva Grenier. Void Cascade. Ew. Ew. I mean, this should be fine. I don't even care what relic I'm I just want to crack relics. They all get cracked. Relics contain 1 steel essence. Nice. Just do Omnia fissures, right? Back from my nap, LD. Well, good morning, afternoon, good evening. Conjunction survival all the way. Did I miss a good one? Extermination mission have the potential to be the fastest. Yeah, I don't really care about being the fastest, just as long as I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Void Cascade better than Conjunction Survival?
Make music,
really?
and the enemy calls for a song.
Oh, headset's
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Do I have a matching relic? Yeah, I got a relic right here for you.
You are going to need more reactant if you want to
Give 'em a
open
light.
that relic.
Give 'em a light.
The Orican Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
God damn, I look so fucking good. I look so fucking good. I actually really like the arms on this. Lay down. Let me get my headshots. Yeah, I haven't actually checked, but I know that I know that we spent the rest of my ducats the last time that we streamed, I think. I bought like a couple cosmetics and a couple of other things, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I need to actually, before I buy any, we'll have to actually look to see what Prime mods I have, and then I'll rely on you guys to tell me what Prime mods I need. Like, I don't need to get all of them. That's not the expectation, right? Like, I need to get whatever the most pertinent ones are. And then once we get to the spot where, hey, you know, you basically got all the most important ones, and we're at the point where it's like we're just looking at the extras. You know, that's when I can kind of chill, and I'll just get those like as they come. You know what I mean? I asked Brozyme about it before. I probably should ask him again, to be honest with you. I could just fucking give him a ring on Discord. Then again, that'd probably freak people out. But people are, I don't know, like, I'm always like really cautious about like contacting people, because like I like Discord calling. I just like calling. I like the act of calling people. By the way, that's not an open invitation. Like, I love you guys. I do. But, like, if you're just like if you're a stream viewer, I can't tell you guys how many people try to add me on Discord to private message me every day. Every day. Most of it's innocent. Most of it's just like people that just want to like, hey man, I just want to say I really like your videos, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Comment section stuff more than anything else, or something that can be said in stream. But also at the exact same time, also at the exact same time, I get a lot of like, hey man, you know, I'm a partner on YouTube. I'd really like to collab sometime. Or something around that. You know what I mean? Like, I get a lot of that kind of stuff. You can take the hide owned in the shop. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right. That's true. You true. You true for that. You true for that. Cascade is easier solo. A lot of things. Well, I mean, this is Steel Path, so. I like to play with viewers anyway. I don't like soloing stuff. I like being carried so I can talk to chat. I love my gun. My gun frame is strong. I wonder if Ido 9 is gonna be like, the Sido 9 is gonna be really strong. Like, anytime I think of like a gun-centric Warframe, like that immediately makes me think that it's probably gonna be pretty busted. Seeing is that most of the damage that you deal and most of the things that you do in this game are based on said damage. Because you're shooting a lot of shit quite often. You know what I mean? When you're shooting your guns a lot and there's a Warframe that makes your guns stronger, like I said, your gun frame is strong. Cooler Ervo has entered the chat. I still don't have that one. I need to get him. Is there a Prime version of that, or is it just the standard version?
But if you need to leave, extraction is ready.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Okay, dude. Fucking chill. I don't know. Probably Rubicon. Rubicon? No Prime yet. Oh, okay. Slap Roar on Ember. Set enemies on fire. Oh, I don't think I've replaced any of her stuff yet. You got a good point, actually. I don't think I've helmeted anything for her just yet. It's too new of a Prime, just over a year old. Oh, okay.
But outside the corrupted.
What do you guys think about the isn't there like a big rework that, or there's a rework that's coming in for who? I forgot. They showed it off Kalaman, right? What's the general temperature on that? Are people like excited for that? Like I say, I feel like that's an underplayed character. Isn't he like the sentient frame, if I'm not mistaken? He's the worst at the moment? Yeah. Which is like odd because like I was talking to a couple people at Tennocon and they're like, yeah, everything was cool except for the fact that they want to do like I think they're doing like an heirloom for him or something like that. They're like, you know, the 5 Caliban fans went wild, and I'm like, but I mean the premise of that is like you do the rework, you make them better, and then you're also releasing a frame alongside of it. Like people are gonna probably be pretty excited, especially if it's gonna like improve that character and make it good, right? Then you're gonna want to get the. You're gonna play with the frame and go, oh, it's really good, and then you're gonna go, okay, I want to get that sick ass looking skin they got for him as well, deluxe skin. That's what it was. What ability do I replace on? What ability gets replaced on Ember? Is it just my ignite, my fireball that gets replaced? If I helmet. It's so funny. People are like, "Oh my god!" I think it was either a mod or something. What was the, I think it was the mod that I took. Where people are like, oh yeah, no, that mod sucks because like, you know, you have to use it for like aiming down sight, and I'm like, I am somebody who like I aim down, I ADS all the time. That's just how I play games. For Fireball? Oh, okay. If you're gonna replace it on her, Fireball is what you replace. Everything else. Yeah. I don't really understand like the purpose of the Fireball. I thought the Fireball was there to like help generate heat. I don't know if that worked. How that works. Though I would imagine, yeah, I could see Roar doing really well actually. Now that you say that, because I could 3 to strip armor and then Roar and then go in for the kill. God, dude, that multi-shot works wonders with getting this thing back up. Uh-oh. Who's coming to visit?
Those oculists are scanning for targets.
I don't think... Did they talk at all about... oh, it's violence.
The sentient has detected you. Fighters...
My name is Violence. Fucking edgy boy. Could you imagine naming your child Violence? I'd be so mad at my parents. This is my son, Violence. My daughter, Domestic. Ma'am, do you need help?
The Grenier and Corpus came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion. They are trespassers here. You are not.
I guess I'll take this again. Ember also has the Augment Exothermic, which augments her 4. Am I using that? I actually don't. I have not played Warframe in a very long time. I have not played Warframe in a long time. I don't even remember what my build is.
Craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations.
What do you want? Oh god. Something deleted me. Thank you. Ow. Melee weapon damage. Let's do it. Oh, there's an Eximus. Same for Dog Days. Don't forget the Dog Days event. There's stuff you can get from the cock. Dog Day, yeah, Dog Days is like it's like a month-long event, isn't it? What do you get? What do you get from it? Anything cool? Ephemeras and some arena mods. I mean, you had me at ephemera. I didn't even see that over there. Ow! Hey! My fire is stronger than yours. I like a taste of your own medicine, bitch. I like a taste of your own medicine. Man, I am so hungry today, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's just because like I've ate like relatively light for the last like week or so, and then plus on top of that, just like all the travel and stuff like that. Probably just like catching up to me by now, I'd imagine. Like I had 2 pieces of quiche today. Delicious, delicious quiche. And I'm like surprised that I'm already starting to feel hungry. Man, you thick. You thick. I've never had quiche before. Fuck, you're living a less than cultured life. I'm sorry. You need to change that. Why don't you just make one? They're not hard to make. And by quiche, I'm having breakfast quiche, by the way. So it's like, it's got hash browns and eggs and sausage and cheese and it's delicious. I do need to get some sour cream, like throwing a little bit of sour cream on the top of that would be like, oh.
Sentient scouts.
Be like,
If they detect
wow.
you, fighters will soon attack. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers. Long ago, one of your kind put an end to that final desperate continuity ceremony. Her essence may still be here.
Okay, we can bounce out after this one. I want to take a look at some stuff. I don't know. I guess yeah, Grendel Prime. I'd love to. I just never thought about it. Yeah, it's super good. Sounds delicious. It's because it is delicious. Hey, I love your stream. Mine added me on Discord. I love to know your streaming schedule so I can catch you live. My Discord name is Zosta. Like you'll get oh
These
shit.
manifestations, they aren't from the neural sentry. Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support.
How do I get out of here? We should have stayed till 4. That was my bad. I looked away. And I lost my train of thought. Look at all this loot here. Part of me wishes that it would just auto select a relic, but it is what it is. Like auto select last used or something, but I don't know, people probably wouldn't like that either. Oh, for stream and like when I'm on stream, the best way to be able to see that is just be in our community Discord. If you're in our community Discord, I pop up. Usually you'll see an announcement in there. I stream. What do I stream, guys? Whenever I feel like it. No, typically what? Tuesdays, Wednesdays. I don't remember. Tuesdays, Wednesdays. I know I stream on Fridays. Sometimes I'll stream on Saturday for like a little bit. Sunday's the podcast day. Though I really probably, but I need to have like I need to get it like a me day in there at some point. You know what I mean? Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes Saturday stream. Yeah, that is actually true. You got a good point. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. The only problem with that is that like I miss out on that's not really not that big of a deal, to be honest. Primary Merciless. Okay, so what is my build? Exothermic Healing Flame. Those are the ones I'm running right now. Why do I feel like I'm low on I never got enough of these arcane energizes. It is what it is. I just didn't have enough time. Nothing I can do about it. Been playing First Descendant non-stop. Never played Warframe before. Downloading now. Welcome to the better version of First Descendant.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
And one that you can play completely free to play and not feel like you're poor for doing so. If you want more energy, I'd recommend Nourish over Roar. Yeah, I'm not gonna put any other augments on or arcanes right now. I do need to do more arcanes. I don't think I even put. Did I put?
This thing literally sucks.
Oh, I didn't put Archon shards on. I couldn't remember what Archon shards I wanted to put on her. That was what it was. I probably should. What is the Archon? I mean, I need Archon shards in general, but. Probably damage, right? She's already tanky. She just needs damage. Oh, can I combine 5 of these to make a Tau? Three of them. You can also mix 3 colors. Needs segment. Oh, do I not have the segment for it? I don't really need energy. Rank 3 Cavia. Didn't I do that? No, I was doing. Okay, yeah. So I get rid of Fireball and I keep everything else, yeah. Oh, with her 2 running at max heat? Yeah. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll have to go and get that. I'll have to figure that out. I think that's what we were doing. That's why we had gone and we were doing those in the first place. It was those, and I was also trying to get shards. I just need to unlock the segment. Speaking of, I should probably go there because I probably have stuff to... Where's this Barrow relay? Yeah, it's the Whisper Syndicate. Yeah, Kavia. Yeah, I think I just need to. I think I just need to trade my stuff in for it or something like that.
I am ready.
I'll go look after this. Rip Squad. Yeah, I mean they file back in. Everybody gets back in. Everybody gets a chance. God damn, I look so fucking fly. Look at that shiny blue booty. I do wish it was a little brighter though. Maybe I need to put like a lighter white with the blue or something like that maybe. Thank you.
Tenno, may I extend an invitation to you?
You may.
My latest collection of choice items from the Void is now available for viewing.
Mods. How do I okay, so it already shows this right here, right? So what are the ones that I don't have that I need? What the fuck is this? Oh, I need these. Probably the elemental ones will probably be pretty good, yeah. Here, we'll do this. I have prime redirection. Prime target cracker would probably be a pretty good one, yeah. Anything that grants critical chance or damage, then multi-shot and elemental damage. So yeah, prime target cracker would be on the list. Prime pistol gambit I already have. Point blank I have. Pressure point I have. Prime to ravage. Primed flow. That's probably pretty necessary, I'd imagine, right? Primed reach too, yeah. Archon Flow does the same. Does it really? Flow has an Archon version. I have 2 prime continuities. I don't know how I have 2, but I do. I think I accidentally bought a second one. So I'll just sell one of those for plat. Archon costs more mod capacity, does it? I have primed Animal Instinct. I actually have a lot of the ones already that I like would really need. Like the like a lot of the must-haves. I just need the elemental ones. Which I mean that's a lot. That's a lot of ducats. That is a lot of ducats.
Come back soon.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I definitely get the electric 6060 mod because they're a pain to farm. Do I not have that one? What's the 6060?
Oh my, now here is someone with great taste.
You're talking about the melee ones? Oh, Shell Shock. Yeah, I don't have Shell Shock. And Jolt. No, I have Jolt. I don't have High Voltage. Jolt is a gold mod. But only from Barrow. Yeah, I have Jolt already. I bought that I think on a couple shops ago, if I'm not mistaken. 6060s are super important. Yeah. You can just buy the gold ones from players. You can buy all of them from players. Same go for the primed too, right? If I'm not mistaken. Probably ones are more expensive. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Until next time.
Oh, there's no nav from here. That sucks. The electric 6060s go for like 80 to 100 plat usually. Yeah, I'll do the 6060s then for sure.
Messages in your inbox, operator. They are not as encrypted as they should be.
Joe, the yellow colors on this palette are really nice. It settles golds. Gifting it only available once a year. Oh, really? Rollers. Thank you, man. Thank you. You guys know I'm a sucker for fucking... I'm a sucker for cosmetics. I was thinking about redoing this, like, just slightly. Looks kind of good. What if I want to do that the other way around, though? We do the dark blue, and we do... Ooh. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't realize. I did not realize all of this now. This is, we got a problem here. I didn't realize I could do this. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't realize I could do 2 different colors. And it changes your boots. And it changes your Where's that one from? Splice, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate that.
Angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Ooh, I see what you're saying. See what you're saying. Oh, this does look really good.
Bold and uncompromising.
Oh. I want to get rid of that chest thing. I don't know why I put that on there. That looks garbage. That was a terrible, terrible idea. I was thinking of these, but then like it's too much. Most of these are just like I just don't have very good like chest. Oh, those are the ones that I just got. The sheaths. Those actually look really cool. I really like that actually. Not on this, but I do like it. It's kind of cool. A lot of these just aren't like subtle enough that I would. That's actually really nice. It's not something I would spend the money on, but it's nice. Also kind of cool looking. Yeah, no chest. I kind of want to keep the shoulders. I think the shoulders look good. I wouldn't want to change that. But yeah. Yeah, that pops up. That pops a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. Daddy likes this. Daddy likes it.
Saddle up.
Has a big old green booty. Light and dark blue go really well with on the flames. Yeah, I actually was thinking that actually. I didn't like that it changed my flame color. Astute observation. That's where my sign on it. Ooh. Wait a minute, though. Wait a fucking hot second. We're cooking real quick. Let me take this back to the blue. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yo. 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 That looks fucking nice. That looks good, man. Swing it around for him, girl. Yeah, it's a sick combo. That happened on accident. Yeah, that looks really good. Holy. I'm a huge fan. Big fan. What do you think about the Rhino heirloom? I haven't seen it. Is his ass as big? Any pet theories about 1999? Mine is everything prior to 1999 was originally part of the main Warframe timeline, but diverged when Albrecht got involved. Maybe. That's kind of cool. Mine aren't even... My theories aren't even, like, lore related. God damn it, this looks so fucking good. Kind of wants me to... It kind of makes me want to change the trim, but I'm not going to do it now, and if I do it, I'll do it later. Yeah, now imagine the colors being consumed and stuck in stuck to that specific skin. God damn it, man. What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Oh, it was the one that was shown at Tennocon. Yeah, it looked okay. It looked good. It's obviously what they were thinking. Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where it's pretty simple. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're talking about the ripoff, the ripoff game. Big facts. True. True. Oh, I got friend requests. Welcome to the party. Anybody wants to join for relic cracking? You are welcome to join. You are welcome to join. My name is as it's always been. So I guess I asked about getting a little profile picture in the game or whatever, right? And they basically told me that I'm not cool enough. It hurt my feelings, I'll be real. It cut pretty deep. It cut pretty deep. Left a lasting impression on me, that's for sure. No, so when I brought it up to him, I was like, hey, I'm like, so when can I get my emblem in game? They were like, well, you have to be a Warframe creator. And I'm like, okay. I make Warframe videos. I stream the game. Yeah, well, there's like a whole thing that you have to do. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Put my damn logo in the game. put it in the game. The First Ascended is indeed good, but I was hoping for competition and hook limit and stamina and Warframe back in those days. So here's the big thing though, is that like, I hate to say it like this, but it's not a game that is going to do the like really cool monetization that is, you know, more on the side of the players than on the side of the developer. The First Descendant just will not. That's not going to happen. That company will never do that. They never have. They never will. Simple as that. It's not like they're going to wake up with one game one day and go, you know what? This is the game that we're going to make ethical. At the end of the day, they are going to reap what they sow. Especially when you make something that's so similar to, like, especially when you make a game that's so similar to Warframe in so many ways. And you're never going to be able to get away from, like, they did that, right? They took inspiration from all of these different games, but when you do that, that means that you're also opening yourself up to be criticized and held accountable against your competition, the market that you put yourself in. When you model 90% of your game after Warframe, but your monetization isn't as good as Warframe's, it's not as fair. Things are more difficult to get. They take even more time to achieve. There is no trading. You know, there's things are even more expensive. Colors are something that colors are consumable. All those kind of things. When you have all of that stuff, you've opened yourself up to that criticism, and people are going to make those comparisons. It's as simple as that. And what ends up happening as a result is that if you don't meet on the side of Warframe and make your game similar in its monetization, in fairness, people are going to not play your game because you are automatically the worst version. That's just how it's going to happen. That's just how it's going to go. And to be honest with you, like, not to be like Mr. Player Count Andy or anything like that, but with how grindy a game like The First Descendant is, it's already lost over 50% of the players from its peak. Why is that? It just, I don't think it's a game, like, I think that it's going to do, I think it'll do fine. If I had to take a wild guess on, like, what that game's actual player counts are going to really look like, probably, I don't know, less than Warframe. That's for sure. Tencent owns GGG and DE. Well, yeah, but those companies still have full, like, there's a difference between, like, how much they own and how much influence they actually have. The thing is that, like, I wish it would do better. I think that's the problem. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I don't think that The First Descent is a bad game. I think there's a lot of really good aspects about the game. I actually genuinely enjoy the combat. There's some of the game that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, like the fact that, like, all of your powers are very, like, short ranged, but all of the gameplay is long ranged, right? Because there's no melee in that game. The melee is like a punch and then you run away. but all of your powers are within, you know, close proximity, but 90% of the time you're playing the game from outside of that. And that just doesn't, that part for me, gameplay wise, doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't really like that much. Requiem, Amia. I'm just going to continue to do the Junction Survival just because of the fact that, our Voidcast is, I can't remember if Void Cascade was the weird one that we failed before when I ran it with randoms, or was it, oh yeah, and you also get Luoplasmas. That's actually true. You got a good point. Thank you. Well, I would also get stuff that I could get pinions and stuff from the other one, right? That plus Nexon's own special blend of terrible monetization. That's the other thing too, right? Is that like we're not gonna hear this like really cool comeback story for Nexon, right? Like we recognize that's not going to fucking happen. Oh, we lost somebody. We got an open slot. Anybody wants to join before I queue it up? Like, we're not going to hear this, like, wholesome story about how Nexon now wants to be the company that's on the side of the players. They care? Fucking bullshit. You can tell me to go read the patch notes all you want. I will go take a look at it eventually, but I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't no fucking way in hell that a company that has been as big of a ripoff as Nexon has for as long as they have been, somehow now today wants to turn it around. No way. No shot. No shot. They're going to tell you what you want to hear for a little while, but ever since, was it contained in the patch notes that they made it where, you know, cosmetic paints are no longer consumable? Whether the devs do. Okay, well, I mean, that's a completely different story. That's not what I'm saying. I said Nexon. You're saying the developers. I'm sure the people that make games want their games to be good, want them to be fair, want them to be well monetized. Doesn't mean shit because of the company they work for. That doesn't mean I'm gonna play their like what's the justification there that I'm gonna play a game because the developers care, but it doesn't matter because the game's gonna the game's gonna suffer because of the company? Like why would I put myself through that? It doesn't make any sense. When instead I could give my time and attention to something that actually respects me and my time and my money.
Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
Oh, even my powers look so much cooler too. Like I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I said the same thing about Diablo before, where you know, like, I don't think that the developers of these games are incompetent or have a grudge against players or anything of that sort. No, it's the companies. The companies want their money, and at the end of the day, like, I'm a consumer, man. I'm not. This is not a charity that I'm doing. I'm playing video games because I like playing the video game. Right? I'm not going to play something I don't like or promote something or be nice about something I don't like just because the devs were well-intentioned or the devs wish that their game could be more accessible for more players. Cool story, bro. Go work for a developer that allows you to do that. I don't like what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? I'm just making arguments. We shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The game can be great if we keep giving no, it can't. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It could be if it wasn't Nexon's game, but there's never going to be changes to the monetization of that game. And at the end of the day, even if like, it'll be a cold day in hell. That's all I gotta say. The company has too long of a track record of not giving a shit, especially when it comes to Korean developers. Like, I hate to throw them all in one boat, but let's be fucking real. Anytime you play any Korean live service game, they're the worst monetized piece of shit you've ever played. And that's the reason, it's because that's what their gaming culture is. It's what their gaming culture is. It is hardcore monetization to the absolute fucking extreme. Yeah, I don't know why the mod settings are like banning certain things. It doesn't really bother me that much. It's just that like on certain on certain screens, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take chat off screen. But I feel like I like having the ability for everybody to be able to see one another, right? Like I like that YouTube and Twitch can like see each other's chats on screen sometimes. And now, by the way, I want to qualify by saying something. Again, I think that The First Descendant is a good game. It's a lot of fun to play. I'm not going to deny that. I had a blast playing The First Descendant. I think the idea of their class design is really cool. I like the game like aesthetically. Some of it's a little uninspired, but I mean, whatever. You're gonna have that in some of these games, especially with how big they kind of get, how many areas you go to explore. But in general, there's a lot I like about it. However, at the same time, like while it might get supported through gameplay, and those games usually do, by the way, like especially like a lot of these like Korean live service games, gameplay wise, they get what you want. It's just your access to power and how the game is monetized. That's a completely different story. And that's a story that's never going to change. They'll make the game more fun to play. They'll balance things in a really good way. They'll make awesome boss fights and really cool content. But they are going to charge you out of your fucking ass to try to play any of it at an enjoyable rate. They will gate every bit of power behind a shitload of time. More time than any game has ever hit you with before. And then also, at the same time, they will give you more options to spend money than any other game ever will. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Again, I've used this example probably 1,000 times by now, but it is the best example of this. But you look at a game like Lost Ark, right? Lost Ark's gameplay, fucking fantastic. Lost Ark's boss fights, probably the best in MMOs and ARPGs in general. Insanely good boss fights. Moment-to-moment gameplay, great. Questing and leveling, awesome. Dungeons, sick. How do you power up your weapons? You either play 3,000 hours a week, or you pay money. And even still, then it's all based by, it's all like your ability to upgrade stuff is based on luck. So then it gets even worse from there, because then, you know, like you could either get super lucky, free to play, or just pay to win, and that's basically the only thing you can do. So it has garbage monetization that drives players away and goes against the very reason why we play these kind of games to begin with, or why we play these like power focused games. They monetize the reason we play, which it's so fucking stupid. It's so gross. It's so weird. I wish less companies would do it. It's the worst way to make these kind of games. Lean into the cosmetics. And this is one of the reasons why Warframe is a game that people love so fucking much, is because the gameplay is good. They fill it with a ton of content. And then what they monetize the most is their cosmetics. But they don't just go, oh, well, you know, let's take out your ability to be able to express yourself in the game. Let's make it where anything else you use or wear or find in the game looks like garbage. No. What they do is they go, if we're gonna sell you cosmetics, it's gonna be some really good fucking looking cosmetics. Look at this look at this big ass shining purple fucking booty. Look, Look how fucking nice this skin is. How cool these colors look. They give you value for the money that you spend on the game. You can make money. You can make a lot of fucking money by making your game fair and delivering a solid value to the players. But the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of these games don't want to fucking do that because that costs money to do. You know what doesn't cost money? Making players pay for their power. Making players spin do a gamba and things like that to be able to get the things that they want, and making them pay for it. Like, look at how fucking weak we've gotten. Look at how fucking weak we've gotten. That we're okay with these motherfuckers putting mechanics into games that they call pity systems. They pity us. They pity how stupid and how fucking gullible and how weak we are. We are weak. So fucking weak that they call the system that they give to us pity. Oh, you didn't get what you wanted? Well, we have pity on you. Old man yells at Cloud. Yeah, fuck that Cloud.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
That Cloud was put there by the fucking government. It has chemtrails in it. It's monitoring my fucking the descendants of my life. It's the reason why the tornado hit my shed. Fuck that Cloud. We just start gaming unions. No, we just need to stop playing fucking shit games. Problem is that people are so compulsive. It's never gonna happen. We consume things at at a faster rate. We get bored of games faster than we ever have before. We play games more than we ever have before. We spend less time outside. We play games on our phones now. That has a lot to do with like a lot of folks getting bored of video games as well. It's just like overstimulation. We play too many games, and as a result, we just don't have the attention span we once had before. So in response to that, what the industry has done is they've answered our supply and demand crisis for video games by giving something that gates our progression through money and our desire to feel something through playing those games. We spend that money. When I was addicted to gacha games, oh my god, do you have any idea how good it felt when I was working 92 hours a week? Legit, working 92 hours a week. Hadn't talked to friends, hadn't seen family in like, I don't even know, like months by then. And then I pulled the exact 5-star that I wanted.
The sentient has detected you.
Oh man, it felt great. Felt great. Am I going back?
The Grenier and Corpus came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion. They are trespassers here. You are not.
Start a farming channel called Legendary Crops. We're going out to the woods, boys. We're going out to the woods. Respect to Warframe for make us feel something category because the story, dear God, the story's really good. What's going on here? Oi. Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Or did somebody not pick one? Is that what it is? Oh, we did lose somebody.
I fear we are seeing the
What's going on here? It looked like we had people in the party, do we not? No, we lost the console player. Oh. Ooh. Oops. What made you do that? Man, it's really starting to feel like a horde shooter right now. You know what I mean? Have some comments, boys. I can't believe I crashed. Man, that's rough. On console, too.
You have collected enough reactant to open your relic.
God damn, I look so fucking good. Ugh. Oh, there's my... I was like, where the fuck did my epitaph go? Somebody's feeling spicy. My Warframe is so strong. I was talking to people at Tennocon and I'm like, man, I am so excited for this Ember Heirloom. They're like, yeah, I just wish it was for a better frame. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You fucking blasphemer. Like, I get it. She's not like God mode or anything like that, but she's fucking fun, man. I catch people on fire. I fucking rain down bolts of death on them from the skies. I catch on fire. My booty glows. Ember buffs are OP. She is indeed mid. Why you say something like that? Why you say something like that? What are you doing? Yeah?
One of our own believes they are the equal of our foe, and baby, they are acting like it.
That's right, baby girl. That's right. I'm a king. Fucking let him know. My God, dude. I don't know if anybody. Oh my God, I got distracted. Has anybody here been to Detroit National Airport? Because that place is long. That place is long. I feel like it's like a mile and a half long from like gate to gate. It is crazy huge. I was like, holy shit. It's so big. It's so big that there's a fucking tram to get you to like from like one side to the other with multiple stops at different gates. It's that big. It's so, I was like, holy shit. I'm like, this place is huge. And by the way, the day that my flight got canceled, the fucking tram, when my flight got canceled, just a few minutes beforehand, went out of order. Tram broke down, so I had to walk a fucking half a mile back to the fucking back to security, so I could go back to arrivals, and then try to find a ride out of there to get to a hotel room.
Those oculists are
It's
scanning
huge.
targets.
Huge. Okay. Some of this like bronze life we live in right now. Maybe I need to like probably feed some shit into one of my relics.
Void manifestations.
I should have radianted. Radiance.
They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
The sentients are coming. The sentients are coming. Don't say I didn't give you nothing. Gave you a glaive. What the fuck is wrong with you? You see him smack me? He should be arrested.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission.
Warframe content creator just constantly have the shittiest takes. Warframe content creators just constantly have the shittiest takes. Do they? Maybe I don't want in the creator program then. What if you guys start saying that about me? I'm not. God damn it! I was distracted by the fact that I could be disliked. Ow! All right, where are you? Where are you at? You're the one that fucking killed me. Where are you? You little fucking shithead. Where are you going? Oh, my MLA got turned off. That would be why I died. Oh, I probably got turned off from me getting down, actually. Get out of here. Bullets for everybody. Bullets for you. Bullets for you. Melee damage for you. What, you want to play? There you go. Get out of here. what it sounds like to me. Sounds like he's slurping. And he's dead. I kind of slightly missed the days of like the early relic cracking where like I just sat here and just AFK'd while everybody else farmed for me, and then I talked to chat. Those were the good days. Those were the good days. Say lobby. Say lobby. What the fuck? There we go. Jade Eximus, genuinely scary. True. True. Get Nyx and I can link you a build where you can AFK. No, I'm just kidding. Why do you think I got into streaming to get carried? It's like the whole reason. I was like, man, I fucking suck at video games. You know what would be the best way for me to not suck at video games? To be surrounded by people that don't suck at video games. So then by association, I look better. Why when everybody's like, hey, why don't you solo? Dude, you should just solo. Why don't you just solo? And I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I expose myself? Out of your fucking mind?
Don't worry, I'll take very good care of them.
I saw there were people that were like, people that watched my Elden Ring video that were like, bro, why are you one-handing that, what's it, like Darkmoon Greatsword? And I'm like sitting there and I'm like, I'm using it for the ranged ability. I don't understand why it would matter if I was using it for the ranged ability. But then I was also like doing melee on there, right? Never expose yourself on stream? Yeah, no, not for free at the very least. We'll bounce out and grab another guy. Right? It's... Okay, I guess I'll just do this just in case, because I don't really
The void has summoned a new presence, and it craves our life support. Destroy these manifestations.
Galaxy butt cheeks are too strong for console? Probably, actually. Got a good point. Yeah, we just did 4. We just did 4. Let's bounce out and grab a... nah, you know what? We're fucking farming. I'm good. We're farming. We're good. I don't need to go anywhere. We'll bounce out after this one, and then we'll go grab somebody. We'll do one more relic. We can do level 5. We can do level 5.
The sentient is onto you. Look out for
chat, what are you guys cooking me for dinner? Have you guys figured that out yet? Tenno flakes? Bruh. Bruh. What did I just do? Them sentient cores. Them sentient cores. Torment. Who are you tormenting? I can't even see him. You, on the other hand. Dead. Hey. Give me some headshots. Thank you. Oh my gosh, LD, you have to play the Dog Days event. That'll come. luckily we have plenty of time on that one, but I only have a day and a half left of Barocketeer, so me getting ducats is, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fucking important. It's pretty damn necessary. You know, I saw this really interesting conversation recently where like gacha game players, gacha game like guide makers and stuff were talking about like how gacha games don't respect their time as content creators because, you know, like how long it takes for them to like farm up and get like the specific you know, equipment and stuff that they need, you know, in game or whatever to like, you know, have like really strong characters, like get like optimized builds and whatnot. And I'm like, I was thinking about that and I'm like, I don't think like optimized play unless for gacha games specifically, I don't really see the point at all in needing to have like a tuned out character. Like, it's cool to see, but that's not going to really do anything for somebody that needs a guide to be able to make a character, right? Like, they don't need to see the most optimized, like the most optimized characters, like the minute that character comes out, because nobody's going to have that anyway, right? They're just looking for basic information, who to play that character with, what kind of shit like that. And I started thinking about that for like other games as well. And while I think it does make sense in some cases, I also think that like being an unoptimized player ends up being like a little bit more entertaining from like a viewer perspective as well as like just a gameplay perspective. Because like initially, like one of the things that like kept me from making videos on games or talking about games or streaming games was like the like imposter syndrome, bad feel of like not being necessarily like really good at video games, right? Like I understand them. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm like highly skilled at video games or anything like that. And that kept me from wanting to play games for wanting me to like stream and make videos for a long time. And then I kind of like realized like it's probably a lot more relatable if you're not like a fucking like a god, like feeling like you need to be a god at like every game. I think it makes sense in the context of certain games, but it doesn't make any sense in context of like others. Like if it's a competitive game, yeah, you probably want to watch somebody that's really good at a competitive game. But outside of that, I don't know, man. For some people, optimization is the entertainment. There's no reason for things like prime mods and ribbons to kill things in Warframe. They're just overkill, which is fun. Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with that. I don't really think that Warframe necessarily has that problem, but it's definitely something that I've seen in a lot of other games. All right, let's get out of here. We'll get another team member. Oh, we already have somebody. I guess we can keep going. Another Hydrate Prime, sure. When should we leave, actually? I'll just message in chat.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them.
Why was that necessary? Warframe definitely has that problem with its creators. Do you think so? I mean, like other than like Tack and Brozyme, and oh, I also met Blackie. I also met Blackie too when I was there. He was really nice, actually. Super nice. Like outside of like, yeah, so I guess outside of like Blackie and Brozyme and Tactical, like aren't they mostly like, aren't most other creators just like streamers?
Prepare for sentient fighters.
Like part-time Warframe streamers?
relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Like, why are you putting prime mods in starter builds? Yeah, I could, yeah. I think they just use what mods that they have. I mean, you could go like, you know, you could be like the worst person ever and send like a new player over to like Warframe, and then they'll think that they need to have Prime sure-footed on everything. I feel Blackie says use the regular versions until you get the Prime mods for starter guides. Yeah, he does. I think I've watched a couple, like, just before I went to Tennocon, I wanted to like watch some of the other creators, so I wasn't like completely blind going in there, and they're like, oh hi, my name's Roseheim, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you are, dog. Or like, hi, I'm fucking, you know, so and so. Like, okay, fucking cool story. What do you do? What do you do? Do you have a job? You knocked my gun out of my hand, you motherfucker. How dare you? How dare you? I'm gonna go get my gun now. It's scary. I don't know why so many people shit on Overframe. Yeah, no, I'm just joking. The only thing that I did notice is that like most of the builds are like I'm sure-footed on like almost every single one of them. I'm like, I don't think that's like necessary. Plus, on top of that, like there's like I have a I have a better mod that at least I think it's a better mod, which is like spring-footed or something like that. Basically, it lowers the amount of time that you're down on the ground, but it also increases like damage and something else.
Holds many more secrets.
Sure. I don't know. We'll bounce out now and we'll reset. It's kind of getting a little spicy for me in here. I use the bathroom anyway. Handspring, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah. Speeds up recovery. Yeah, I like that one more. Overframe is generally outdated on builds at this point. I think that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of people look down on it, is specifically because of that. It's like I noticed that when I went there to take a look at it after I'd finished my like story playthroughs and all that stuff. And one of the things that I kind of recognized very early was like a lot of the stuff that was in there was like not like, you know, either like nerfs had happened, buffs had happened, And there wasn't anything that was like recent. There just wasn't anything like super recent. Oh, wrong way. Oh, oh. Did you guys see that fucking meme of Reb? Like when Reb was doing like a Q&A section and somebody said, and she read in chat, she's just like passively like nervous reading chat in front of this massive audience, you know, like to probably take her mind off a little bit. And she's like, oh, you know, here's chat's just saying all these different things. Waypoint fix win. And she's just like looked away.
If they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind.
Fucking enough about that.
The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Oh, I'm
They fought well. Good dance, all.
poor Reb. It's just funny that something in the game has like existed for that long. I also saw people's comments and stuff like that talking about like how Urelli won because they threw it back. And I'm almost positive too. They were like, I'm almost like 100%. I'm pretty sure at the very least. I think the whoever was I think the Urelli void rigged. That void rig one was fucking sick. It was so good. It was so good. So void rig did win. LD void rig or your fucking void rig? Are you kidding me? Your void rig doesn't need to pop lock and drop it to win a check, okay? I'm sorry, but that whole oh my god. The oh man, what was it?
Border seems to have misplaced those memories.
When they were like interviewing them, they're like, you know, tell us about your cosplay or whatever. And they bring up the microphone. And you just hear it like when they go up to the void rig. The dude's just like, I just want to thank my mom for coming out with me. It was so unexpected. It was so unexpected. I was like, what? It was wholesome, but it was just so unexpected. Like you see this like massive like void rig costume up there, and then like this like, you know, fucking like stereotypical nerd voice pops out, and I'm like, holy shit, that wasn't what I expected. Oh man, it was so good. Pure wholesome. Yeah, it was. It was. It was. If Tennocon wasn't so early in Australia, I mean, you still got to watch it later, but yeah. Don't judge the book by their void rig. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, that was too funny. His voice wasn't that bad. Yeah, I'm playing it up probably, but it still was it still wasn't what I expected. Oh, god damn it. I don't know why it did that. Didn't I already made it? Oh, whatever. SOG's vid? Who's SOG? I do want to talk about the Ubisoft apology. I just want to talk about I just want to talk about apologies in general. I want to make a video game apology video where I just kind of talk about all of them and just fucking slam them. I just want to slam them. Oh, it's some ordinary gamer. Mudahar. You should have just said Muda. You said Muda, I would have been like, oh. Don't forget to title a clickbait apology. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it would be. I did one originally where I was like, I said like sorry to Xbox fans, but it was totally fucking clickbait. And it was like me holding my guitar. It didn't go over very well. Plus on top of that, like Xbox related content does not get a lot of views, to be honest with you. Console specific content does not get views. Like I'm sure there's an audience for it in certain spaces, but it's just not like general gaming discussions have a much wider, much bigger, much more passionate audience than like console specific stuff. Except for like I would imagine even still, yeah, I can't imagine like Nintendo, like a Nintendo focused gaming channel like popping off.
Stand by for life support.
I'm sorry you're mad.
You found a fissure.
Yeah, I don't even remember what I even talked about in that video. All I remember is that I made a video about Xbox and it pissed off a lot of fucking people and they didn't really like it. So then I made another one.
They're dropping reality.
I'm so fucking petty sometimes. I fucking love it though.
Don't forget the reality.
I fucking love it.
You need more to open that relic.
Candy. Time for the naders. Do you have videos with you playing guitar in it? No, I haven't. Dude, I have not written any music in a long time. And I don't play covers. So it ends up being this like odd conversation when people bring it up and they're like, "Oh, you know, will you play guitar sometime?" Like I don't mind playing guitar, but like I doodle more than I do anything else, right? I just doodle and practice more than I actually like play music. Though like I was thinking about doing like at one point in time, I would like to try to take the time out and maybe like record an actual like outro for my videos. Or something like that. Just an idea. Dude. What video was that? I'll have to think about it. But all I know, like, some dude, like, was genuinely concerned about apparently what he assumed were my cult-like behaviors because I used the fucking Dominic Santiago meme of like the big group of guys that are like cosplaying as Dom from Fast and the Furious. Oh, that's why. I was like, why am I getting hit so hard? I'm not burning up. And talking about how like it's a cult intro of me trying to bring in family members, and I'm like,
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
what? Yeah, they think it's like a cult signal. It was also really funny to see like a bunch of people like dogpile on them and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I'm telling you, YouTube comment sections get fucking wild. They get wild. Sometimes it's the best entertainment ever. Wait, this isn't a cult? I mean, if it was a cult, I wouldn't tell you it's a cult. Right? Come on, man. Think about it. People that run pyramid schemes don't tell people that it's a pyramid scheme. It's an opportunity to realize their dreams, to find financial security.
Has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Oh, man. Oh, I haven't seen you fools. Ah! 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 I think the scariest thing about fucking Jade Exodus enemies is like sometimes you can't see them, so you don't know like where they are, and you're just getting chased by this beam of death, and you're like, please go away.
The longer you hold out, the deeper
Please,
I can search.
please,
But
please go away.
You need to leave. Extraction is ready.
There's something satisfying about walking through an area with a bunch of fresh loot on the ground. Hey, girl, see, all it takes is me upgrading a relic and we get a gold drop just like that, baby. Hey, yeah. For real though, this is the cult of Maddie. Yeah, you actually got a good point. This is a cat cult. This is a cat cult. Hold on, no. Upgrade. Max. Upgrade. Fine. Yeah. Whip. Whip. What, you heard your name and you thought I summoned you? Ridiculous. I can't see the screen. Cat. Thank you. Man, I gotta figure out, I was thinking about it the other day, like, or today actually. Cause like, I started writing another script. I need to write more. I'm so far behind. I could have written. I should have written while I was on my trip, and I didn't. I just kind of played games, just kind of disconnected my brain for a while. Like, I know of videos that I'm working on and videos that I want to make and stuff like that, but I probably just need to hammer out some articles more than anything else right now. It's like the easiest content for me to make anyway. It's easy because like I like the response, like responding to something. I still have the Warframe stuff I gotta make as well. Ultimate mega super awesome Warframe review needs to be made. So I'm not really too sure like how clickable my review titles that I have set that I plan on making are gonna be. We'll see.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
That is unironically the hardest part about making YouTube videos. It's not the video, it's not the topic, it's the thumbnail and title. Like, so many people don't realize that like that's where like like the 90%, like, don't get me wrong, like the content, it has to be good, right? Regardless, like you have to keep people watching, but if they don't click, they don't watch. And it ends up being like this like it ends up being this mind game. It really does. It ends up being this like mind game that you end up playing with yourself. You're like, why aren't people watching this? Why isn't the click rate high enough? Why isn't this happening? You know, you're sitting there and you're like stuck staring at the numbers, trying to fucking read tea leaves. God damn it. Where are you? You right there is. Those flames look so sick. Those like the flames look so good. I see you, motherfucker. I ain't put up with your shit.
Those oculists are scanning for targets. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Don't worry. I'll take very good care of her.
Oh god.
I have just the spot in the kennel for her.
That's fucked up, kid.
Have sought out Warframes
That's really
before.
fucked up, man. I can't believe you say something like that.
Present them with yours. We cannot let the worm have Varuna.
Veritaseum changes his thumbnails and titles every 24 hours if a video doesn't perform well. Yeah, so I'm of the mind that you're better off just like, here's the thing. I don't really have the time to do that as much as I don't have the time to do that as much as I would like to. Because what ends up happening is that I will post a video and then I almost always end up going live that same day, right? So if the video doesn't do well, I'm not going to change thumbnails or try to design a new thumbnail or come up with a better title in the middle of stream. Like I would rather spend that energy focusing on stream, talking with you guys, playing video games, reacting to shit, having a good time, and then just, you know, I'll change it later if I want to, try to give it another chance or something like that. Or what I'll end up doing is I will just say fuck it, and I think that my energy is better spent working on the next video. Now, mind you, that's probably not the best mindset to have, since I don't really put out a lot of I'm a quality over quantity guy, right? Like I don't put out a lot of videos. I only put out 2 videos a week. And I mean, I think that would probably change. I don't know. Part of me wants to add in some of the React content that I do into the main channel because I think that it could do well. But I also don't know how people would respond if React content showed up on the main channel. And I've been of the mind that I'm probably better off like having React content on a second channel rather than the primary one. And that the primary one should mostly be for the primary account should be mostly just for my video essays and like journal responses, fucking article responses and stuff like that. Don't dilute your content. Yeah, I mean, like, and to be honest with you, the funny thing is that like I was told by a lot of people not to stream on my main channel. A lot of people told me not to stream on my main channel. And oh fuck. Because like I think like in a lot of cases like the algorithm is like a boogeyman. And there's a lot of people that believe that by streaming on your channel, you're gonna ruin your analytics and make it where YouTube won't suggest your videos to as many people because streams don't get viewed as much, right? And I personally, I don't believe it. Same thing goes for shorts. I don't think shorts have a negative impact on your channel either. I think notifying people about shorts will have a negative impact on your channel. I don't notify subscribers of shorts. I make it a point to make sure that none of my shorts will ever be. You're not going to get a notification for a short. You only get notifications for streams and videos. If you're going to chase React click, second channel is a good idea. Yeah, I plan on just doing all that on a second channel. I don't see a reason for me to do it anywhere else. I'd rather keep the main channel good. Like I have a secondary channel, and I actually have an editor that does my short content, and they were actually making they were actually doing that stuff. They were actually posting to a second channel that I'd made, and they stopped for whatever reason, which is it sucks because the last one that they had uploaded they actually did pretty good in terms for a second channel. It got like 16 or 17,000 views or something like that, which is that's really good for a new channel that doesn't even have I don't know, it's probably still under 100 subscribers, or maybe it has more than that, but. I know a guy who streams Modern Warfare 5. Is that what that is? Modern Warfare 5 on YouTube and Variety on Twitch. He swears that if he doesn't keep his YouTube stream consistent, YouTube algorithm just drops him and he falls way down. Oh, Mech Warrior 5. If he's streaming consistently on YouTube? No. Streaming on YouTube, from my perspective, there is no discoverability when it comes to your streams. It's only your videos. It's only your videos that have discoverability. So, oh, we lost somebody again. So, yes, my prince. Yes, my prince. What is it? What would you like? Why don't you just lay in my lap? Why don't you lay in my lap? Oh, shit. That's close.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them.
What was I gonna say? So for streaming, like, there's really not a lot of, like, YouTube's algorithm's not very good for streams because, on the whole, viewers are attracted to videos with higher views. The more views a video gets, the more eyes that it attracts to it. Both because YouTube suggests it to more people, but if something has a lot of views, you're just automatically interested in it because you're like, well, why do so many people like this? You know, what is this about? And then you're naturally more curious as a result of that, right? And streams on YouTube typically don't get a whole lot of views, and as a result, the stream VODs don't get a lot of traction, which then makes it where you're less likely to get more subscribers on YouTube, and the less subscribers you have, the less people you have watching you live on YouTube, right? Because there's a direct correlation between how many subscribers you have on YouTube and how many people show up to your live streams on YouTube. Twitch is a whole other beast, though. Twitch is a whole other beast. That and the other thing is, too, one thing that I'll say about Twitch that is, like, honestly, it's pretty remarkable. And by the way, this isn't like a slight against, you know, wherever you like to watch me or anything like that. It's just an interesting, like, analytical point more than anything. Which is that I've noticed, you know, in the 6 months now that I've been streaming, that, like, YouTube viewership numbers, like how many people are watching a stream on YouTube, fluctuate a lot more than they do on Twitch. Like, if I start streaming on Twitch, you know, when I start both streams, you'll see YouTube fluctuate. YouTube will, it'll fucking shoot up super high at the very beginning. It'll hold for a while, then it'll kind of rocket down a little bit. You'll lose, like, you know, 25 or 30% or more. It'll go back up for a little bit, then it'll you know, drop down, and then stay down for a while. Twitch, there's times where I'll log on to, I'll stream, and Twitch will be at like 100 viewers when I start, and it'll be at 100 viewers when I get off. It doesn't really have, there's not a lot of movement. Like, when people like sit down to watch a stream on Twitch for whatever reason, they just sit there and watch. They watch it until it's done, or they keep it up, or they go to sleep with it on, or whatever it might be. Thank you, Jax. Keep an eye out. There's a dude that's been like harassing the channel all day. like the entire day. He's committed. I'll give him that. Lonely, but committed. Omnia Fissure? Yep. I need ducats, baby. I need ducats. It still baffles me that people do that. Like, what do you have to gain from harassing a stream? Attention. That's it. It's entertaining for people to get attention like that. For them, it is, at least. Narcissism with a dash of sadism. They you know, like there's people that really do get off and enjoy the idea of making other people upset or uncomfortable. It makes them feel better about themselves. It sucks. I mean, it sucks that it sucks that there's folks that are like that. Don't really know what you can do for them, to be honest with you. Don't know what you can do for them. We'll back out. How's the ducat grind going? We gotten a few. We've gotten a few.
Fighters won't be far behind. Void signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them quickly.
This girl is on fire.
Onto you. Look out for troopers.
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? It brought me back? Uh-oh. I'm lost. Oh, it did. It brought me all the way back here. What the fuck? Like, did like the server rubber band or something? That was so weird. The acolytes teleport you? Really? I didn't know they could do that. Iron Steel Path sounds like an acolyte ability. Yeah, it must have been. Sorry for the inconvenience of this question. Will you be continuing with Once Human at some point? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was playing Once Human off stream, which I'll probably still continue to do anyway. I do need to log in. Somebody said, was that you, Miss Anya, that said earlier that like my base disappeared or something like that? I'm hoping that there's not like a timeout or something like that for that kind of stuff. Oh, Warframe. Oh, okay. I don't think I moved my base. I don't think I moved my base at all. What is this, like, fucking... Is that like a VTuber? I don't recognize her. Maybe he got exploded. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is I've been streaming for 7.5 hours and I gotta eat, man. I'm hungry. And also, there was no inconvenience to, like, I don't care if people ask me questions. What are you talking about? It's a bug. It should be fixed. Is it really? Just eat some cat food? I'm not going to eat cat food. Otherwise, then the cat won't have any cat food. Isn't that right, kitty cat? Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. Let me check something out real quick. Yeah, I'll do that. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today has been an absolutely fantastic stream. What I am going to do is I'm going to get myself some food. I'm going to chill out for a little while. And then I am going to maybe I'll try to like look to see what I'm going to be doing for videos and stuff this week. I'll stream tomorrow though. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to try to like push into videos like too quickly or anything like that. I put out a video today, or you know, a video came out today, so everything's pretty chill. I don't really have a lot to worry about there. So yeah, I thank you guys for stopping by. Thank you guys for hanging out. Today was a good stream. We'll stream tomorrow, same time, same place, nothing different. I'm probably going to continue with Warframe again because I need to get ducats because I want to keep farming, and then we'll actually go over like some news and stuff like that. I missed a lot of things. Bro, I missed a lot of things while I was gone. Like a lot happened. I mean, yeah, a lot's happened since I've been gone. So there's a ton of stuff for us to go over, a ton of stuff for us to talk about. If you guys haven't thrown any more React content, I picked up some of the stuff I was gonna bring up on stream today, but I didn't. If you guys haven't picked up any of the stuff in the React content for the YouTube or for the Discord, make sure you guys toss some stuff in there. We'll see if I can look over any of that stuff tomorrow, and then yeah, that's what we'll do. So yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the subs and the donations and the super chats and all that stuff today. Super generous. It was great being back. I'm so happy to be back. We'll be back at it tomorrow. So I will see you guys then. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you guys for everything, and I will see you next time. Peace. Wait, I forgot where my button is. My bad. Okay, now for real, I'm saying it.